Well, good afternoon. Welcome back to another live session. Good afternoon, and this is Andrew Tucker, and this is my Declassified Caribbean channel. Now, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to one and all. Right now, the world is watching a growing tension between three major powers, the United States, China, and Russia. What once looked like separate conflict is now beginning to feel connected. And the question many are asking is, are we witnessing the early stages of a global power clash? From the war in the Ukraine to rising tensions in South China Sea to the deepening relationship between Russia, China, and Iran, these are not isolated developments. These are strategic moves on a global chessboard, and the stakes are getting higher. Today, we are going to break down with Mr. Perreira carefully what is really happening, what's driving these alliances, and whether this could escalate into something far much more serious. I will be joined by Mr. Gerald Perreira, and together we are going to unpack the realities behind the headlines. This is not just about geopolitics, it's about the direction the world is heading. Let's get into it. Now, Mr. Perreira, as you know, is from Guyana, and he'll be joining us shortly, and we will discuss with him these important events. Now, I'm going to show you a video about this young man, this young American who has been talking about the war and its developments. A young American, lifelong Democrat, said he voted for Kamala Harris, which he didn't win, but then he comes across a clip where Kamala says Iran is the greatest threat to the United States. And she said that before during the campaign. And it stopped him because now he's asking, how different is that from what Trump has been saying and doing? This is where the conversation changes, because when you look at the U.S. foreign policy, when you look at foreign policy in general, the international foreign policy of the United States, Democrat or Republican, the language might change, the tone might change, but the position, it doesn't really change. So let me share my screen with you and let us delve into what this young man is saying, because what he's saying is solid and substantive, and we've got to pay attention to what he is saying. So give me a second. Let me share the screen with you now. Just share a screen, and please share the live, like the live, and share it with your friends, your family, because this is a very important discussion that we are about to be engaged in. So let me get to him. Let me get to my, it's all, okay. So we have here the Iran war, and I'm going to go ahead with him.
I voted for Kamala Harris, and I thought she would be a great president, until very recently when I saw her comments about the war in Iran. I'm going to play some clips from before the election and from after the war. See what you think.
Foreign country do you consider to be our greatest adversary?
I think there's an obvious one in mind, which is Iran. Iran has American blood on their hands, okay? This attack on Israel, 200 ballistic missiles. What we need to do to ensure that Iran never achieves the ability to be a nuclear power, that is one of my highest priorities.
So if you have proof that Iran is building a nuclear weapon, would you take military action?
I'm not going to talk about hypotheticals at this moment.
That video is from before the election. She's talking about Iran has American blood on their hands, pointing out the fact that Iran has attacked Americans multiple times. Over 1,000 Americans have been killed since 1979 when the Islamic Republic stole the government of Iran. So she's aware. She's aware of the threat that Iran poses and promising to be strong on national security.
What's the message to Iran?
Don't.
As President Biden said, just don't.
Exactly. One word. Pretty straightforward.
That's Kamala Harris as vice president, supporting the Biden policy against Iran, understanding that Iran is a serious threat. But what happens when Trump takes action against Iran? What does Kamala have to say now? Let's take a look.
When it comes down to it, is that if we want to stop Donald Trump with this random decision that he has arrived at, then Congress must act, and Congress must act immediately. The American people do not want our sons and daughters to go into this unauthorized war of choice, and I unequivocally oppose it.
This random decision that Donald Trump has arrived at. Like, this is just out of the blue. Nobody could have seen this coming. All Donald Trump's choice. Forget the fact that every president, every administration since 1979 has understood the threat posed by the Islamic Republic occupying Iran and turning that country's resources into a war machine against the United States and our allies around the world. Forget all of that. This is just Donald Trump's choice. And the American people don't want it. Of course, the American people don't want to go to war. We don't know any better. We're not paying attention to the nitty-gritty details of international foreign policy. We don't know how many Americans have been killed. We don't remember how many embassies have been bombed. We don't know that the Iranian school children wake up every morning chanting death to America like the Pledge of Allegiance. You're the expert. You're supposed to be the leader that helps us understand these complex issues, and you're playing politics with it. Of course, war is unpopular. Of course. And you just turn it into a political football. You could criticize how Trump is conducting the war, say you would have done it this way, you would have done it that way, but you don't. You just say this is a war of choice, a random decision, even though you know better. Score cheap political points. Pretend that this is just another crazy mistake from Donald Trump. Whoever was in office right now, whatever president from whatever party, would have had to deal with this threat. It should have been dealt with under Obama when they kidnapped a ship full of Navy sailors and held them hostage. No, he created the nuclear deal, which would have expired this year. The limits on nuclear enrichment would have expired this year. And the limits on rockets, the distance that Iranian rockets can travel, expired 3 years ago. That deal would have been gone. There is no diplomacy right now, and Iran knows that. They were planning for exactly this year, the entire time, to attack. Oh, nuclear deal's over, let's go. One more clip.
He entered a war, got pulled into it by Bibi Netanyahu, let's be clear about that, entered a war that the American people do not want, putting at risk American service members.
And then she jumps on the blame Israel bandwagon. Like, they just pulled us into this war for no reason, right? Not because there's been rockets flying at them for the past 2.5 years. Ever since October 7th, 2023, when Hamas invaded Israel and took over 200 people hostage and killed over 1,000 in the most ruthless way possible. No, Israel just, for some reason, because they're awful and terrible, pulled us into this war. No, they're on the front lines and they were attacked. And we were the only country with the guts to step in and do something about it. Because it's not just Israel that's under attack. Israel's just the first country in the way. I could show you dozens of clips right now of Islamic preachers in Arabic and English telling us exactly what they want to do, that they want to destroy the United States, destroy Western civilization, and turn us all into the Islamic Handmaid's Tale. And Kamala Harris can't even be real about that threat. She is the reason that I have so much trouble voting for Democrats right now in this moment. She was supposed to be the adult in the room. She was supposed to be the experienced leader, and she's playing politics just like the rest of them. I voted for Kamala Harris, and I thought she would be a great president until very recently when I saw her comments about the war in Iran. I'm going to play some clips from before the election and from after the war. See what you think.
Foreign country do you consider to be our greatest adversary?
I think there's an obvious one in mind, which is Iran. Iran has American blood on their hands. Okay.
Okay, I think we can stop here and discuss for a while. So let's get back to you guys. Welcome to the Mr. Perez here. Well, there are a couple of things that this young man, we have to look at the fact that he is also uninformed. In one thing, he thinks that that Kamala Harris would have changed things, but we understand long before she became president that that was not going to happen. The Democrats and the Republicans have always, Mr. Perez here, so let me join him or put him on the stage. So Mr. Perreira, let me get you out here. Good afternoon, Mr. Perreira.
Good afternoon, brother. How are you?
Thank you. I'm doing very well, thank you, and thank you so much for joining the live.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Perez is joining us directly from Guyana. I don't know if you got a chance because you are our guest on the program to have listened to that clip. There are several things wrong with it, but he mentioned some very good points in terms of one, the deal with Obama had made with Iran was going to be the end of that deal this year. So it means therefore that they're playing a game. Even with the whole Strait of Hormuz, and Redacted brought a story on it yesterday from the States, suggesting that there was no opening of the Strait of Hormuz, as they were telling us. Trump was lying to us on Friday that the Strait of Hormuz was opened and that things were now heading into the right direction. What did you think of what the young man just said, if you had a chance to see?
Well, I guess I heard a part of it.
Mm-hmm.
But before I get to what he said, ever since this attack on Iran, this unwarranted attack on Iran, this act of aggression, initiated by the United States and the Zionist settler state of Israel, we've seen Trump is a pathological liar. Trump lies. He's a barefaced liar. Now Trump says to the world that the strait is open. No, it's not.
Right.
And he is fooling, trying to fool the American people. But the world is seeing what's going on. And you're talking about peace treaty and talks and all of that. While you're doing that, you have other plans, very sinister. I mean, actually, J.D. Vance was on the phone to Netanyahu while the talk was supposed to be going on.
They
were actually planning, and the Iranians picked up on it. They were actually planning to destroy the plane with the negotiators. Now, in which civilized, who does this? When people are negotiating, right? You don't do that. Brother, if you study the history of certain civilizations, when you send an emissary or someone and you're at war, that person's protected and he's shown the respect, right? As a representative of another. You don't kill it.
Yes.
The only people who do this type, when you go back and you look at it, the only people who've done things like that have been the Anglo-Saxons, and you had it with their even the Mongols in many cases did not do that.
Yes.
So, I mean, this is history. If we study, we see it. So this is this is Trump lying and lying, right? And they're trying to off ramp because they thought that they would have finish Iran in a week time. You kill the spiritual leader Ayatollah Khamenei, and you assassinated certain leading figures of the military and the scientific community, and that's it. But Iran has showed that it is a power. It's a middle power, and it can hold its ground. You know, it's not Venezuela, it's not Iraq or even Libya. I mean, this is a mountainous country, you know, very difficult to, you know, similar to Afghanistan, to subdue, you know, to actually conquer. But, you know, if you go back to, if you listen carefully, you know, the Democrats and the Republicans, I mean, you know, it's coming out, it's well documented that the Israelis for years have been trying to get the United States on board with their agenda, their lies to attack Iran. And different various US presidents administrations did not go along with it, but they got the Trump regime on board to attack Iran. And I listened to the part with what he said about Kamala Harris, you know, that Iran is the most dangerous threat to US security, and Iran has American blood. Well, you know, this narrative keeps changing. One time, the greatest threat to America, was Little Grenada.
Yeah, Iraq too, and Iraq.
Yes, then Iraq.
Yeah.
Then Iraq.
Yeah.
Then Libya. Oh, it went on. Then North Korea. There's always, and it changes. One time Saddam Hussein was the most dangerous man in the world. Then it was Osama bin Laden, who of course they helped create Al Qaeda with the Saudis and the Pakistani intelligence to create. And then it was Gaddafi, who was the madman, and all of that, and they keep going and going. So it just keeps, whenever they want to go after a leader, that country becomes the most dangerous. You know,
I've not had a chance to check whether or not, because I just came up on the clip before I came on the live. Yeah. The agreement that that Obama had with Iran, this nuclear that Trump actually broke. Had that agreement been had it been respected, and that if this year was really the year, because I know that these guys don't plan wars just because Trump came into power. These wars are planned years, if not decades, in advance. And we've also seen from the British Empire that they had a problem with Iran too, and the Middle East. The West has always wanted to gain supremacy in the Middle East. You are aware, Mr. Perreira, of the crusades that were launched against the Middle East and the Muslim there. Yes. So we know that they have always wanted to do that. Trump came in, and it seemed that is his agenda, obviously. And if he doesn't complete his term, and if the Democrats, which is likely, might come back into 28, that the Democrats are going to continue with that agenda. So what we're seeing is a game, a chess game, and it's not something that anybody is going to be able to solve except the people. And one of the things I also disagreed with him and other things, but this is very key, and I want everybody to understand this. We should not rely on our prime ministers or presidents to let us know what is happening in foreign policy. He was saying that the politicians are the experts and Americans rely on politicians to tell them about American policy. The founding fathers of the United States had made it very clear, flawed though they were, that the democracy in America, republicanism, depended upon an informed citizenry. So it means, therefore, that if you're not informed of what the republic is doing or what the empire is doing, it's not working for you. Because if you're sitting and waiting for government to tell you what is happening, that is why they are deceiving us. That is the key point I want to make from his video. But Mr. Perreira, do you think, whether it was a Democrat or Trump, that the war in Iran would have been launched?
I think at some time they would have done so, because I'll tell you why. When you listen, the neocons,
yes.
you get back to the founding fathers and they talk about an informed citizenry and the people being informed. That's better said than done.
Yes,
we know that and we know if you look at Gramsci and the concept of hegemony, and others who have written about it, no ruling class can rule by force and coercion alone. You must get the majority to buy into your ideology, so it becomes one and the same. Good. So through the education system, how can you inform the people of the truth when the mass media, the corporate media, serves corporate interests? You know, I mean, look at, for example, I was reading a columnist who made a point. He said that there was this former employee of Boeing, who said that Boeing was deliberately not doing certain things in order to maximize their profits. They were not placing a lot of emphasis on security, you know, on safety. And he was going to testify. He was in his truck in front of a hotel and he died. He was killed.
Wow.
He was killed. His name is slipping me, but he was killed. The official
Narrative.
report was that he committed suicide. Now, you had the Epstein case. He attempted suicide. Then they put him on the 24-hour watch, and he ended up hanging himself. How did that happen? They said suicide, but the corporate media, the Western media, did not question it. They just ran with it. New York Post, all of those corporate mouthpieces, those lapdogs of the mouthpieces of imperialism and genocide, they ran with it. Now, if that had happened in Russia, and the Russians had said suicide, or it had happened in Zimbabwe, or any country of the global south, the Western media would have said that the officials are lying. The news that are being reported to the Western media on what is happening in Gaza and so is coming out from the Israeli intelligence, is feeding them and they're running with it. So my point is that for years, for decades, for years and years, the American people have been fed lies and disinformation.
Because they want to, Mr. Perreira. I think the large majority want to be lied to. People are lazy, and they can, particularly in America, and I'm saying that because I've lived there, and I know that you know, people can even go to bookstores and sit down and read books and nobody touches them. Right? Many summers I would go into the bookstores, sit in the bookstores, maybe you can't afford to buy all the books, you read them and put them back on. They have even, what they call it now, Starbucks and places they can buy food and whatever, if you want to carry your food. So Americans are lazy because they prefer entertainment. They prefer to watch their sports game and other things and talk about childish and rubbish.
That's what the Romans did. That's what the Romans did to the populace. That's what the Romans did. I agree with you. And that's part of you see, there's this illusion of freedom that they have.
Yes.
You know, I'll tell you something, but get back to this. You know, when they have this illusion of freedom. So they go to the Super Bowl and they're fed that. It's like what the Roman emperors, certain Roman emperors did to the Roman
bread and circus. Bread and circus.
Now, I was just telling you that something that happened with about that, but you're right. They're fed that diet and they go along with it, and I guess that is one of the uphill battles that the progressive forces in America are faced with. But I think there is an awakening. You see the marches across the U.S. The king and all of that.
It is brain dead, though. I think that why I say it's brain dead, because they think that they're marching against a man. They should be marching against a system.
It is a system,
just like slavery. Slavery didn't have to do with the South alone. It had to do with the North too, right? And many people don't understand that there was slavery in the North. There are books now and new research indicating that slavery was just as much not as much, but it was also in the North, and that the Northern people supported it. They only were in a disagreement in terms of, you know, if they would expand on it or would they just keep it in the South. But both of them were pro-slavery. So when they're marching against Trump, that's not solving the problem, because that is a symptom.
That's not.
Correct. So until Americans understand the system, which they most don't, because again, hypocrisy, they want to feel that they have a sense of superiority.
Yeah.
Whether Americans agree or not, they believe that they're superior to other citizens of the world. So when
There's an
Americans
American exceptionalism. I agree with you.
Correct.
I
So when
agree.
their leaders can go out and slaughter people, and I remember when I was, after 9/11, I was at this secondary school, and while Trump was bombing the Iraq, we as teachers and students, American teachers that were, having discussion, watching the Iraq being bombed. And, and you could hear the students and some of the teachers saying, yeah, because if they hit us, we're going to hit them. We're going to bomb them because we're going to show them who the boss is.
Yeah.
Not understanding the whole nature of why America went to Iraq. And this is a sort of ignorance. So they're playing the game because the whole march is because they understand that the war has now reached home. They're suffering from the wars. The authoritarianism that was practiced externally is now internal. So they're trying now to march against it, but it's too late. I'm sorry. It is too late because that should have been done years ago. And you can't just march against authoritarianism at home. You have to march against it also away from home because it's now being exported back home. And that is what they don't understand. Go ahead, Mr. Perreira.
When you look, I agree with you. When you look at what is taking place and then you revisit Malcolm X, he was just amazing.
Yes.
Because he addressed exactly what you were talking about there. He did. But I do agree with you. But, you hear false narratives like Iran has the blood of Americans on their hand. When did that happen?
Right.
When did that happen?
Right.
Look at the amount of blood the United States has on its hands. And we can go back. If you go back, and Americans, as you said, they don't follow these things unless you're in some progressive organization or so. When they had the military coup against President Ahmed Sukarno in Indonesia, and the CIA back coup that brought Suharto to power. Sukarno forged an alliance. He was not a communist, but he was he was progressive, anti-imperialist, a champion in the non-aligned movement. But he argued for unity with the communists because the Indonesian Communist Party was a very strong, powerful communist party. And Sukarno was overthrown, and the communists were caught, as the story goes, caught in their beds. They were slaughtered. The drains were filled with blood. Thousands were killed. And the United States was behind that. Yeah. The U.S. participated. The U.S. actually helped Suharto. Then we can go on, Pinochet in Chile. After Allende was overthrown, thousands of progressive and left-wing activists were rounded up and put in a stadium. I guess you heard about the great poet and musician Victor Jara.
Haiti.
Yes,
all these
he was forced to play, and then they chopped off his hands. I mean, and then when Kissinger was asked the question, what were you going to do with Allende? He said, kill him. So when Kissinger was talking about kill, it's no different from Trump in 2026 or
any president of the United States.
Kill.
Correct.
The United States has no respect for any country, none whatsoever.
Right.
Even its own allies, it does not respect.
It doesn't have any allies, as we say. It doesn't have any allies, does it? Yeah.
No. Look at how they're dealing with Trump language towards NATO and all of that.
Yeah, even NATO. Even NATO. But, he's like.
Yeah, but there's a saying in the Caribbean. I guess you heard of it, David. Monkey no willing to jump on.
Yeah.
Yeah. You see, Trump dare not risk that with China or North Korea. The North Korea just fired a few missiles the other day. North Korea said, no. What you did to Iraq and Libya and those places, our nuclear weapons and so is that's not up for discussion. Right?
Mr. Perreira, I like that you mentioned those two countries because on that version, I think we have to go back to slavery. And we saw where these Western European countries, went to Africa and plundered, pillaged and plundered, and did some terrible things to the continent. And they brought us over here and in other parts of the world. And, when I read W.E. Du Bois books on the Black Reconstruction, and in which he documented how slavery, the American slavery benefited a lot France and all those metropolitan states. So even though they appear to have been enemies, they were benefiting from the system of slavery. And when Haiti became free, when Haiti, after the revolution, became an independent country, sovereign country, all of them, including the U.S., which fought against slavery colonialism from Great Britain, they actually sided with Great Britain to keep Haiti down. Can we today trust these what we call global powers, right? Noting that they do work together for their own economic interests. I give you an example. If I were Russia, the president of Russia, and I want to secure my business interest, and Trump comes and say behind the scenes, hey, if you do this against Iran, I will allow you to do X, Y, or Z or Z. Don't you think I would do that? Don't you think that that is what is being played behind the scenes, that they are, yes, to some degree, vying for supremacy, and they do have their disagreements, but at the same time, just like slavery, they work together, and they're not working in our interest, they're working against us.
You're speaking about the Western countries in the United States.
I'm speaking about all of these global powers. I'm speaking about, China, Russia, because we're living in a globalized world now where economic interests are interconnected.
Well, first of all, I do not deny that the big countries, of course, have their interests to look out for. Mm-hmm. But having said that, I also look at certain things. And before I get there, I just want to say this.
Yes.
You're right in what you just pointed out in relation to the way the West was able to build their societies, their countries, their economies on the plunder of Africa. Mm-hmm. No one does the Western. That was a Western colonial project, the Western countries. Mm-hmm. Right? I think, yes, of course, that was brought out in the book that you mentioned by W. Mm-hmm. Eric Williams addressed it in our Capitalism and Slavery, but Walter Rodney did better in how you
have the underdeveloped Africa.
Yes. Mm-hmm. That had it not been for the trade in captured Africans and the plunder of Africa, that is what kickstarted the industrial revolution and capitalist, the takeoff of industrial capitalism and so on. Mm-hmm. And the West, the Eastern Bloc was never part of that. The only time I know is when some of the European powers, you remember, they took Polish mercenaries and cast them against the Haitian Revolution, and the Haitians whipped them. Polish mercenaries. That was the only time I know of any Eastern Bloc country. But we always said that my problem is that with the Chinese operate on the basis of a win-win. Now, China has to navigate. We know that the dominant system in the world that came, this globalization, the dominant system is global capitalism, and they have to disengage. But while we fight for a better world beyond that, we also have to confront the realities that's the dominant system. And I think China and Russia and those countries try their best in terms of navigating it. I mean, look at what Russia made available, free fertilizer, and so to a number of countries in Africa. The Chinese have been able to build projects and helping all of that. I'm not saying, but the thing is, if you ask the Chinese to leave, if an African country gets up tomorrow and tell the Chinese to leave, the Chinese will leave. If you tell the Russians to leave, they will leave. The Chinese are not going to attempt a coup against you or the Russians. The West doesn't leave. France was told to leave the Sahel countries. They were kicked out of Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. And now you have some real factotums of imperialism who are allowing the French in. Look at what Kenya is courting the French. And some other countries. You know, I'm not surprised if Uganda. So while we are talking about this struggle for Pan-African unity, the African unification of Africa, you have countries who are working actively against it, siding with the US and the French and all of that, to keep Africa divided and balkanized. We're seeing it. But getting back to what you said about
the consolidation of power. Yes.
The consolidation of power. What I found interesting is that if you look at when it comes to us, the Western countries, like you had Tony Blair, who was the leader of a Labour Party, but Blair had no problem finding common ground within a Republican or so. The point is, when it comes to us, non-white people, the Western countries can put aside ideology and unite against us, irrespective of their ideology. We've seen this.
Yes. Dr. Umar Johnson, just to cut you, Dr. Umar Johnson, just wanted, because what you're saying is exactly what he's saying. We're just looking at a clip, and then you'll continue with Dr. Umar Johnson saying exactly what you're saying. That's why I interrupted. Just give me a second, Mr. Perreira, and I will just show that clip and then come right back to your point. This is a very interesting program that we want to highlight the consolidation of global power against people, particularly us who say that we're Africans. Okay, so let me just get what he's saying, and then I come right back to Mr. Perreira.
Like a king, you can't do that. Usurping congressional authority, constitutional privilege. Why hasn't he been impeached? You know why? Because the same people who making Donald Trump do what he do control everybody income. They can't impeach him, right? If you try to impeach him, he expose you next. Yeah, got his ghost. And they so powerful. Look how powerful they are. Look at the Jeffrey Epstein tapes. 300 people, clear ties to the abuse and exploitation of women and children, and nobody's going to go to jail. Nobody. But you went out of your way to destroy Bill Cosby. You went out of your way to destroy R. Kelly. You went out of your way to destroy Sean Combs. But none of these men are even going to be investigated. Crazy. America does not have a problem with crime as long as you're the right person committing the crime. People say Donald Trump is acting like a king. You can't do that.
So this is a point, Mr. Perreira, that, let me stop sharing. Did I stop sharing the video? This is the point. Let me get back to your. This is a point that, we were making in terms of whether, you have the Democrats or the Republicans or the business elites, they all belong to the same club. They don't get punished. They can do whatever they want to do, whether it's the Tony Blairs or the Bill Clintons or the Bush of the world. They are protected. And so they can do anything and get away with it. How can we trust these people? And that is what my point is. And I think, too, when we look at China, why do you think Henry Kissinger was so, interested in courting the Chinese in the 70s? Because he says, okay, you can't win the Chinese, so you have to allow them to join us. You can't win them, so you allow them to join us. And I think that that's the game that they're playing, that we're living right now in a system that is different from what we had slavery, right? It's more centralized, it's much more controlled, it's much more global, it's much more interconnected. So we're not just looking at different Iran and we're looking at Jamaica there. Everybody is in the centralized global system. How do we extricate ourselves and say that we're fighting against U.S. hegemony? Before
I get back to Umar Johnson,
yes,
you can recall that I think after Stalin died in the Soviet Union, and then you had Khrushchev, and you had the Sino-Soviet split when communist parties were divided between pro-Moscow and pro-Peking. It was Peking then, now it's Beijing. And I think what Kissinger was very cunning, kind of very Machiavellian. Kissinger somehow opened up to China. That rapprochement with China was meant to, they seized on that ideological rift between the Soviet Union and China. Right? So if you were reading, we were at that time, we were in high school and we were reading these debates. And the Chinese used to refer to the Soviets as the Soviet social imperialists. That's the term the Chinese used to say. And they used to talk about restoration of capitalism and all that. But there was a big theoretical debate about whether that's so or not. But the point is, you had that. And the Chinese at that time, some of them were even saying that the main problem was between the main enemy was the Soviets and us. But that was wrong, because it led to a lot of blunders in Chinese foreign policy. Because I'll give you an example, right? Because this is important for listeners. When the Portuguese were kicked out of Angola and Mozambique, you had in Angola, for example, you had 3 liberation movements: the MPLA, the Popular Movement for the Liberation of Angola. You had the National Front for the Liberation of Angola, FNLA, which was headed by Holden Roberto, and Dr. Agostinho Neto was the leader for the MPLA. And then you had UNITA, Union for the Total Independence of Angola, led by Jonas Savimbi. So these 3 groups were fighting, and the Soviets were backing the MPLA. Of course, the Cubans went in and rightly supported the MPLA. But for example, UNITA's forces, UNITA was getting the assistance of the CIA and the racist regime in South Africa. They were backing UNITA. And Chinese military advisors were seen on the battlefield with elements that were definitely not friends of the global South. You understand what I'm saying? So that was a blunder in Chinese foreign policy. Then you had that. And at the time, we said that was China, that was not the right position.
Yes.
Good. But the thing is, the neocons, what you have is irrespective of which party gets in, as you said, these wars are planned. And this is what people believe. They believe this is what Sheldon Wooden wrote in the book, Managed Democracy, Inverted Totalitarianism.
Yes.
They believe that they're a democracy, that they have freedom. You're free to go in the shopping malls and shop. I shop, therefore I am. Good. And
you're right. You're right.
So that's the idea. But it's an illusion of freedom. And they are controlled. So today now we're seeing when George Orwell, Eric Blair, pen name George Orwell, wrote 1984. That is what you're seeing in the West. That's what is in the West.
Animal Farm too, an Animal Farm.
Yeah, but Animal Farm was not so much a critique of communism. It was more it was a thing of Stalinism, because he was a socialist. Yes. Those who didn't understand, some of the teachers who didn't understand anything about ideology, they say, it's communism. No. Or socialism. So that's wrong. But the point is, I agree with Umar Johnson. On that issue. And you see it because as much as people like us, we say class is a very powerful dynamic. We cannot ignore it. Race is also very powerful. Race is a very powerful dynamic because there's a thing called white privilege. White privilege.
Do you think white privilege was a part of the slaveocracy in the South? When Du Bois, for example, described how they were dirty and despicable, even their own white, the white people didn't like the Southern whites. In fact, it was black, as he suggested, during the Reconstruction, who fought for laws that elevated whites to the position that they are in right now. Many people think, for example, in the South, that the whites were very poor, poverty-stricken. So I think that, yes, we are always at the bottom, but things are not great for them too. And that is why they are also against Trump right now, because they thought Trump was going inside to defend their cause. What they're seeing now, he is expanding on the wars, right? And the monies that they should be used for them, because they're in dire straits economically, it's now being used on wars, and they're suffering. So I would think that, and I think Du Bois did mention that too, that if we are, and that's why he talked about class, as you know, Mr. Perreira, and said that
Yes.
we as a class now, the working class, whites, blacks, Latinos, have to pull together against the ruling class. Why have they categorized us in these racial categories? Because they divide us. So one is saying that I'm nearer to the elites. The other is saying I'm further, and we're fighting against each other. Meanwhile, they are taking advantage of us. So the more we unite, not to compromise now, but we have to unite. We have to find some way of uniting and say we are humans. You guys are not, but we are. And because we want to save our humanity, we have to fight against what these elites are doing.
Yeah. You know, I always say white supremacy is a very powerful system and ideology. Because, you know, I want to say this. Remember that when colonization took place, like for example, when the French colonized Africa, you have parties up to today in Africa who draw from, who have similar political philosophies or ideological stand like parties in France.
Yes.
Their extension. Like in Martinique and Guadeloupe and what France called overseas departments, you have a Communist Party of Martinique, but it's really an appendage of the Communist Party of France.
Right.
Good?
The colony, yeah.
And you have a National Front. I think they changed the name, is National Rally or something, but you have one in the same thing. The Socialist Party of France you have in the colonies, in the so-called overseas department. So when this colonization came, it came not just with left-wing, right-wing ideology, but also with, later on, as years go by, with left-wing ideology too. Because, and that's why you have some Marxists who are talking about decolonial Marxism. Because even the progressive, even some of the communists and the Marxists, the European left, some of the positions that they took, and many still take today, are as much as racist as the right wing.
Yes. Yes.
You see?
Yes.
And if you go back, you can see that. You know, you can see that. And that's why Kwame Ture, formerly Stokely Carmichael, used to say a lot of the white left are as racist and imperialistic as the white.
They are.
Right.
They are.
Yeah,
and still are, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, that's why we are careful with them. We are very careful. We understand them. And it happened when you look at when Algeria was fighting for independence. Look at the position of the Communist Party of France towards the Algerian liberation struggle. The same went for Indochina. When Ho Chi Minh was in France, he was a member of the Communist Party of France. And he saw where they put his struggles for national liberation like on the backbone, and he went back and he distanced himself. So my point is that at the end of the day, this white supremacy affects a lot of Europeans, whether they're to the right or to the left.
Correct.
And the progressive, we've seen it.
Correct.
And yes.
And I just wanted to also mention that racism and wars are one and of the same. So like we're seeing here that when Americans go to war outside, most Americans are not concerned because their country is not being bombed. Pity they don't understand that eventually it will get there. The same thing for racism. When, as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, if you practice injustice to one person of the family or to a race of the family, then injustice is going to spread everywhere, right? So what we're seeing too with the racism, if Americans don't understand that the way how Black people and other people are being treated, they're going to realize that very soon that torture will get to them, even those who consider themselves white. Because that is what is happening right now.
Yeah, you know, my brother, I agree with you. You know what I've always found interesting in my study of history, and you go and you look and you compare cultures and civilizations, and I've always found this amazing. You know, I guess when we were in high school in the early days, we were studying Marxism, and many of us saw ourselves as Marxists, but we made it that we evolve and we made a transition, that we can accept the great contribution of Marxism, Marxist philosophy and sociology to, yes, the socialist theory and thought, but that's one input. It's not the beginning and end. But, Elijah Muhammad had this book called Message to the Black Man. It's wrong. And we didn't agree at the time with Elijah Muhammad. But as we got older and we started to read and study, there's a lot of things that he saw. And I'm sorry to say, he
was spot on.
He was spot on. Now, if you study the Zulu, and you look at the Anglo-Saxons and all of that, the only people who have glorified war and has been obsessed with war has been the Anglo-Saxons mostly.
Mm-hmm.
The Anglo-Saxons. You know that I'll show you something when we say that Kane Felder said that the Bible is really a lot about the history of black people, and so that part where it says there's a time for war,
a time for peace,
a time to sow, a time for reaping.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was a time where people stopped fighting, and there was peace, and they planted, they tended the crops and everything. Good. But the Anglo-Saxons waged war day in, out, day, night in. They just keep waging war. And people, there were other cultures and civilizations that couldn't understand that. They wore them down. They're just perennial war. They keep going. And you see it. And even I've noticed over the years, there was a spokeswoman for the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Russian ambassador to the UN and foreign minister. They keep referring to the Western countries as the Anglo-Saxons. They're drawing a line. They said, you Anglo-Saxons love, you don't like to sit down and resolve things peacefully. You just war. And that's coming from another set of Europeans, Slavic people, who the Anglo-Saxons have always seen as inferior.
Yeah, the British have been known for. The British, and they passed on to the Americans.
Because you mentioned earlier about the Crusades. You mentioned the Crusades, because what Western civilization, what the Anglo-Saxons do not comprehend, they seek to destroy. That's what they do. That's what they do. Now, if you go back, go ahead. If you go back to what was called the House of Wisdom in Baghdad, centuries back, this was a convergence point for scholars, mathematicians, philosophers, legal minds, and everything. And they would converge there to exchange knowledge and so. And they had scholars and mathematicians were coming from far as India and Persia into what at the time today is known as modern Iraq. And people were coming from all over, from Egypt. And they were coming from in today's Central Africa. Right? And when these scholars were coming there was no European book that was coming there at the time. Good? Because that when Alexander, the so-called great, went in and sacked the libraries and they removed the books from Egypt, the great libraries of Alexandria. So what I'm telling you is that we are facing a group of nations who, ever since they have been around, have been in perpetual warfare against other peoples and cultures. We have seen this.
Yes. But that's how they define the globe. That's how they enslave us through the wars. And every war that is happening, like the Middle East now.
Which country did North Korea? I mean, look at Britain. Britain went and held on to Hong Kong for years, for decades. Look at the opium wars that the British forced opium. And you see it. It goes on. How many wars since the the America was founded with the original 13 colonies to now, how many wars the US have been in? Okay.
A lot.
How many years?
A lot.
Assassinations of leaders, overthrow of governments, and all of that. And it keeps going and going. And you know, you can see this. So
Because
I think they've reached a point, and I see somebody saying,
yes,
here,
crime is profitable.
that America's broke, jealous, of Russia and China.
Yes.
Russia and China. I mean, I went last evening to watch the Chinese acrobatic troupe, which is in Guyana. And before the show, they were saying that some of these performers start at a very early age to be trained, 5 years of age. So I turned and I said, look at that. What the Chinese, you see what they're promoting? They are developing the arts. Look at what they're doing, cultural activities and all that. While they're doing that, you have another set of people who are just bombing and destroying people and killing.
Yeah.
This is what is going on.
Yeah. Let's look at this.
I just want to say this.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Perreira. Go ahead.
I always want to say this. Don't come and tell me. I don't want to hear about some enemy, someone who has never done anything to me, right? Or potential enemy. Let me address those who, right, are a threat to my existence.
Yes.
Right?
But let me just address this person here, that when we say America is broke, I want to also suggest to you that after the Civil War, it costed the American a lot of money, but the American civilians hundreds of thousands of dollars. However, the elites benefited from the war. How do I say that? Because how can you explain, Mr. Perreira, after 1865 and beyond, that America, that country that had a terrible, horrific civil war in which you would have thought that they entered into debt, right? That they were by the 1880s had emerged and passing Great Britain in terms of their economic wealth. That is because they exploited the war and the proceeds of war. So wars are profitable. Let's not be now deceived. America is broke, yes, but who are broke? You and I, not the elites. They're not broke. And that is what we have to understand. When we say America, we have to separate it. And many people are still not separating that, even though I'm preaching it from thy kingdom come. You've got to understand that there's a difference between the elites who are waging the wars, who love the wars, who don't want any war to stop because they benefit from the wars. Right now, we can see now a consolidation of power. We're hearing about potential energy lockdowns, which are going to benefit them in terms of the increase of petrol, of energy. So we've got to now wake up and see that they don't care if you're broke, right? Once money is being put into their pockets. So be careful now when you say America is broke. Yes, it's broke, but who are broke? You and I, not the
That's right. You're absolutely right. A lot of progressive and left-wing scholars have written on this. There's a lot of volumes of work on that, on the military-industrial complex and the role of the banks and all of that. And you can go back and see the Rothschilds and all of them and how they invested in, they make, as you said, the elites make money. So war is profitable. War is profitable.
Yes.
They sell. That's why some of them have attacked that book that is called the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion.
Yes.
They like to say that is a historic, that is a forgery. But if you really look at the way things, unravel, then.
But Chalmers Johnson. Johnson has written prolifically on the subject of the military-industrial complex. So the recent scholars are writing about it. Even the guy there, Chris Hedges, of another journalist in the United States, has written prolifically on the topic.
That's right. So they make because they're when they had, you remember the war when Biafra tried to break away from Nigeria. That war, the Biafran War, civil war between the federal Nigeria and Biafra. The Western countries, France and the United States and Britain, they were selling the Nigerian government fighter planes and selling Biafra the same thing. So what they will do, they sell the federal government 30 fighter planes, then they go to the Biafrans and say, look, they just bought 30 fighter planes, you should buy a little more, and they send them 40. And this is what they do. But it was in their interest to see the breakup of Nigeria.
Correct. I have to say that because Chalmers Johnson presented in Brazil, Lula da Silva, before he came in, that government before Lula came in 2008 had planned in a contract to buy weapons from the United States. When Lula came in 2008, he says, no, we're going to use that money to upgrade and to plow into our people, into education, into healthcare. And the U.S. never liked him for that because they were expecting in that contract before the administration before to have them buy weapons, which they never needed. And this is what is happening even in the Caribbean. People don't know that, we have secret arrangements with the United States to support us with weapons, even in IMF agreements. And we don't know that. We just think that IMF agreement has to do with the economy. Go ahead, Mr.
Now that you're not going to that trajectory, you're right. It's interesting now. France and the US, they want to sell us this and that and all of that. But look at what happened recently.
Yes.
The Gulf states, Qatar and the UAE,
Iran,
and Kuwait and those countries, they spend billions of dollars purchasing weapons from the Americans.
Correct.
And they couldn't defend them.
Correct.
They're more concerned with defending Israel. So what is that all about? Yeah. They can't. They cannot.
But look at Trinidad. Look at Trinidad too. Yes. Look at Trinidad. Yes.
So it's not really to defend us. The point, this shield of the Americas that they brought a number of countries into, the shield of the Americas, the Trump. It is really like, you remember when the US invaded, before they invaded Grenada, they brought on Jamaican soldiers and some from Dominican police to participate, to make it look like, okay, it's not just US. Look, we have some running dogs with us. Yes, as Mausi Kong would say, they're with us, Even they don't agree. So this shield of the Americas, it's about reinforcing American domination over the region. And these misleaders, as we call them, these plantation overseers, don't seem to get the point. Now,
and I can tell Mrs. Kamala Persons-Bissessor that she's going to cry. Mr. Siaga of Jamaica, who behaved like he was a bad man, right?
Guyana's crying.
And I saw him, Mr. Perreira, at one of the universities in Jamaica just before he died, cry. When he gave the history and he saw that he was used, I'm sure he knew that he was used and spat up. And when he relayed the history to Jamaicans, he cried. He just broke down in tears because he knew. So Miss Kamala Persons-Bissessor might think she's doing the right thing, but eventually she's going to realize that she is playing with the wrong person.
That's right. My brother, I think Cabral and Walter Rodney always pointed this out, that history is a weapon. It's a weapon for the oppressed. And we have to understand, if we do not understand the past, if we do not understand our history, then we are in trouble. We keep making. And when you look at people like Kamala Bissessor, they definitely don't know the history, or if they have any knowledge of it, they're happy to prostrate themselves before the empire. How can you trust those people? Now Guyana is crying in a kind of way. They're going to cry more because Delcy Rodriguez just visited
Guyana?
Grenada.
No, Grenada, right.
Yes, to tie up a deal and so on. She was wearing a button with the map of Venezuela showing Guyana.
Yes.
So Guyana is objecting, asking Grenada, what's happening? You're entertaining this lady, but the lady seemed to have made her peace with Trump. Right?
Yes, he has.
Okay. So Trump now is not interested in. So Guyana is left in the cold because Guyana believed that the Americans are here to protect us against Venezuela. Good.
But did they believe that? Did they believe that?
They honestly believe that. They believe that Guyana, that the U.S. will protect them. But now,
Right.
if the U.S. is going to protect you, you're so sure of the U.S. Ability, that the U.S. are on board with you, then why are you concerned about Delcy Rodriguez's visit to Grenada? That should be insignificant because you have America as your back. But now they're smelling something that is not right. And we said this before, they're on the wrong side of history. And what is coming out now, we've seen an editorial in one of the pro-government papers, is that, you see, they don't know their history. If the Americans, Trump is not interested really in the territorial issue between Guyana and Venezuela. The Americans have always used that for their own ends, their own benefit.
As a pretext.
But,
as a pretext.
and I am predicting this. If Trump survives and Venezuela turns to the United States and said, can we have some settlement of this thing? And Trump being who he is, he'll transaction. He said, okay, let's have a settlement. We can divide Essequibo between Guyana and Trinidad. And Guyana and Venezuela. Then what are the Guyanese people going? What are we going to say? What are they going to say? What are they going to say? Because it is possible. And we seem to be heading in that direction. And you know, Hugo Chavez visited Guyana years ago and he said, look, let's put this territorial thing on the back burner. We inherited. It was there for a long time. Right? Let's put it aside and see how we can work together. That's our position because we cannot change the dynamic. Venezuela and Guyana, you can't move Guyana, put it somewhere else, or put Guyana, Venezuela, something else.
But it's not to be resolved. Yeah, it's not to be resolved because the U.S. can always use the division as a way to control. And so they will never solve that problem.
Exactly. Yes. That is what they've done for years.
Correct.
But they don't seem to understand this. They just can't get it right.
Yes. Stephen Knight is asking, isn't it too late? We are already at war. What is this nonsense? The American Congress must act. They are allowing him to do that or what? Yeah. Is it too late? Because is it too late now to stop the war? The war, I think, is unavoidable, is inevitable. One of the things I would like to ask to Mr. Perreira.
I am not for war. I hope, because at the end of the day, I believe, you know, getting back to what you pointed out about those who make money from war. There have been countries who have always argued, I believe, let different social systems compete, and then in an environment of peaceful coexistence, not war. And then we will see which social system will emerge, you know, as superior, better. Unfortunately, the Western countries do not give countries who seek an alternative path of development that luxury. They don't. They do not. Right? I mean, you look at the Sahel countries, what Ibrahim Traore is doing in Burkina Faso, what Abdurrahman in Niger is doing, and in Mali. They don't not give these people, the leaders, a chance. They put pressure on you. You know?
Right.
And those countries, when you pursue that path, right, you cannot take the millions that can go to healthcare and education and agriculture and housing and improving people's well-being. You have to take that money and buy weapons.
Right. So the point is the wars are inevitable, as Stephen Knight is saying. They're inevitable. We're not going to have ceasefire because they want war.
Because that is what the West does. The West.
Correct. That's what we're saying. So the war on Iran is inevitable. I think that is the agenda, to have war. Now, my question to you, however, was why is Iran in negotiation with these people? Because already they've killed their supreme spiritual leader, right? So if they killed my supreme spiritual leader, I've seen where Trump, even before that, had bombed them, even though he said he was in peace talks with them. What is there to negotiate? What are there?
Well, I I think if you really look at what's going on, I think the Iranians are quite clever in the way they operate. I think they've the way the positions they've taken. Remember, Iran came up with 10 points, a number of points, right? Including Israel must stop bombing Lebanon and so on. Certain things are non-negotiable. So Iran is showing, look, it's not like we just carrying on. We want war for war's sake. If we're in a war, we're going to fight. The U.S. is the United States that send a message out to Pakistan and so for them to have talks. So the Iranians say, okay, we'll have these talks. But the Iranians were under no illusion. They know, because they know that these people, while you're having talks, they have other plans. So
there's nothing to negotiate there.
Yeah.
And then
so no one can say that Iran, no one can say that Iran didn't go to the talks. So Iran was there, but as Iran said, the U.S. doesn't. The U.S. is not out for diplomacy and resolving this thing. The U.S. the whole at the talks. The U.S. were issuing threats, and Iran said we will not be bullied or threatened. And if you got to go back to war, we'll go back. So as much as the U.S. might use it to regroup and do certain things, the Iranians certainly have used the time to do certain things.
In other words, they are following international law while the United States is violating all the principles of international law.
Exactly.
Very well said. Correct. I think that is well said. I think that's a very poignant point you're raising here.
Yes. So we know who's the warmonger. We know
absolutely the warmonger is en masse.
Yeah.
We always fabricate a boogeyman, as we just said. Absolutely. That is what they. Good afternoon, Sir Lion Champion. It is the Elaine Focus Show. Who is that Elaine Focus Show? I don't know who that person is. It is in French. Oh, it's in French show, or it's a French show. Use YouTube captions for English subtitles. I'm not sure what that is. We must discuss the topic with an English-speaking audience, but that's what we're doing here. Are we discussing with a French-speaking? Exactly, or maybe he's saying that we should watch this movie or documentary, I don't know what it is, and then discuss it with an English-speaking audience. I think I'm understanding now. Caribbean states have, for the most part, achieved independence via the pen, as opposed to shedding the blood of their enemies. As a result, we are not respected. Could you address that, Mr. Perreira?
Well, there is a Walter Rodney used the term, he said the independence, we got this briefcase independence. And we like to refer to it as flag and anthem independence. Independence, formal, no substance. And what we have is not, it's not real independence.
It's not.
It's not because our economies, we don't have control of the economies. The masses don't really have a say. It's just,
even our constitutions are not real.
Our constitutions, and you only have to listen. I don't know if it happens in where you are, but in Guyana, ever so often you'll hear the U.S. ambassador speaking, the Canadian High Commission, the British High Commission, the UA, and if you listen to the way these diplomats speak, you'd believe that Guyana is a colony, right? And the thing is, nobody, their main opposition, the established parliamentary opposition, and them, they say nothing. But
that's
one Chinese diplomat,
yesterday,
the embassy in Guyana, I think 2 years ago or so, 3, he said innocently that, Guyana and Venezuela are neighbors and they should find some way to, resolve your issues and so without. Oh, and he was taken to task.
The ambassador.
Because, the deputy. Because it's easy to hit at the Chinese because these politicians don't have their bank accounts in China. The children don't study in China. They have bank accounts in the Western countries. They have their visas and all that. Yes, so they tiptoe around the Western diplomats. They don't want to offend them.
You're right.
So they don't want to offend them. And you can see this sort of,
worshipful sort of.
Yes. Yeah. I actually, I'm telling you, they're actually, I use the word scared. they're scared of these people.
Because they will
shiver
kill.
their boots.
As you said, they will kill.
Yeah.
They will kill.
I will, for your audience, just a practical example of something. In the 2015 general elections and general and regional elections in Guyana, the leaders of the various political organizations, we had to attend a meeting, a gathering there to sign, right? That the elections, we all commit to a campaign that will be free of violence and all of that. Good. And we were there, and there was this major figure in our opposition party that once held power. And I knew him for years. We go back a long time. So I said, hi, hello to him, and I moved. He didn't even see me. He was tumbling over the chairs to go and shake the U.S. ambassador's hand. Literally tumbling over the chairs, yeah. And this guy is the representative of a so-called Pan-African organization.
Sad. It is sad. It is sad.
It is sad, my brother. It is sad. He actually tumbled over chairs to go and
shake. Yeah.
He had to shake the hands.
Yeah. When I see them, I want to walk away from them because I know their potential and I know what they represent. I mean, if you have to talk to them, you shake their hand and say, how are you? Good afternoon. And, you respect them for their title. But the fact of the matter is, why am I running after these people when you know that they don't even control themselves? They're not even control of themselves.
This is the type. I like the term that one of your viewers used the last time. The Negropian.
Yeah,
I love that term. We used to call the Afro-Saxons and so, but I like that.
Right. Red Rose is saying that Trump extends ceasefire until Iran submits unified proposal. What would you say about that? Let me go back.
I mean, I don't.
That's what he said. That's what.
Yeah, well, he's going to keep extend again. Well, Iran is firm on its position. Iran is not going to back down, because I'll tell you something, brothers. I saw a post by Dr. Musa Ibrahim, who was the Minister of Information up to 2011 when Libya, when they launched the attack on Libya and the overthrow of the Libyan Jamahiri and the killing of Brother Gaddafi. And Musa Ibrahim has said he urged the Iranian people not to do what happened, to make the mistake of what happened to Libya, to fight on. And we have to. I believe that this is the time. I'm not here. I don't want to. Your position you're in, I'm not going to tell you if I'm now fighting that you must fight. Good, because it's not like the bombs are not dropping on me.
Right.
But I know this, and I will tell you to the audience here and those who know me. Had I been, because I resided in Libya, had I been in Libya at the time of that assault on Libya, I would not have been on any plane leaving Libya. I would have joined with the loyalist forces and fight, because that's me. I'm not a person to talk and then, when you're looking for Mr. Perreira, he's the big revolutionary, and then he flee. Not me.
Correct.
I would have held my ground. I would have either been killed or captured. Right? But no way, I as a revolutionary who speak out against imperialism and had training would say, no, I'm getting out. Not this one. So my position is, and I'm proud to say it, and God knows it, had I been there, I would have been on the front line with the loyalist forces fighting. Good.
Right.
So I'm not going to sit here now and say, the Iranian people must fight down. But I do know that you cannot make concessions to the enemy, because as Minister Farrakhan said, do not appeal to the beast to reason. The beast has no ability to reason.
Yes. And another thing I want to say to our viewers is, Mr. Perreira, is that I don't know, and we don't know the full. We can only read what we see in the media and what we see in these, whether independent media or mainstream media or books that we've read, but we don't know the behind the scenes negotiations, why they're warring. So we also have to be careful, because I tried not to side with any of them. I tried to side with the law. And as Mr. Perreira was saying, that based on what we are seeing, the evidence that we have, that we know, we're not aware that Iran wanted to fight the United States. It seems more that the United States has more of a reason to fight Iran because it wants to take over its resources, wants to control the world. Right? So that is what we're seeing. But I would say that we need to also be careful and be mindful that sometimes behind the scenes, as we learn from history, these powers are working against us, pretend as if they're fighting, and that's what we're seeing. And then we end up being distracted and not knowing who the real enemy is.
Well,
and that is what we have to be careful, because history is replete with that. History is, in 2020, we're seeing now that these people were on the same side and they were not really warring as it was. Well, they were warring, but not in the way that we thought that we're warring. Go ahead,
before I get to that, I agree with that comment. This is the type of the war that the U.S. isn't built to win. I agree with that.
Yes.
I've noticed that the United States, Trump came out saying that the Chinese have been assisting the Iranians. So I think the Chinese understand this. This war against Iran is not just aimed at Iran. This is also about China. This is an economic war too. This is the economic war. Because, Trump is about taking the Donroe Doctrine is about control of the world, not just beyond.
He said it was control of the Western Hemisphere, and now he's expanding it to the world, right? So
into
he's
the world.
deceitful.
That's right.
Yeah.
So this is Trump could talk what he wants about President Xi Jinping and all of that, and he said, Trump, this is to go after China. And if Iran collapses, you could see what will happen to that entire area. But that is not going to happen because there are other forces that are there that will enter this battle. I think if the U.S. resumes its bombing campaign with Israel, I think it's going to get worse for the United States. Because have you noticed that the Houthis have not entered the battle as yet? I don't think I think that this is well coordinated. I think the time will come when the Houthis will enter, because the Houthis there's another waterway that the Houthis can choke. And if the Houthis resume attack on Saudi Arabia, because when the Houthis hit the Aramco, the oil refinery in Saudi Arabia, the Saudis went to the Iranians asking for an end to it. They went to the Iranians, and the Houthis pulled back, because the man who helped negotiated that and who helped to bring a lot of peace in that area was General Qasem Soleimani. And what Trump did, he droned him, he killed him. You just sent the plane in and you killed one of the minds, the military minds, who contributed tremendously to the defeat of.
And I understand he was ordered by the Democrats to do that, because they told him that if he did not do that, they would impeach him. They would have gotten him convicted of the impeachment. So do you see how the Democrats and the Republicans are very conniving? Because at one point they're saying that he needs to be impeached, because which rightly so he should have. However, behind the scenes, as Dr. Umar Johnson was suggesting, they were not going to do that, because if they were to have done that, it would have exposed all of them, and they don't want that to happen. And that is the point that we need. But you said something, Mr. Perreira, that I want to piggyback on. The same way that the Iranians are presenting a case that they are negotiating and they want the world to see that they're not warmongers, the U.S. is doing that too. How are they doing that? Because they could have just continued with the bombing, but they are pretending as if they are in negotiations for the American people to be able to say, you know what happened? They don't want to negotiate with us. We're going to have to go to war, give us more money, and the military-industrial complex is fed billions of more dollars, and that is what the agenda is. It's not necessarily, as you're saying, to negotiate on both sides. Iran more justifiably so. The United States is pretending as if they want to negotiate, which they don't, right? And then they can now justify to Congress that they need more money to fill the war coffers.
That's right. I agree. you know, the, you know, I guess, and a lot of people say that, analysts, political activists, so let's deal with the naked face of fascism than the friendly fascism of the Democrats.
Yes.
Because look at some of the things they did. I mean, they under Biden did tighten the nose around Cuba. He did, you know, and I think, you know, what people don't seem to understand is that you have these two political parties, but both of them are expressions of a particular class.
Yes.
You know, both are expressions of a particular class, and that particular class might differ. They might have their differences on national issues, on the issue of abortion, and healthcare, and housing, and other things, and social security, and so that inside. But when it comes to us, and by extension the rest, they take unified positions, and it is not so much as one is actually opposed to the other. It's about the strategy and tactics in how you manage the empire.
Absolutely.
That is what it is about. Because, as you said, the system is not up for discussion. The system is a given.
It is.
The system is a given. And that's why parties outside of that duopoly, like the Communist Party of the United States, all those different communist formations, the Socialist Party, they don't have, they actually took
no
the Party of Socialism and Liberation. Yeah, they went to court to make sure that they did not get on the ballot in certain states.
Correct.
Yeah, the Green Party and all that. This is what they do. They don't allow, and even if they do allow for some sort of third parties, it is within that
sort of breaking up here. Yeah, can you?
That is what happens.
We're hearing you now.
It's not about the individual. It's about the system. It's about the system. And when Barack Obama was elected president, there were many. We were saying that, okay, there's a black face in the White House, but the White House will remain white. We're not talking about the paint now on the building. White. Because...
Or the class still remains there, because remember now that let's be clear on that white Americans were Obama's probably most supportive, apart from blacks. What do you call it now? Liberal whites, that is, not the conservative whites. The liberal whites and progressive was so-called progressive whites were the bedrock of his victory, apart from blacks, right? So the fact of the matter is that, and he didn't do anything for them, and that's why they turned to Trump. Right? They turned to Trump because they thought he was progressive like them. And when they realized that he wasn't progressive. So this is more also of a class warfare. Of course, it will have racial ramifications, but it is class. Yeah.
Liberal whites vote for their pockets.
Correct.
That's what they do.
Correct.
Because when it comes to certain issues, especially issues that confront the global South, they take positions that are as reactionary as a lot of the
conservatives.
The conservatives. You know, you have that, and I think the liberal ideology in itself, liberalism, is is very dangerous.
It is.
It is.
And there's people are finding out now, Mr. Perreira, and I think long time the analysts have been saying that there has not really been any progressive element in the United States. I think the only time we had progressive in the United States was during the Reconstruction, and they ensured that movement was totally decimated. And look at how look at how they're clever. The Democratic Party was the party of slavery, right?
Yes,
And while
that's
the
right.
Republican was the progressive, what you call progressive in that time, right? They broke up the whole, divided the South and the North and so on. And then now, years afterwards, they have the Democratic Party pretending as if they were now the new progressives. And that is how they play the game. And then we join hands with them, but they're not different. No difference between the Republicans, and they're not progressive. The only time, as you know, Mr. Perreira, that they had what seemed to have been progressive elements, and they killed it, was Martin Luther King, and the time when the first communist guy was going up for the presidency in 1927. That he was, is it?
That was Eugene Debs, the
Right,
Socialist
Eugene
Party.
Debs. Correct.
Yeah.
That was the time. That's the only time that they had progressive elements in the United States.
That's right.
But
That's right.
since that time, they have not been. And they killed our black people in the 70s. Our black people are the most progressive in America. Black people have been the most progressive, and that's why they always suppress us.
I cannot disagree with you. You're right. You're right. Because you know that. Yeah, you talk about, you heard about the New Deal Democrats.
Yes. Yes.
During the New Deal period, when
FDR
pulled the US up and created all these state institutions, parts. But the New Deal and a lot of the success of the New Deal pulled whites up. A lot of
that's what it did.
blacks
That's
were
what
still
it
in
did.
the margins. Yes, it did. And and as you rightfully, and Eugene Debs, who was a socialist, one of the problems that, if you look at some of the African American scholars, left-wing scholars, socialists, have pointed out that Eugene Debs saw the struggle of black people, Africans in the United States, as secondary to the class struggle. He didn't focus on the issue of race, and they took positions that were, like race was they were blind to the actual suffering of white people, of black people, based on racism, and so that this was a reality. But
that's what they're still doing. That's what they're still doing to this day, Mr. Perreira. They use the race card to hide the economic divides, right? And realities that we definitely, because when you look at it right now, look at Black Americans, for example, we are so divided too. The fact is, because of the class divide too, some Black Americans don't see the ones who have left behind at their level. And that is a problem of today with Black people. In yesteryear, you had just a few Blacks who were, progressive. Now you have a lot more economically progressive. So the ones who are economically progressive, they separate from the class that is left behind, that is not a part of their class, and they side more with the white race.
But we see that's a legacy of the plant. That's part of the plantation. We see it is still here with us.
Yeah,
the plantation. Because it was, we have it here. When you look at countries across the Caribbean,
the same thing.
Yes, we have it, and the thing is, I have always pointed out that when you look at the condition of the masses, the African masses across the Caribbean and all the Caribbean countries, we're not doing good. We don't do well in terms of the economy. We're in the margin. The economy, as we pointed out on your program, we have Black Prime Minister, Black Foreign Minister, Minister, all of these. But the economy is not controlled by people, by Africans. We don't have that thing. And we constitute the laboring class, the majority of us, the laboring class. And those who constitute the intelligentsia, those who make, because of their position in the state apparatus, they work as in the bureaucracy, who function,
they do.
Whether permanent secretaries or managers for things, who are educated in terms of that tertiary training and so. They get their kickbacks in one where they benefit from things, but it's the same plantation arrangement. We haven't that social relations, so the production
hasn't changed.
Hasn't changed. It hasn't changed. And that's why we refer to it as a neo-plantation. And it brings us back to what was said earlier about independence and the comment that came on your a few minutes ago on independence, because we have not carried out this process of decolonizing and dismantling the plantation. We have not. Some leaders attempted it and it was reversed, but we have to destroy this plantation system. Our education system reinforces it. The education system reinforces it.
It does. Somebody,
and there's
Brian
certain
Champion,
classes that reinforce it. You know,
yes.
I'll show you. We have some elites, black elites, who would talk Pan-Africanism with us, with me and you. But then if you see the way they treat the average African in the street worker, it's like very condescending. Yes.
PJ Patterson of Jamaica is a prime one, right? Brilliant guy, but he was the one who really destroyed the Jamaican economy, domestic economy, right? Yet he said that he was the first fully black prime minister that Jamaica had in the 1990s, right? And he destroyed the economy, the black economy, the black entrepreneurs, all of that was totally decimated under his leadership. So we must understand that these people are not for us because they look like us and they talk like us. They're not like.
Exactly. I mean, I could understand. Okay, you have Holness, the prime minister in Jamaica. So not that I'm not surprised. So you could understand that because when Walter Rodney was banned from Jamaica, it was under the GLP.
On a share, a black man.
Who was the leader of the GLP. But then I was invited to Jamaica to speak at the anniversary of the Milliman March in Jamaica by Minister Farrakhan.
Yes.
And I was prevented from arriving in Jamaica after I landed in Antigua. I was turned back. Because and that was under Portia Simpson, the PNP.
Yes, a black woman. A so-called progressive, woman.
So this is a party that this is meant to be Michael Manley's party.
Right. For the laborers, for poor people,
so,
right? For poor people.
Whether they're PNP, GLP, Mandy and them, the day's gone. These people have lost their ideological beards. They don't know.
You disbelieved me when I told you I met a Chinese man from Africa. I think he's from Tanzania, right? He was born there, the Chinese descent. And he was telling me about Michael Mann used to come to Tanzania, to the University of Tanzania, and he said he would come and make conferences.
That's true.
And he said one day when he was asked sometime in the 1970s about Walter Rodney and what had happened to him in Jamaica, Manley said because he was disruptive. That's what he said. That Manley told that the reason why Jamaica had to not allow Walter Rodney back in was because he was a disruptive character. That was coming from Mike. Well, of course, that's what he says. I don't know how true that was, but I'm saying that when you look at what Manley did in 1989, it sounds believable to me that they protect their own class. They pretend, and don't get me wrong, he was a good man, and we all are, as you're saying, flawed creatures, and sometimes we also repeat what we hear. And because Manley at the time was not necessarily, he was in public government, but not still a young politician, a young budding politician coming up. Maybe he did not know the issues at play. I don't know, but he said to the guy.
I think maybe it's the way. Maybe I don't think when Manley said that Walter was disruptive, he meant in that way. I think he was trying to say, well, look, he created problems. For them and so but well I guess the same thing happened in Guyana.
Right. And with Stokely Carmichael, as you said, with that's the thing. Well,
Stokely Carmichael was only allowed to land in Cuba and Grenada and Guyana.
Right.
Yeah.
He
was back in the home country, Trinidad.
Right. Somebody say Lion is saying, no, please, it is the West that is the enemy. So I guess he's saying not the East. Could you respond to that, Mr. Perreira?
Well, when we say the West, we include the United States in here, in the West.
And Europe.
Europe, West.
Yes.
We're talking about the countries who invaded the lands in this part of the world, in the so-called Americas,
Yes.
who went into Africa, who committed colonial genocide, invasion. Jan Carew wrote an excellent book called Christopher Columbus and the Rape of Paradise. Less than roughly after 50 years of Columbus' arrival, how many millions of indigenous people were wiped out? You know, look at the amount of Africans who lost their lives on the so-called Atlantic.
What Lion is saying, though, I know Lion. Lion is really saying he likes to. I like his argument. I love Lion because Lion really, puts debate to me and say, no, I don't agree with what you're saying. So he is saying his impression is that China right now, not the history, but China, Russia, Iran, and all of those that are not a part of the Western Bloc are not our enemies. He's saying to me that Europe and America, the West, are primarily our enemies. Could you address that? That's what I think he's alluding to.
Yeah, I agree with that, because that is what those are the people who we've been confronting for centuries.
Yes,
that is reality. I mean, look at who denied when the people of Haiti fought for their independence. And every major European power whose army attacked the Haitian Revolution, they were defeated. They even brought Polish mercenaries to fight, and they were beaten. And the revolutionaries in Haiti said, anyone who escaped from any part of the world, if you come, and they even opened it up to whites who were fleeing persecution. If you land in Haiti, you were free. Right? And the United States, the very United States who fought for their own independence, they never recognized the Haitian people, Haitian independence.
Even though they sold to them what?
That's right.
Remember? Okay. That is what we have to understand, that the Americans sold to the Haitian people. Of course, it was under France, but the Haitian, it's not also France, to the Haitian people, to, what's his name? To the Louverture arms. But it did not mean that he respected him and he wanted to see Louverture and his people free. They were just doing business. After they now gained their independence, the United States alienated the country. And that's what I'm saying to us, that we have to be careful of saying who our friends are, because they might not be our friends. They might sell us arms, but it doesn't mean, therefore, that they want to live cohesively with us. That is my thing. That is my point. Go ahead, Mr. Perreira.
I agree. I think at the end of the day, as a Pan-Africanist, I want to see a unified Africa.
Right.
And under, as we say, what Nkrumah fought for, Gaddafi, a unified socialist Africa. That's the only way forward for Africa. That's the only way forward. Now,
correct. And Marcus Garvey was preaching that. Marcus Garvey was preaching that. Yeah, go ahead, Mr.
Marcus Garvey. You've noticed that we've just missed something that have gone, and people.
Oh yes, go ahead.
What happened to Julius Malema?
Oh, go ahead.
In South Africa.
Yes.
He was just sentenced to 5 years imprisonment for firing off a gun. Something isn't right there.
Yes.
Something is not right there.
Yes.
And I think that there are forces at work to get put Malema away before the elections. Before the next, because the EFF, I believe that is not too long from now, I think it's possible to see an EFF victory. Because the ANC, if you follow what is going on, ever since after Mandela retired and Mandela died, every elections, the ANC vote, their majority keep decreasing. It's decreasing. And the Western countries are backing a party called the Democratic, the Democratic Alliance? Democratic Alternative. It's Boers, the old Boers, and some of them reconstituted. Instead of the old National Party of South Africa, you have this whites. But they're also clever deceivers. The whites now are pushing more of the black conservatives, the black reactionaries to the front. And they're behind, instead of seeing the white faces up front. That's what they're doing. And of course, Malema calls a spade because the economic freedom fighters, what Malema said, look, we got political independence, but our economy is still in the hands of white monopoly capital.
Yes.
What is called Black economic empowerment, has not empowered the Black masses. It has empowered a Black bourgeoisie.
Right.
Right.
Yes.
And you have people like Cyril Ramaphosa, who was once a militant trade unionist. He's a very wealthy man.
Mm-hmm.
He's very wealthy.
Mm-hmm.
People like Titus Siwali,
Mm-hmm.
who was once married to a white woman. I'm not knocking that. He is very wealthy. So there's some former ANC people and people who were in the ANC who are now constitute that part of that Black bourgeoisie. And they're happy to act as that comprador class, or so they have become obstacles. They are obstacles, just like white monopoly capital. They're the obstacles to the advancement of that struggle, going forward to achieve total liberation, economic liberation. So as much you have the Black government, but it's still an apartheid economy.
It is.
It is. And
what we downs? What we downs? Yes. What we downs in the Caribbean is the same thing in Africa.
Exactly.
Right? The same colonialism that is there. Europe continues to control Africa as they control us. Right?
Yes.
So we have to understand that. Go ahead, Mr. Perreira.
Yeah, you're right. And the thing is, we can keep going every 5 years, 4 or 5 years to the polls to change these parties. And all we're doing is really exchanging the managers of that system that you pointed out, that you can change the personalities about. But that system, few are committed to transforming it. Radical social transformation. Radical social. And I'm using radical because people tend to misinterpret or misrepresent that concept. Radical here doesn't mean extremist or so. It's radical. I'm using it in the context of coming from the Latin word radix, meaning root.
Right.
We have to get, the concept of radical democracy, or what people call grassroots democracy.
Yes.
Let us devolve power to the least common denominator where possible. Let people have a say or input into the decisions that impact their lives.
Right.
When people are given a space, when a space is created for people to participate in the decision-making process, people will become responsible. But if they are
I go on to say, Mr. Perreira, that their representatives from the working class should be allowed to sit in parliament. Is that revolutionary? Because during the Reconstruction era in the United States, some of the former slaves were congressmen and Congress, because they understood. They understood, having come from that, class, what their people needed. A lot of these people in Parliament and Congress in the United States don't understand. Well, they have forgotten. Some of them do understand, but they have forgotten because, by virtue of time that they've been in, rubbing shoulders with the elites, so they forget what hunger means or what poverty is and all of that stuff. So we need representatives from that social class and economic class to sit in Parliament. Before you go on, Mr. Perreira, I just want to say also to Lion and all of you here, I am not pro the West, I'm not pro the East, I'm not pro anybody. I don't want us, however, to think that everything Western is bad or everything Eastern is bad. We as African peoples, and I think that what Marcus Garvey was essentially saying, use the best of every system so that we can better ourselves. We live in the West, we have grown up in the West, we have contributed to Western culture and Western civilization. Whether we look at the Derek Walcotts, the Walter Rodneys, and these people, they have contributed to Western cultures, right? W.E. Du Bois. So let us not just throw away everything, but it's use what is good, decent, morally upright, and throw away, as Mr. Perreira and I are doing, critiquing what is happening in the Western society, their love for wars, denounce these things, while we stand up for that, because we have, not they, we have created, because when you look at what is happening in the United States too, think about the Constitution. That Constitution didn't mean anything until during the Reconstruction era, when blacks were fighting for freedom and for economic inclusion. So it is the result of black struggles that many Americans, including white Americans, Latinos, Asians, are having and prospering there, not because of whites, because of black people. So we have formed, and integral to the Western construct, because this is our home, whether we like it or not. But we do have, as we were saying, we do have our ancestral home, which is in Africa, and nothing is wrong with defending where our ancestors came from. And that is my take on the whole.
I agree with you that we can look at what is beneficial, what is good for us if we look both east and west.
Yes.
But I believe before we do so, we need to consciously relocate and revisit our culture, our civilization, which is African, and draw from that. In other words, that Afrocentric perspective. And from that position, we will be able to determine what is good for us and what is not good for us. Because if I'm not going to, from a European perspective, Western perspective, look and say, well, we don't want this or we don't want that. I'm going to do that, which I do from an African perspective. Because take, for example, the concept of democracy, which is the term is highly contested. Yes. I do not believe, and I do not believe that democracy is a Western or was a Western invention. I do not believe that. Yeah. I do not believe it is something fixed. It is static. It is something that is a one size fits all that can be imposed on other people without taking their historical condition, their circumstances, the culture into account. I do not believe that. I believe that there was a democratic, that they've always been a democratic tradition in African societies. You have the Palava system, the Kebele system, the Ubuntu system in Nigeria.
I'm hearing. Sorry about that, Mr. Perreira. Are you hearing me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So even the great CLR James, when James speaks about democracy, his point of departure, he starts off with the city-state of Athens, with Greece. Now, there has been a democratic tradition long before that. And
there is something.
I believe.
Sorry, am I doing something? Oh, sorry, I have something on.
I'm hearing you.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I do not believe that democracy is a Western invention. It existed in Africa. Africa had forms of democracy. Yes, it did. So, and that's why this so-called democracy that the West imposed on us, this parliamentary democracy that the Marxists call the democracy of capital, bourgeois democracy, they brought with it political parties. And when they colonized Africa, we ended up with all these political parties. But you know what? The early founding fathers at the time, the Organization for African Unity and so, Kwame Nkrumah, Ahmed Sékou Touré, Modibo Keïta Mali, Marian Ngwabi in Congo, not Kinshasa, Brazzaville, the other Congo. They were building one party state. Maybe they could have used the word union instead of party, but anyhow, they were building their idea was to build a mass party that will incorporate all sectors of the society, the farmers, teachers, everybody, rather than have this multi-party thing with parties competing against each other and all of that, right? Because they realized that if multi-partyism is allowed to exist and they push it and the West deliberately do it, people are going to form parties that will create parties based on tribal basis and allegiance. So this is what has happened. Good? And it doesn't work. It doesn't work. And that is why I've noticed today the president of Guinea-Conakry, Guinea-Conakry? He stood at the UN forum and said this party type, this Western part thing with parties and all that, it doesn't work for Africa. He wants to abolish them. And other African leaders are saying the same thing. If you go back to that period with some of the African leaders I just mentioned earlier, Africa had stability. It had stability. The only time it was unstable was when the Western powers orchestrated coups to remove African leaders. They killed, they poisoned Marianne and Gouabi, the French. They Nkrumah was removed in a coup. The French attempted an invasion of Guinea. They didn't succeed. And the third African, they killed Lumumba. You know, so what I'm saying is,
but Mr. Perreira,
if we're going to, there are things from the West, from the East that we can learn from, and the West.
Right.
But I am saying that we must do so from our own, look at it from our culture and our history.
Yeah, but we have to acknowledge that what they did, and they did it very well, which is not good for us, is that they have eradicated from us the memory. We don't have any memory of what Africa used to be. We just don't have that memory. Even it seems from the very people who live on the continent, they seem, while they have their cultural to some extent intact, but they've also been influenced by the Western world because
colonialism. That's right. That's right.
So even in Africa, in Africa, my point is that just like the Jews, I'm not pro the Jews either, but I can say that if any people have been, exiled to many countries in which they have to adapt. So we need to also learn to adapt where we are, make the best. It's hard, don't get me wrong, of what there is, and that's what the slaves were doing. Can you imagine after the Civil War and the very short window of time in which the slaves moved from illiteracy, not being able to read and write, to becoming congressmen and lawyers and doctors in a short time? In a short time, these people were hungry for progress. I find us now that our people are just looking to Africa just with their hands closed, like Africa is going to bring them redemption. It's not going to happen that way.
No.
We still have to fight, just like the Jews have fought other people. But I think because we have been beaten down over the years, I think people are tired now. And they are looking to, just like religion, like some empty religion, they're sitting down and waiting on somebody on Africa, some Pan-Africanist, to get up, or some president or prime minister to get and free them and take them back to Africa or bring Africa here, whatever they desire. It's not going to happen, and we have to learn that we live here and we have to use the tools that we have. Some of them are the best and under the best circumstances, but we just have to use them so we can. Because why are we lagging behind in some cases, even the Caribbean? Look at what we could have been, and we have allowed them, the Europeans and these people. One of the things that I must say, Mr. Perreira, we tend to imitate the worst of Western culture. That's what I want to say. We tend to imitate, even in the Caribbean, the worst of Western culture, even American culture, when we can, try to emulate that which is good, powerful. But look at our music industry, for example. Gone are the days when we sang songs that would enlighten us, inspire us to do good things. Right now, all we're thinking about are women and what we're doing to our women, and terrible things that we're doing to destroy ourselves. We are also self-destructive. Go ahead, Mr.
Now that's why we talk about the cultural revolution.
Yes,
it's important, and also the spiritual revolution. Now,
right.
Before I get back to about the music,
yes,
that form of Christianity that came with colonization,
yes,
came with the sword. The cross came with the sword, as Fidel Castro said. You cannot implement the cross with the sword. Good. It came to those people who brought the cross with the sword. That type of religion is the religion that Marx observed in Europe and referred to as the opium of the people. The dope for the people, right?
Yes.
So that type of religion, there are two types. There is a type there is no social inaction. In other words, just put up with your suffering, and then there is redemption. Your sins and suffering will be taken care of. You've already been saved in Christ. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not knocking the Christian faith on that, but that is not the reading of the gospel, the liberatory, because that is not how Deacon Bokel read it, the gospel. That is not how Nat Turner read it. Deacon Nat Turner read it. You know, and the liberation.
That's not how the slaves read it too. They were busy also singing spirituals and burning down plantations. Right? Saying that Moses that is going to come and liberate us, and they were burning down the plantations and being revolutionary.
That's right.
So that is not what they have. You know, that's not the cross and sword that they.
And that is why you take your hat off to Martin Luther King and the Southern Christian Leadership Conference in the struggles that they led.
That was coming out of the slave culture.
That's right.
They understood the Southern slave culture.
Right.
That was what was.
That's right.
But now we have moved away from that now, you know, and we are now aligned with the hip hop and the dancehall and the soca sort of, you know, culture, and that is destroying us. At the same time, we say it's the religion that is destroying us when our secular culture has destroyed us more.
Well, before I just want to say this, because we touch on Martin Luther King. You know, in our younger days, militant, we said, we saw it's like King is different to Malcolm X, and Malcolm X is different. And we say, Malcolm is a militant, nobody Dr. King, he's a Sophie.
Right.
No. As you evolve,
correct,
you go through struggle and consciousness raising. They complement each other. They complement each other.
They do.
Both were revolutionaries. Both were revolutionaries.
That is it.
When you read Dr. King, where do we go from here? Chaos and community. Dr. King criticized, he attacked militarism. He attacked capitalism. He showed that it was incompatible with the Christian message. Yes. So, and that's exactly when he started going after militarism and all of that. They killed him.
The war in Vietnam.
You're right. But you know what? We know that nothing is neutral in this society. The music is not value free. It's not neutral. It is ideologically. There are forces that drive. So you listen to a particular beat and genre and you enjoy it, but it's getting something there. You're picking up. You know,
in the unconscious.
You know, British West Indian areas, BWIA used to bring out a magazine called I think it's Caribbean Beat. You remember it? When it used to be at the back of the seat. You can pick it up and read, right? And I remember years ago there was some interview with the founder of Island Records. What is his name? From Jamaica, the white guy.
Was the black guy, the whatever black? Wasn't it something black? One. See, like Christopher. What's whatever black? He's a white guy, but his name is black.
There was a white guy
not black. Like Christopher Black.
His name is slipping me. But anyhow, it's a white guy.
I know it's a white guy, but I was his surname. Was his surname Black?
No.
Oh,
I can't. No. Okay. Anyhow, I'm reading this magazine, and it said in the interview that he said his secretary got a call. Got a call from the U.S. Embassy. The ambassador wanted to see him. So he said the ambassador of the U.S. Embassy wanted to see me in Jamaica. He went to Jamaica.
Right.
Is it Chris Atwell?
Yes, Chris something. Yeah, it's not
something
Atwell.
Like that.
Chris something.
Anyhow, yeah. And the ambassador said to him, "We don't like what you're doing." He said, "What are you talking about? You're promoting music that we consider subversive. We do not like it." You know what music? What he was talking to? His reference to Bob Marley.
I know. It
was reference to Bob Marley.
Yeah.
So if you listen to Marley, that level of consciousness, when you listen to Marley and third world.
And third world, yes, and
Yes.
those and Luciano also,
But
yeah,
before Luciano, you remember Born in
Garnet Hill
Spear,
and
the
Garnet,
one
yeah,
that
yes,
the one that sang this song, Christopher Columbus was a damn blasted liar. Was that is either
yeah.
Born in Spear or Uriah?
There's
One
so
of
many
the
of
two.
them that I don't.
Good, but that
Yeah.
you know, and Max Romeo, let the power fall on I. Let the
Yes,
wicked born in. That
yes,
revolutionary, that music that
yes,
emerged during the Black Power,
yes,
I think that
yes,
level of consciousness.
yes,
And then what
yes,
happened? What
yes.
happened? Then there was a counter-revolution
Correct. Of the slackness.
of the slackness, which was
Correct.
consciously promoted,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
Shabaranks and all this
Yes.
slackness,
And all the slackness. Mhm.
right?
Yes.
Music that attacked, treated women,
Yes.
the lyrics
Yes.
as though women
Yes.
are nothing,
Yes. Yes.
right? You know?
Because we don't recognize, Mr. Perreira, all the black people's power in the Western Hemisphere.
Correct.
It's cultural power, though.
Yeah, and
From
that
the
was
United
deliberately
States to
promoted.
Jamaica to Trinidad to Guyana, all we have this cultural superpower in our hands to change generations, and we're
Yes.
not doing that in a positive
Yes.
way. You know, we are being used. We're allowing them to use us to change generations in a negative way, and that is why I'm saying, Mr. Perreira, that we too have joined forces with the Western culture to destroy ourselves.
Well, of course.
We have
you know,
choice.
this
We
is
could have
what
said no.
leadership is about. If you are a leader of a country,
Mhm.
if you're a leader of a country and your party is in power or in
Mhm.
office, you have to, you just go in there when you manage it. Education for liberation. Education is the key, as they say,
Yes.
right? You have to, and I'm talking about when I speak about education here, I'm not talking about the formal education of going to institutions of high learning, passing exams and getting degrees. I'm talking about popular education.
Correct.
Morris Bishop, they created what was called the Center for Popular Education.
Yes.
Popular education is where you go out, not the people go to the university, bring the university to the people, bring the theater to the streets. It happened.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Give people must able to open up the debates and discuss the budget, demystify things. Education is not about mystification. That's what the Western education system does. Mystify you. Believe that these things, these issues are out of your reach. Leave it to the professionals. And is precisely because we leave it to the professionals that we are conned. Harvey Cox wrote a book called, the great Protestant theologian, wrote a book called On Not Leaving It to the Snake. And that's what we do. We leave it to the serpent who deceives us.
You know, I was just
that's what
saying
the politicians do.
Yes.
They deceive you.
Yes, yes.
They
I was
deceive
just
us.
saying to Land Champion here that I have no friends. They're not, you know who my friend is? Someone who is on the right side, who is doing that which is right. So if he comes from the West or from the East or from the South, you know, wherever he or she comes from, that's the side that I'll be on. But I'm not on anybody's side, not taking side with anyone. I just
but I agree with Lion. I agree with Lion.
Yes.
I'm not saying that's not my line. I agree, Lion. The West versus Russia and China is not the same. I do agree with that. And I've always put that deal with it historically. And I did point out that,
did you see a difference though with COVID?
Let me tell you something. The Russian, there's a Russian embassy in Guyana. Okay? And so is the embassy of the People's Republic of China. The Russian ambassador, you only remember that the Russians are here if they invite you to something or you pass them on the street, the vehicle. The Russians do not interfere in our national or domestic affairs. They say nothing.
Because they can't.
Every day we have comments from the US ambassador, the European Union. Yes. So I do agree. I'm not saying that I agree with Lion. This is my position. Russia
because they can't. They can't.
Africa,
yeah,
right?
They're not allowed to.
Yeah. When the West, including the United States, were supporting apartheid in South Africa, when they were supporting apartheid in Namibia, Angola, in Mozambique, and in Zimbabwe, which was then Rhodesia, it was Russia and China that were providing scholarships for the freedom fighters, for the young cadets to go and study in those countries. It was they who were aiding the liberation struggles and so. And it was Russia, which was part of the then Soviet Union, that established a university by the name of the Patrice Lumumba Friendship University.
Yeah, and these are what tokens that we,
brought
people
students
who
from all
sometimes
over the world, from Africa to study.
Right, and these are tokens, right?
Yeah.
The proof of the pudding is though when you talk about an entire country, like even in the Caribbean during the Cold War, my understanding is that Russia never wanted to really link up with those of us like in Jamaica and other predominantly black countries because we were black. The Soviet Union was not particularly not racist. In rhetoric, they say that, but they weren't. And, one of the ironies of the West, where do you find people more progressive? Black people, that is.
No, well, the Russia at that time, they couldn't link up with us because what you had at the time was...
But they were in Cuba.
Well, the then Soviet Union.
Yes.
And you had communist parties. You had communist parties in the Americas.
Right, Michael Manley asked them for assistance.
Yeah, but then there was not. Then you had later on. There were no communist parties as such in the Caribbean. You had in the Americas, in Brazil, and early days Communist Party of Mexico. That was different. We had most of our parties started off as social democratic formations, linked to who were similar to the British Labour Party, right? Norman Manley's PNP in Jamaica. That was not a communist party.
Yeah.
It
had communist element. It had communist element, but it wasn't a communist.
Yes,
party.
it had people like Richard Hart,
right,
and the attorney at law. But it was he was in there. There was that tendency, but it was a social democratic formation. Of course, they had differences with Norman Manley, but the Jamaican party was linked not to the Communist International. It was a member of the Socialist International.
The Socialist, yes.
Then you had the Barbados Labour Party, which was founded by Tom Adams. Not Tom Adams, his father, Grant K. Adams, right? Which was a member of the SI2, the Socialist International. And you had people like Butler and those people in Trinidad, Captain Cipriani and the labor movement. And so, and in Guyana was the only one in the Caribbean, in all those countries, where a party that was established where the leader openly declared himself a Marxist, Leninist, and that was Cheddi Jagan, the People's Progressive Party, right? It didn't say that it was a communist party as such. It said it didn't reach that because it had other because of its constitution. But Cheddi Jagan said that his party was Marxist and that they will put that in their constitution. It was there up to a couple of years ago, and then they removed it. Right? So what I'm saying is the reason the Soviets never really reached out to us was because there was no established communist party at the time. Then years after,
but Michael Manley reached out to them. That's the fact.
Yeah,
he did reach out to them.
But that was not a communist party.
Yeah, well, it's not necessarily a communist party. What was happening during the Cold War was that there was a sort of division between the capitalist world and the what is so-called socialist communist world, right? And you had two global powers vying for supremacy. So the fact that one wanted to work with you, then it would have been wiser to say, yes, come on board, because that's how we can fight against the injustices of the United States and the West. But the fact of the matter is that, and let's be practical now. I think that Black people, for the most part, one of the countries that they fear, and rightly so, to live in is Russia. I have heard from African Americans and from other people the sort of horror stories that come from Russia in terms of just walking on the street as a Black person, particularly in Moscow, and how they treat you as a Black person and they jump you and all of that stuff. Heard similar stories from China. So let's not be also now too, yes, their government might offer something here and there as token gifts, and nothing is wrong with that, and we appreciate it. But it doesn't mean, therefore, that culturally they are accepting of Africa and its people, because they're not.
Now, I just want to say this. I just want to say this. I am not looking anywhere for any perfection, right?
It's
And
a perfection.
I'll draw the line between racism and prejudice. I just want to
Mhm.
say this. I am very careful of how certain people and forces insert certain things into what I consider the basic contradiction. I think
Mhm.
our fundamental contradiction in this world is the survival of this world. There's a war going on, and the
Yes.
principal enemy, again, I agree, is the West. I
Mhm.
believe that there are some battles that we have to fight, we must put on the front burner, and there's some that are for the back burner.
Mhm.
Right now, we are facing, when Trump can talk about destroying an entire civilization, right? Then this is a man who will destroy the entire world. There's a lunatic in the White House.
But the
Right
control
now,
of forces.
right now, to
For
me,
example.
it's insignificant whether some white person jump a black person in Russia. I know people have studied in Russia, and they tell you they're different stories, Africans, right? They will tell you no. I do know that if an African goes into a bar in Russia and he is this, let's say the bartender discriminates against him, he can have it happened in the Soviet Union, he can actually go to the police and that barman can be arrested,
Mhm.
can be charged for grounds for discrimination, right? A black man cannot go to the police, a racist police officer, and said that a white barman is discriminated against me. He's going to be arrested. So what I'm saying is that there's laws there to protect people. Now, after the collapse of the Eastern Bloc, let's take, for example, the GDR. I have a very good colleague who's an activist who studied engineering in the GDR, and he said even if there was prejudice, even if somebody prejudiced, he said generally people were very nice and think to you, but even if there was any sort of prejudice, they had to watch themselves. After the collapse of after the Berlin Wall came down, right? Africans, after the Berlin Wall came down and this opening up to the democracy of the West, Africans and Vietnamese and Latinos who had studied in the former GDR were being openly attacked at in the streets.
Yes.
Those who were waiting for the trade station. So that did not happen under the communists. They dare not. Even if they're prejudicial, this is the point. Even if they were prejudicial, they dare not come out and show it because there were laws to protect people against that. So,
Well, there are laws in our countries too. We in fact, I always say to the United States, what prevents them from not having what they had during the times of segregation are the laws. Because without those laws, they would still have been lynching people.
Yeah, my brother, I live in a world of I would do what Che Guevara say. I will aim for the stars, but I keep my feet firmly on the ground. We have, this is what I like. I don't indulge in all this speculation and all these distractions. We had something that just two things that I found important. This is what matters to me. Marco Rubio went to Munich and told the European leaders, America, I'll put it in a nutshell. America, we want to take back this world and we cannot do it by ourselves. You should join us. The mistake that you all made, he told the French, all of them, the Europeans, the Belgians, is that you fell for this decolonization nonsense. It was a communist plot. You had no right to decolonize. In other words, you should have kept your colonies. Rubio said this. He said this is the greatness of Western civilization. Forget about colonial genocide and all of that and the trade in captured Africans. Don't be timid. Don't be sorry. Why are you apologizing? Then, after that, listen, I'm not saying that his speech kicked out, but look at it. Then we had we had the vote, this resolution brought by Ghana to the UN on the Holocaust, African slavery as the greatest crime against humanity. And it was time to take a vote. Ghana brought it. How did they vote? Three countries voted against the resolution that about what happened to Africans constitute the greatest crime in humanity. Three countries voted against it. The United States, Israel, and Argentina. Trump's sidekick in Argentina. They voted against it. And yet, here is Israel and the United States. Leave Argentina out because they ain't got much going with Africa. But Israel, who's forcing their way into Africa, and the United States said, no. Nobody think African slavery didn't constitute any great thing. And who voted? Who were the countries that voted? China voted that it constituted is the greatest crime. Russia voted. And the ones who were involved in the slave trade, who built their countries, they abstained.
And this is the irony I'm looking at, Mr. Perreira.
Let's deal with this.
A vote does not necessarily mean that they were going to agree on the terms that Black people wanted.
No, well, I'm not going to carve out
that is one.
This is what I am interested in.
Yes. But that is not sufficient. I think that Black people have, and that is why we were deceived by Obama. We look at these superficial things and what people say, what they voted on, as opposed to what they're doing. So we find, for example, let us look at a country like Dominican Republic or Brazil or any other country in Latin America. They might have voted for that to be done, but do you think on a day-to-day basis they were going to be treating the Haitians or Black people better? No. And I am sure that whatever is voted on, we also have to look at the clauses in it. Do they really want us to be free? Many times
Haiti, because of the situation in Haiti, China doesn't do much.
They don't necessarily like the Haitians. They're there too.
I'm not going to go down. I'll tell you what. At the end of the day, we have to start with ourselves.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Because the same Ghana that brought that resolution and saw that Israel and the US voted against it, and those who abstained, Ghana is bringing the US to set up base in Ghana.
Correct. And that's what I'm saying. We're looking at superficial.
Let us start. Let us start with ourselves before we go to the Russians and the Chinese. Let us start. We do not like, and I'm being honest here, radically honest.
Yes.
I love who I am. I never had an identity problem. I came out of a Black woman and I knew that I'm a Black man in Africa, and I developed my consciousness beyond pigmentation.
And let us look at what the UN, look at what the UN historically does in Haiti. Right? And this is a country where they're having a vote. I don't even believe in the UN. Let me just make that clear. So whatever vote they want to have there, to me, it's just for the Goyim, for people who really don't understand global politics and geopolitics. Okay? So they can vote all they want to vote and pretend as if this country is more progressive than the other. At the end of the day, when the rubber hits the road, they're going to be racist. They're going to kill who they want to kill, and obviously, we are going to remain at the bottom of the barrel if we do not try to fight, as you're saying, for ourselves.
Yeah, you remember the genocide in Rwanda? How many Tutsis were killed? An estimated 800,000 Hutus were slaughtered.
Yes.
By the Hutu forces, by a militia called the Interahamwe. Now, if I'll show you the rule of, we don't want to go back into that, the thing. So if you look at the history of the divide between Rwanda and Burundi, in Rwanda, the Hutus constitute the majority. and the Tutsis are the minority in Rwanda. But the president of Rwanda is a Tutsi. In the other side, that's in Burundi now, the majority are Tutsis, and Hutus are the minority.
Yes.
See, this is how the French and the Belgians carve the plate, but it has to do with the culture, the peasantry, and all of that.
Yes.
The French, I don't know if you look at it, the Tutsis. The Tutsis look somehow, this is the argument, different to the Hutus. So what happened was they pushed this thing that the Tutsis were superior and all of that.
Right.
But there were forces at work that created that when the plane was shot down with the president and then but the point is, you have an army, and which army, if a military, if you're buying an army imports guns, the government, the state buys guns for the army. You don't buy thousands of machetes. So all these machetes were coming in. Thousands of machetes were coming in. And the French knew about it. The French were there. Did somebody notice? If you see, if I'm the minister responsible for the military, and I notice instead of a lot of guns, the guns coming in, there's a lot of machetes, I would say, wait. Is the army, are we over really focusing on agriculture here? You know what I mean? Yeah. But the French knew about it and they encouraged it. And when the Hutus into Rahambe were marching to go and slaughter the Tutsis, the French moved aside and allowed them. It came out in the report.
Yeah. But what is new?
Yes.
Yeah, so, but what is new, Mr. Perreira? We understand these things, and that is why we have these things. Right. What is happening in our education system now? And I think that what his name, Lion Champion, is suggesting that the history that we're studying now is highly subjective and narrative driven, and the whole matter that only Western people are evil and the Eastern people are wonderful, or not necessarily wonderful, but they want to help us, is rubbish too. All right, and we've got to balance that sort of perspective. We can say, and as you rightly said, that the Western people are in fact very evil in terms of their warmongers. That we can agree on. But it does mean, therefore, that war is only waged just because somebody comes and break off your limbs, or other wars are also waged in terms of keeping you at the bottom of the barrel. That is also another war that we have to. So let's not now, divide ourselves and believe in this illusion that China is going to come and liberate us from U.S. imperialism.
No, I don't think any Pan-Africanist. I don't think.
No, that is what many people are thinking. He's rightly saying here that the Westerners are the enemies, and that Eastern people. That's what he's saying here. It's clear.
I believe that we are our own liberators.
Correct.
Right? Our position is we must know who are our friends and who are our enemies and who to take assistance from. But we will carry that position based on what informs me. My history informs me. Yeah. My history informs me when I look at the way the Soviet Union, I'm not saying that the Soviets at the time, that there wasn't some, if you read at the time with Jamal Nasser trade and all that, of course there were things that did not go good. But given what we have seen in the past and where we're heading is, I think that the way the world is heading now, because Africa, right? In Africa, we're not a superpower. We don't have any.
And we're on board. Let us be clear.
We don't have a nuclear weapon. I'm sorry that
the Western Empire.
Gaddafi did not go back that line. He scrapped it. They conned him.
Yes.
He was conned, right?
Yes.
And these people you cannot. North Korea will not be conned. North Korea doesn't want to invade anybody. North Korea doesn't tell anybody what system they should have. They have a right to self-determination and to defend. But my position is this, that the West is a threat. The West, we're seeing it. They have been, and now they are the threat to all humanity. To
I
humanity.
would say
Right.
that the
And
global
right now,
elites are a
yeah.
threat to humanity. I would
Yes.
say that's what I think. The global elites,
I am saying that given what
whether
exists,
you are Ghanese elite or Jamaican elite or Korean elites or England, British elites, they are the threat to humanity. And that is what we have to understand. It's not just this one country versus the other, because we are living now in a globally centralized, and COVID should have awoken us up to what. So China and America are, supposedly enemies. They were behind the making of the virus and the
we have seen,
unleashing of a
look,
virus upon us, right? And they had the
Chinese,
same infrastructure used to, according to them, heal us of the virus.
the
So we
Chinese,
cannot.
are not pushing for any war. But
Well,
I
that
listened to
COVID
the
was a
Chinese
war.
president.
COVID was
The
a war.
Chinese president said, we don't want a war.
But
But if
COVID
the
was a
US
war.
is pushing a war, then we'll fight. My point is this. Where we are today, let me tell you, had it not been, let me take some concrete example. We're not going to run. Do you know the Sahel states?
Yes.
The three Sahel states.
Nigeria, yeah, Burkina Faso.
Do you know, had it not been for the assistance that the Soviets have, that the Russians have given to the Sahel states in terms of intelligence, in terms of weaponry, and so, they would have already, the French and the West would have already gotten rid of Ibrahim Traore. Because this is the reality. This is the reality.
We still don't know, Mr. Perreira, what is really happening in these three countries.
What I'm saying is,
based on what we hear, but we still don't know behind the scenes what's going on.
No, listen. The Malian, the people in Burkina Faso are mobilized. You talk to activists and so. Now, what has happened is the Western countries, with the Western countries and certain Gulf states, have facilitated the movement of these bogus jihadist groups, these pseudo jihadist groups, into Mali, into Niger, into that area, to destabilize those governments.
Yes.
We had an incident where an ambush that was well planned with images and all of that, because it was carried out, and there was an attack that killed a number of Russian advisors and killed quite a number of troops from Burkina Faso. Mm-hmm. Then the leader of Al-Qaeda in that area, one of the groups that is affiliated to Al-Qaeda, another one that they have elements of the defeated ISIS that have been moving from Syria. I said this, that they will move them there to destabilize that region, the French and so on. They boasted they were able to do it. They said they were able to do it because of the intelligence that was provided. And you know who was working with these? You know who provided the intelligence to these pseudo-Islamic group to kill those Russian advisors and the soldiers from Burkina Faso? Mm-hmm. They were from the Ukrainian intelligence. Ukraine came out and boasted about that because Ukraine is saying, okay, Russia, you're helping the Sahel countries. Well, we are going to go in there and help those rebels, those so-called rebels who are trying to destabilize the country. So you see what is going on.
Yes, so, but let's not forget history as we go back here.
If I'm a head of state tomorrow, in this country, in Guyana, if I'm the president tomorrow, then we will have to live. We know that we're in the U.S. so-called backyard, but you have to organize. You have to mobilize and organize your people. That we will go nowhere we need to, but we will have to. Yes, you're not going to break off relations with the United States. You're not going to break off relations with them, but we will dictate, we will let them know that we are sovereign and independent.
Correct.
And we will have relations with whoever we think is good for us. Just like when you put in America first, we will put Guyana first.
Correct.
Right?
All of that point you're saying. You know what happened, Mr. Perreira? Even the Russian intelligence and all of that you're talking about. Again, history has to be our guide, our instructor. Because when we look at what happened during the Haitian Revolution, again, we're going right back to history and we have to make applications.
Yeah.
Remember now that some of the, first of all, they were all fighting against each other, the British and the Spanish and the French, right? At one point in time, Louverture, because he was so caught up in the progressive era of France, and it was a phony progressive era, as American, the progressives in America are, where they were talking about liberty and fraternity and all of that stuff. Louverture was caught up within that. And he thought that France was evolving and they were now becoming a new sort of, they were evolving to a better France where they would have liberated the slaves. The same thing he used sometimes, the thing of the Spaniard who pretended as if they were supporting them against the French and wanted them to be free when they didn't want them to be free. Americans did the same thing, selling them weapons. So we can use some of the tools, but what we can't do as Louverture did and wound up in France where he was, he sat out and was killed and died, is to believe any of them and to say that one is more evil than the other. Because had Louverture understood that they were all on the same page and not that they were together, because they were against each other. They wanted.
But that was the Western countries.
Yeah,
that was the West.
Yeah, but anybody that wants power, and these, let me just say this too, and I want to say it very, very clearly here. No rich person or these wealthy countries, what we're seeing, whether it's China or it is United States, they didn't get their wealth through lovely, benevolent, they're great business people than any other people in the world, and they're more productive and all. They got their wealth through dishonest means too. And by exploiting other people's, whether it is seen or unseen, they did some form of exploitation. With the billionaires and all these people that we're seeing in the world.
Well,
so evidently, any of these global powers, they also have a quest for domination. Now,
I don't agree. I don't agree.
I
do not agree with that.
Might be different.
No, I do
their methods might be different. Look at the Vatican. Look at the Vatican.
I do not believe that the logic or whatever
look at the Vatican.
Look at the Vatican.
Let me just finish this point. Look at the Vatican. Yeah. The Vatican is a power institution that has been warmongering and killed lots of people over the years. Hundreds of thousands of people, millions of people around the world. Okay? But they find themselves now that they want world power again. They like to be in charge, but they're playing the game and they're playing it nice and saying, no, we want peace and we want humanity to live together. And that is how they play the game until that power is put into their hands. And then we see what they will do with it. And that is what we have to be careful of. Not just say right now the Russians can't do what the United States is doing because they don't have the military might as the United States has at the moment. But should they get it, should that be restored to it? Would it just sit down and say we should live together in a kumbaya world? I don't believe that.
No, I beg to refer to that, Andrew. That's what you call that bourgeois perspective narrative of the history. I don't agree with that. I do not.
So you're saying that the Russians are poor working class? That's what you're saying?
No. I do not believe. I do not believe. If you look even at the days of the then Soviet Union, you got to understand the circumstances, how the Soviet Union evolved. I do not believe that the Russians or the Chinese seek world domination. I think Russia launched that special operation. Russia went to war.
We're talking about now, not the.
Yeah, I'm talking about now.
Yes.
Russia went to war with Ukraine because the West, and I agree with my brother, Lion Champion, the West is the evil on the globe. No one can deny that. We've seen that.
I don't believe that.
I agree. This is my position. I believe that the Western countries, NATO, if you look at what happened in history after the Soviet Union collapsed and the Eastern Bloc, the Americans agreed. They did con Gorbachev. They said that they will not expand. Now, NATO was created, according to them, NATO was created to check communist expansion. Good? Good. They had the Warsaw Pact. The Warsaw Pact was dissolved. NATO kept going. NATO kept expanding. NATO was meant to defend the countries in Europe and in North America. We saw NATO going into Libya outside of their mandate and bombing the hell out of Libya. We saw NATO participating in arenas, theater of conflicts that they should not have been involved in. Then NATO decided to expand and encircle Russia. Now, Russia would be stupid. Putin would be stupid to sit down and allow NATO to expand, right? They went back on the arrangement and you shift missiles and then you encircle Russia and Russia would just sit there until missiles surround them. No way. Russia is here to help. Russia doesn't want to occupy. Russia is not interested in occupying Ukraine. Russia
and that is
what is up to them.
Right.
China,
yes.
China does not want to dominate the world. Let's look at Chinese. If we're going to make statements, let's look at what informs us. Let's go back to look at Chinese civilization and Confucian values. China has preached for years respect for countries, irrespective of their size, their sovereignty and independence, bilateral agreements, and peaceful coexistence. This is the Chinese, because the Chinese believe at the end of the day, let a system that is superior without an economic system. China has to navigate a world that is hostile. I don't see the Chinese as the are not my enemy, and so is the Russians. And the way I know who the bully is, should say you better get in a corner.
The Westerners are enemies also. I don't think we should go and make enemies of anybody. What I'm saying here is we need to move out of the question of talking about the citizens of countries and look at the global control by global economic elites and political elites. I think our discourse is always functioned on this country versus the next country. I'm suggesting here that we have a situation in which global elites, as we can see in the Caribbean, that's what we're talking about for the entire podcast and before, that these so-called politicians, whether in Trinidad or in Jamaica or in Guyana, they're all together on board with these global operators, and they're defending that sort of infrastructure. The Chinese have in recent years have benefited a lot from this whole Western technocracy, if you will, right? And that has also helped to enrich their country. All right, it's not by any grand stance that, for example, Trinidad became, as you know, the manufacturing hub of the Caribbean. It's through agreements, just wait, it's through agreements that through globalization that they wound up becoming the manufacturing hub, and they have benefited from that, right? The same thing with China. That is what they had to. America now, as you're saying, the Western, particularly America, is now reneging on some of those agreements which they entered into, right? And which China benefited from. So China benefited from the capitalist society and from the Western world, it did. Right? So the fact of the matter is that they're not our friends.
I have benefited from a Western education. That doesn't mean that I'm going to defend the West.
But
right?
Sometimes it does.
Or to reproduce.
Yes.
China, at the time of the revolution, when the revolution came in China during Mao Zedong in the early days, China was one of the poorest countries. China was poor. But the Chinese, you cannot build, and the Chinese learned this, you cannot socialize poverty. You don't socialize poverty, right? You have to build a country and take it to the productive forces. You must take it to a certain level. What the Chinese did during the reforms led by Deng Xiaoping, the Chinese realized that they can use the mechanism of the market to measure efficiency, allocate resources and things. China today is a powerhouse.
Yeah, because of their agreement. Not because of that. That's
China has, because globalization, China didn't drive globalization.
Correct.
Globalization was, globalization is just
Trinidad didn't drive globalization too.
Globalization is just neo-imperialism. Globalization started everything since Vasco da Gama Sailed around
Correct.
Africa.
Correct.
Good.
But
So it's
some
just-
benefit while some don't, right?
But
Correct.
globalization is driven by neoliberal ideology.
And I agree with you. But I'm saying to you, some of us,
what the
whether it's in
Chinese did-
Trinidad or it is in China or it's in whomever it benefits from it, is just as guilty as the one who actually
But me and you
informed
benefit.
it.
We all benefit in some way.
Many
we all
don't.
benefit in
Only
some
some
way.
do.
We benefit-
Many don't.
No.
Many don't. Many
No.
don't.
No, what
Many
I'm saying
don't.
is, look, you're using a mobile phone. I use a mobile phone.
But that's not benefit. We're talking about economic power empowerment. We're talking about economic, as you're saying, in the Caribbean, one of the reasons for which we are not independent is because we don't control the economics. And that is what neoliberal system allowed us not to do, to have economic sovereignty, to have economic independence. As Marcus Garvey and these people say, until we have economic independence, we'll never be free, right? So the fact of the matter is that we in the Caribbean, whether it's the Chinese or the Americans, we are dependent on whatever. Right now, when the Americans were out, the Chinese came, right? And really and truly, what can you say they've done for us? Yes, we get some deals, but they also get good deals from us too, in terms of no
I think,
taxes
my
they're
dear
paying.
brother,
They get tax evasion.
No, I
lots of
think
things.
you need to. There's a lot in terms of what the Chinese have been able to do in Africa. So now, I am
I'm talking
not.
the Caribbean. What have they done in the
I am
Caribbean?
not. I'm not with. Of course, look at what they did in Jamaica.
What
The
have they done in
Chinese.
Jamaica?
I could speak for the. I'll get to that here. Let me deal with that first. I am no fan of Paul Kagame, the president of Rwanda.
Yes.
I don't like the man, but I say I don't like him, and that's in his policies. I see him as an agent of imperialism. So, but he said something. This
Yes.
is Paul Kagame, not Ibrahim Traore.
Right.
He said that since he is ever since he's the president of Rwanda,
Yes.
in all the agreements that they've entered with any country in terms of trade arrangement, deals, what have you. He said the only one that treats them with respect, comes to the table in a win-win situation. He said it's the Chinese.
A
He said
politician,
this.
right? A politician talking.
No.
But what about the people?
No. He said no. For Rwanda. He said it's
Right.
for Rwanda.
Right.
No,
But who was talking? There was a
Guyana-
party who was talking. Who was saying that the
Guyana
Chinese?
re-established relations with China since in the early 70s.
Yes.
And the Chinese built a textile mill here for us. They built a glass factory. They did many things here. They helped us. And we have a Chinese medical brigade in this country that has been around, right? They go to outlying areas. They do operation. They help. And
Mr.
they've saved
Ferreira.
a lot of lives, just
that
like the
is-
Cubans.
Yeah, but
We
that
don't,
is.
we don't have American we don't have Western medical.
But we're
brigades
not
coming.
comparing, and that's the whole point. We're not comparing. The fact of the matter is that we are saying that they want us to be independent of a Western construct, right? So that we can be liberated. The fact of the matter, handing out some pound of rice here and doing some because they benefit from these things too, right? And doing these things. We want systems, institutions to be built that we can control our own economics. But that is not happening by them, and they're getting tremendous tax, breaks and other things, areas they control, our ports and all of that stuff.
No.
They're not doing anything for us. They're getting more from us than we're getting from them.
I think I did mention this to you some time ago. It was the Greek Minister of Finance. The Greek Minister of Finance.
Yes.
He said, the former Greek Minister of Finance.
Yes, I know
he
him.
said-
The guy that had the podcast. Yeah.
Yes. He said that there was something about pensions and so on, the ports and something. But when he became finance minister, and so they called the Chinese and they asked for renegotiation and for debt relief and all of that. And the Chinese said, fair. The Chinese agreed with everything they said, everything, and went along with it. And he said it was an extraordinary deal that they got. He said that. Now, you cannot bring any US or Western company to the table. If this in Guyana, for example, I'm just giving you a practical example.
Yes, I'm too.
We have to remember that even long before China became this economic powerhouse, during the times of during the period of Mao Zedong, when China was a poor country, Julius Nyerere was the president of Tanzania, and you had Kenneth Kaunda in Zambia. It was China that built the Tanzania Lusaka, the railway from Tanzania to Zambia. It was the Chinese.
Yeah, but
So
how is that benefiting us, Mr. Perreira? Because
no, it didn't benefit us. It didn't benefit Africa because they needed to move the
yes. Are they? Do they have to pay tolls? Do they have to pay high debt? Do they have to pay high debt?
The Chinese,
Okay.
there were Chinese laborers who went there, trained the Zambians, and so you can talk to African diplomats.
So
you're
suggesting. I hear both sides. I hear both sides.
China has been, whether we like to agree with it or not, China has been a natural ally of the third world, of the global south, because we have to remember that China was once occupied by Western military, by the Western government.
Yes, but what we're saying,
the Chinese don't want to occupy anybody. They do not want to occupy anybody.
What we're saying, Mr. Perreira, is that we are living in a globalized world at the moment.
Of course.
Right? Global interests are interconnected, whether it's in Jamaica or it is. I don't believe a lot of the time the leaders want to do what they're doing in the Caribbean, for example, but because their economic interests are tied up with the interests of these Western people, then they do it, even though it's unpopular. I do not think that the Chinese are better of not doing that, of not aligning themselves with Western interests. And I'm not saying the Chinese on the street, the ordinary Chinese man or woman. I am talking about the leaders who make the policies and who do the bidding of the global elites. So I'm trying to now disconnect the thought of saying Chinese people are. I'm saying our global elites, whether they are our domestic elites, whether in Jamaica or wherever they are not our friends. And neither are the Chinese elites. I don't think they are much better than, because even the wars now, the wars with Iran, what is being obvious beyond the conflict with the United States, they are about now to reorder the global financial infrastructure. And what is definitely going to happen, the price of fuel is going to go up. Prices of everything. Who benefits?
Who's responsible for that?
I am not going to say that it's only America. I think that there are global interests, there are forces behind the scenes that we are not aware of.
Let's go back to the so-called oil crisis in the 70s.
Yes.
And the petrodollar. I can recall when I was in high school, if you had $5, I can remember.
Yes.
I remember one time we had $5 and we wanted to change it. Yes. We couldn't get it changed. Nobody wanted it.
Yes.
Nobody wanted that $5.
Right.
I can recall that.
Yes. Yes.
Because the US money. Yes. No, hear what I'm saying. There was a time in Guyana, if you had
the same thing.
Yes, $5, $10, you couldn't change it. Nobody wanted it.
Yes. Yes.
They only changed pounds, English pounds.
Yes. Correct.
That was the currency they changed, or they would change Canadian.
Correct.
I remember that.
Keep talking, Mr. Perreira. Yeah.
The US dollar only became global at the time when you had the hit with the oil crisis.
Yes.
With OPEC.
Yes.
The Saudis, it was the Saudis who made the arrangement with the US that the US can protect them and give them protection and all that, and they tied them on the oil exports and so the buying in US dollars. And that was the rise of that's where the term came, the petrodollars.
Right.
Of course, everything, we live in a world that is interdependent.
Yes.
And these are the contradictions we have, and we have to navigate them. We can't isolate ourselves.
Correct.
And onto ourselves. But let's say Saudi Arabia,
Yes.
and the United States and China
Mm-hmm.
was to pull every cent out of the US,
Yes.
the US will collapse.
Yes.
The US will collapse. But with that collapse economically, a lot of others will collapse.
Correct.
You see? So it is not, because Andrew, if I am a financier, I have a lot of money to invest.
Mm-hmm.
You are the person out there who got the thing kicking and going, but I put in the money. I have to make sure you're going, because if you collapse, I'm going to collapse too.
Correct.
So that is how it independency. So you have to know how to navigate it. So the point is, if you look at that, then from that perspective, the Chinese won't want war. They don't want war because it's not good for them. It's
Why
not
not?
good for them.
They have a weapons industry too. They have a weapons industry too.
They have a
Don't they say
weapons the
Yes,
Chinese.
so they benefit.
Yes, they have a weapons industry because
Yes.
they have to defend themselves.
Correct. And they sell.
They have to sell to their allies and others.
Right. So
to
they
defend
benefit.
themselves.
So they benefit.
This is the world we live in. We're not living in La La Land.
So they benefit from the wars.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, if you want to use, if the
The
Chinese
sales of
economy is not,
equipment.
I wouldn't use the word benefit. The Chinese economy is not driven by war. The US economy is driven by war. To say that
More
the
by
Chinese
wars,
economy
yes.
is driven by war is being not only intellectually dishonest, it's unreal. It's not true. It's not true.
Yeah, but the global elites do the Chinese elites do benefit from the proceeds of
Well,
the
you
war.
have to be
Remember
careful.
now, we're not talking about, because the Americans are not there to defend Americans also and defend their economy. They're there to build up control for global domination. Right? And that is and the Chinese elites are also a part of that global elite infrastructure, right? Whether we want, so let's not begin to think that they are trying to do it to prop up the economy. Neither in the US nor in China are they doing that. Are they? The United States economy is in shambles right now.
Let me question the use of the term the elite.
Yes.
The elite. Because this term, the elite, really made its entrance. It became popular.
Yes.
When C. Wright Mills, the American sociologist, wrote the book, The Power Elite. Right?
Well, we're speaking from that perspective. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're
So the power elite. So the term, the power elites, is somehow, in terms of class, very neutral. Because, yes, we might, whatever you call the elites, the power elites. I mean, there are various elites. I don't see the word elite as something, the way people use it, as something derogative or negative. When the Catholic Church launched the Protestant, the Counter-Reformation, it was the Jesuit who led the charge. They were the elite. They were the elite corps that led the Counter-Reformation. So you will always have. I'm very careful with how we use the word elite. Now,
but Jesuits were subservient to the Pope.
The elite in the capitalist countries. I do not believe that the elite in the capitalist countries and what you refer to as the elite in China are the same, that their interests are the same. No. There's a party, the Communist Party, that is made up of an estimated 68 million members, guides that country. They have a constitution, they have a National People's Congress that brings people from all over. To rise in China to the top, you have to come. If you look at the history, if you study the life of President Xi Jinping, where he came from, those people come from the village and they rise right up. So I am saying, and then they move on, I am saying that what you have, you do not buy, you do not become a leader in China by buying power or because you're wealthier. So that does not exist there. You in the United States, to become into Congress and all of that, it's big business, it's money. And
so you think that in China people go get into power? No, well, the elites in any country, whether it's in Jamaica, the elites in all countries. Let me just say that the elites in all countries are different because culturally people are different, and different.
That's right. That's right.
Dynamics.
That's right.
However, the agenda is the same. So the cultural differences that people have, just like in Guyana from the United States, even though we culturally were different, but the agenda is the same, and they, align themselves with that sort of power, whether they agree with it or not, because it's in their interest to do so, right? And that is what we're saying.
And what is that? What is that agenda?
Their agenda is to control the world.
No, I don't agree. I do not agree with that.
What do you think they're having wars for? Why are the wars for?
That narrative, history does not bear out that narrative, and
it
where
does.
the world is headed. No,
it does.
No, that is what the West does. That's the narrative that the West pushes. That is
Babylon wanted to do the same thing.
West,
Medo-Persia wanted to control the world. Greece wanted to control the world.
the
Rome wanted to control the world. So it was not only Western. Some of them, most of them didn't achieve the purpose, that goal, but they all want to control the world.
I think we're reading our history upside down.
No, Mr. Perry, you know that all these global empires have been the same, world domination, but they never achieved it.
One of the things we need to understand is that in the relationship between a superpower, an empire, and the vassal states, is that the empire will always benefit materially, economically, in every way. And the vassal state or those who are colonized will always be in a state of what is called persistent poverty or underdevelopment.
Yes.
Okay? It's not an equal relation. Now,
it never meant to.
Interesting thing that people tend to, the economic history. Let's look at when the Soviet Union existed. And you had countries like Bulgaria, East Germany, which was then called the GDR, and all those countries. Do you know even progressive economists like the American economist Sherman and even Barron and Sweezy, who wrote for the Monthly Review, they were independent Marxists. They were not pro-Soviet or so. They were critical of the Soviet model.
Correct.
Although the Soviet Union was the powerhouse in the economic bloc, in the Eastern Bloc, do you know that when you look at it and you examine, do you know Germany, the GDR, was at a better level, higher level than compared with the Soviet? In other words, what they're saying is that you did not have a relations where Russia, the Soviet Union, was plundering the resources of the GDR and Bulgaria and moving it to Russia. It did not exist because some of those countries were better off than Russia, were better off. So the point is, if it was an imperial relation, then Russia should have been benefiting tremendously. It would have shown that Russia was moving resources, plundering those countries, and they would have remained a certain. That did not happen.
Yeah, but Russia was not an organized.
Unlike those of us in Britain when we were colonized.
Yes,
Britain colonized us in Guyana.
They were more organized. Let's give the Western, even though they were organized in a wicked sense, but let's give the Western people their due. They are more organized. They're more organized. Okay, we must. One of the reasons why we have not been able, but in not a good way. I like to be organized too, but not in a good way. The British, and the British were more probably even organized than the French and the whatever. The Spanish people are not organized. So the fact of the matter that Russians are not as organized as you would say Western Europe. They're just not.
Well, you're reinforcing the point that Samuel Huntington, who wrote The Clash of Civilization, said. You see, the Europeans, other place people used to talk about the encounter civilization. It had to be Huntington spoke about the Clash of Civilization. Yes. And you're reinforcing what he said. Huntington said that the West, he said the West, he said we were not able to dominate the world because there was something exceptional about us, or that we were more clever, intelligent. He said, no. He said what made us, why we were able to dominate the world, control the world, was because he said we knew how to organize violence on a global scale.
Absolutely, absolutely, and that is, and we can end. That is well said, and I will agree. And that I think
So he's
underscores
being
your
honest.
point.
That's what they did.
Yes.
The West was able to take control
Yes.
of the world
Yes.
through organized violence.
Yes, and that is what we agree with you now, and Lion Champion, that in terms of violence, in terms of this raw violence, no culture as Western culture it's not even close. They just love violence for whatever reason. It's in their DNA or something. They love violence.
That's right.
What I'm not going to say, however, is that they are the only evil ones, as though I recognize that they are that way. But we are also violent, not in this physical way, in other ways, in keeping down the progress of our people. Look at how we operate. And we like to say it's because of European influence. But I think that the tribalism in Africa too, they had that in terms of who is the superior, who is the inferior, and all of that stuff. Western Europeans have it too, but I must say that what we have seen in Western civilization is that they tried, not that they achieved it, to have elevated, not the majority, but to some degree, a large percentage of the population. And we're seeing China doing the same thing now, right? Lots of their population to a large middle class, etc., etc. I don't know if in the history of Africa, and let us be very, very honest with ourselves, before the transatlantic slave trade, did we have this large middle class as the Western countries have?
Well, one of the things I be careful with the use of the word tribe.
Middle class.
I mean,
tribe.
Like, for example, as at one point pointed out, the people of Wales, the population of Wales, I don't think is more than 6 million.
Yes.
But we speak about the Welsh nation.
Yes.
The Yoruba people are more than 22 million. But we talk about not us. You talk about the Yoruba tribe. You don't talk about the Yoruba nation.
Right.
We should say Yoruba nation.
Right.
But
I see what you're saying.
Showing you.
I see what you're saying. Yes.
Yeah. So
they are tribal too. Are you saying that they're tribal too within their countries? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. The so-called First and Second World War were European tribal. There were European tribal wars.
You're right. I agree 100% with you. Yes.
But I am not saying, if that, and Walter Rodney dealt with that, I'm not saying, I don't think any of us, I don't believe that there was some golden, rosy dawn in Africa, right? And everything was perfect until the white man came along.
It's not perfect. The large majority of our people were poor. We were... I don't say we were hungry, but we were not necessarily as progressive as we are now, were we?
Well, I think with the rise of the urban, take for example, or progressive anthropologists.
Yes.
Who have studied cultural anthropologists, social anthropologists, who have studied African societies. There was no, if you want, what was poverty? When we speak of poverty,
right? That's a good question. That's a good question.
In African societies, the land
was well.
And there was African societies. There were many nations in Africa. There was no prison. The prisons came the poor. So how did Africans deal with social deviance, social deviant behavior? There was a way. That's right, community.
Yes.
So if Brother Andrew, if you went out one morning with 100 cows into the field, and in the evening you return with 130, they said, "Hello, Andrew, you left with 100. How you came back with 130?" You see, you were accountable. So you say, "Well, oh no, a friend or a family, a community had a big wedding, and they want me to. I had to lend them some cows, or they bought some, so they returned it. That was how. I'm just giving you an example.
No. You're correct. Right? Well, you're spot on. I agree with you.
The community was community important. The African, the concept of the individual, it was a person, African personalism. Jack
and people who go to Haiti they confirm that it's intact still
Yes,
in Haiti,
the
in countries
Ubuntu,
like Haiti.
the Ubuntu.
Yes,
You,
yes.
yeah, it was look out, the common good, the
Mhm.
common good. The
Yes,
individual, there was no individual outside the community. The community
agree
shaped the
with you.
individual,
I agree 100% with you.
and it existed. We were not perfect, but we had a system that
Right.
if we were left to evolve and develop, would have been gone ahead. But then we had the concept of
Capitalism
arrested development
and
arrested.
capitalism, right?
Yes.
That has sold us our souls. We have sold
That's
our
right.
souls out to different
That's
interests.
right.
And
That's right.
and in the same way, which Mr. Perreira, which you probably will have to, maybe we can't exhaust this topic, but in the same way that our African brothers and sisters have corrupted because of capitalism and selling out interest and whatever, the Chinese would have done the same thing because they're humans too, you know? So they were in a system where, as you're saying, they lived the sort of communal lives and stuff like that, which they probably still do. But to some extent, nations evolve because different cultures and whatever have influences over them. And that is what Africa has done. It has evolved. We in the Caribbean here also, we have evolved into, we used to have that communalism too. And we're
I
not
just want
talking
to
about
say
it
this,
anymore.
Andrew. I believe that the only thing humans have in common,
yes,
is our physical or biological needs.
Yes.
That's the only thing I think we have in common.
Yes.
I think that
we have
consciousness is a very powerful and determining factor. Not all human beings operate the same.
That's
right?
true.
So
but
I do not. I agree with Freud, Sigmund Freud, when he said before he died, he said, "I spent my entire life studying human beings, yet I don't understand them." Because people react. We are not all people act differently. People react to different circumstances, conditions, and they react. You know, so there are people who will fight. There are people who will fight for noble causes, for a noble
in every
cause.
culture, in all cultures.
Yes, we have that, and we have some people who are driven by a higher purpose, and those are the people who will lay down their life.
Yes.
For that higher
Let me just go back to the comments here before we go. I know you have to go, Mr. Perreira. I shop therefore I love it. Yeah, that's your point you're making, that Western people think that. Yes, the Anglo-Saxonists welcome Marie Antoinette, and President Jafar, Mr. Perreira, is saying, I was born in 1980. Anglo-Saxons been sitting what is stinging? Is it stinging? Stirring up conflicts and war my entire lifetime.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree. We can agree with that. The Chinese, oh Lord, where am I? The Chinese are superior in terms of their what?
Well, I think I don't know what you mean by superior. I don't mean any great superior. The only superiority I believe in is who are moral superiority.
Right, moral superiority. You think they're moral superior? We're gonna have that.
Well, I believe that's the only thing I look for. Who's morally superior?
That's what I don't know if they are moral superior either. But
no, I'm just saying that's the only superior.
Oh, that's the way what he's saying, right? Yeah, maybe economically too. They're economically now we know they're superior. In terms of world economics, they're an economic powerhouse, even more superior than the United States. Wouldn't you say that?
Yeah.
Economically, yeah.
I'll tell you. Let me give you an example.
Yes.
I'll show you something with moral superiority. I like these little examples because instead of going out to the theoretical, I was told a story where there was this landlord, a white landlord, slumlord. He had some African immigrants who were staying in the, paying rent in his slums. And he was collecting money, and he would not fix up the place. There was mold and all that on the wall. And all that. And someone said to them, they were Muslims, right? From Somalia. And they were told, look, if he doesn't fix up the place, do not pay him. And you know what they said? What they respond? Well, they said no. They said, he's not our teacher. And he was good. He was good to give us a place when we didn't couldn't find a place. So we will pay him, hoping that he did. But I'm showing you that's moral. That's moral. That I'm showing you.
Yes,
There was
more
someone who
support.
said, yeah, that's Africa. So I've
Yeah.
always said it. I've always
Yes.
said it. And I make no apologies. The African, some people might say, oh, the African is very, compared with a lot with others, we are morally superior people.
I think we have a conscience, yes, second to none.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
I think we do.
yes.
And what lots of the violence that we have learned, like in Jamaica and other places, came from the Europeans. That I know. When you look at Haiti, for example, they claim that it is the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere. And before this war there with after the death of the president, what's his name again? Joel Moise, they barely, Jovenel, right? They barely had any crime in it was the lowest in the hemisphere for a long time. You know, how can a country, Mr. Perreira, be the poorest and the neediest country in the hemisphere, yet they were not as violent? They are still not as violent as those of us like in Jamaica and other parts of the Caribbean. Because they are. Go ahead, Mr. Perreira. Mm-hmm.
My brother, I have always, there's this tendency to emphasize economics.
Right.
I'm not saying economics is not.
I understand. Mm-hmm.
And people's material needs.
Yes.
But I believe, no sense we call ourselves Christian, Muslim, Rastafari, and all this. The human being is more than homo economicus.
Correct. Absolutely.
Than economic man.
Absolutely.
I can tell you, I know of cases where in a country like Niger or Chad, people are poor. Predominantly Muslims, the majority. And you know what, Brother Andrew?
Yes.
You can leave your shop.
And they won't steal a thing.
Open. You can leave your shop open.
Yes.
Money's in the drawer. There's no measure, no steel grid.
Yes.
And you can leave your money in the drawer and you can go 3 corners round to the mosque and pray.
Yes. Yes.
And when you come back, there are customers sitting there waiting, you know. And nobody, then they're poor. They will not jump that counter and shoplift or carry the money. Good. And that's a poor country. But in the United States of America, could you do that?
Or in Jamaica?
No. Yeah. No, we leave us out. We're not so. We're poor thing country, but we're talking about the big in the United States. Which shopkeeper can leave his shop open and go to a corner to the church or to the mosque and pray and come back? You'll have to lock it up. So what I'm showing you is, here you are with all you big sophisticated development and what constitutes development, whatever. And you have everything, all the millions of supermarkets, but you can't leave it, people jump it. And
I understand that in Haiti, they something like that, you referencing your example. If anything like that had happened in Haiti and they stole, the entire village would come and beat them.
Yes.
If anybody had stolen,
that's getting back to.
That's what I understand. Yes.
You see, there's that moral, that right and wrong. What is wrong?
Yes.
That guides you. And anybody, if you study the African value system across continent, right across the continent, it's something deep, because the African, even education, the African conception of education was completely different to the European. The African conception of education also includes the spiritual development.
Right, which we talked about already. Now, some elites in the West are evil, not all. And I agree with you. In the global powers, there is good and bad. But we have more bad than good, right? And that's what we have to understand. Because if we had an equal amount, we would have a better world. But what we have in our world today is this disproportionate, number of people who are evil, and that is why we are in the situation that we are in right now. Would you agree with that, Mr. Perreira?
Well, I would put it this way. I think there is a verse from something similar in the Bible, from the Holy Quran, that says, and you can look at it. I believe, Andrew, that had it not been for a lot of good human beings, I'm not saying perfect,
Yes.
Had it not
nobody's
been for
perfect.
a lot of good human beings on this planet,
Mhm.
we as a species, we would have destroyed ourselves a long time.
Mhm.
But I believe that every time evil and wickedness raises its hand, there are forces there to count it. I
Mhm.
believe that. And
Mhm.
this is the battle between truth and false, so that the battle between good and and evil. Because there are always people who will stand up to
For
evil
what
and
is right.
injustice. Yes,
Yes.
and this is right.
Yes.
There will be. And there
Mhm.
will be those. And that's why Islam teaches that there are fundamentally two parties in the world: the party of good or truth, and the party of evil and falsehood.
Yes.
Yeah.
Lion Champion, they
And
have lot.
Jesus taught that.
Mhm. They love the war because they benefit, but if the system gets broke, they will be finished tool. Yeah, you're right. That's true. Would you say you agree with him, Mr. Perreira?
Yes, this is what
Yes.
Iran is
Yes.
threatening to
Yeah.
do because
Yes.
Iran's position is simple. He's right.
Yes. Yes.
Iran is saying this. Look, the Iranian foreign minister
Mm-hmm.
said something which is it's interesting, very very profound. He said they will either be peaceful or peace for none, or
Mm-hmm.
security for all or security for none.
But none.
You
Mm-hmm.
can have security and we don't have. You
Mm-hmm.
cannot believe that you can bring peace through bombs and things. If you are going to destroy us, then know that in the process you will be
You'll be
destroyed.
destroyed. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that's the
Don't
law of
believe
average.
you are going to destroy us to enjoy the world for yourself. It's not going to happen because
Mm-hmm.
there is no will in Adam's, no clause in Adam's will that says that this world belongs to the Anglo-Saxon people of the West or to the
Mm-hmm.
United States. There is
Mm-hmm.
no clause in Adam's will. Because when you
Yes.
listen now to Trump, Trump has taken the arrogance of the West to a higher level. And
Yes.
you have
Yeah.
studied the history of the Second World War and Hitler.
Yes.
Trump, the language of Trump is worse. The Nazis never talk like that.
You're right. You're right. You're
The
right. A
Nazis
hundred
never talk
percent.
like that.
100%. 100%. Everything
Yes,
is in the open now. The
that's
cat
right.
is out of the bag. The cat
Yes,
is out of the bag.
yes,
Yeah.
yeah,
You're
yeah.
right.
You know, there was a secret. You know, they don't like talk about that. When Neville Chamberlain was the prime minister, because I think it's Churchill replaced him,
Yeah.
he was
For sure.
trying to appease Hitler and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
But there was talk about Britain wanting to work out a deal with Hitler,
Mm-hmm.
where he can have some of the possessions in Africa for peace in Europe.
Yeah.
You see?
Mr. Perot, remember that and I think Hitler said it very well. He said that the whole matter of the eugenics movement in America, right? The eugenics movement in the United States of America was what led to Nazism. He got all of his ideas from them, particularly from the Southern treatment during segregation of Black Americans in the South. All of that came
You
out
should have,
from the
you
eugenics
know, you are absolutely right. Because Margaret, what was her name? Margaret
Singer, uh-huh.
Margaret Singer.
Sanger.
That's right. The eugenics movement,
Mm-hmm.
it was aimed at population
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
control.
Yeah.
And they realized that the way to push it was through the churches.
Yes.
They went
Yes.
to the churches.
Yes.
And that is why we have, out of that eugenic came this. You see, a lot of people are not aware of this. They do not understand what is behind the Planned Parenthood Association. This
Correct.
Planned
Correct.
Family and Parenthood
Family.
Association.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
I'll show you where, consciousness is important.
Extremely
And
important.
as Kwame Ture used to say, we must be crystal clear,
Mm-hmm.
if revolutionaries especially.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know we had one self-professed Pan-Africanist who became the sort of patron or for the Planned Parenthood Association in Guyana.
Wow. A
So
Pan-Africanist.
yeah, now how could you call yourself a Pan-Africanist? If you're a Pan-Africanist, you're meant to be, you got to be conscious about what white supremacy did to our people and what they think. So that's serious. And this is what you're raising, because you're right. The eugenics movement is what influenced, because Himmler.
Hitler said it. Yeah, Hitler said it. Out of his own mouth.
Yeah, Himmler, who was very much into the eugenics thing, because it was, do you know this thing about getting rid of disabled people and people with deformities and all that? It wasn't Hitler who pushed it. It was Heinrich Himmler.
It was, Mr. Perreira, it was the studied science in America. Eugenics was the studied science. It was the science of the era. It was not some conspiracy science. It was the mainstream science.
That's right. That's right. They pushed it. They pushed it.
Yeah.
And you remember when they had some of these physical anthropologists who were upset because what is called anthropology is an imperialist discipline. It's an imperialist construct. It was created to study us, the other.
Us. Correct. Correct.
Yeah. It came with, as a discipline, it came with colonialism. It was to study us. It was to study us. It wasn't about them. It was about them studying us.
Yes, you're correct. You're correct.
You had the Likis in Kenya, and the others who went out and they were studying us because we were subhuman. We were something to be studied.
And they still do this. And they still do it.
They still do it.
And that is why a lot of the what do you call it now? The Haitians, I understand, don't allow white Americans to get beyond some of their voodoo practices. They won't divulge some of these things to them because they're saying they want to, to like use any of their strategies to liberate themselves.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's not for them. That's not for them. We've been on the earth. We've been on the earth before them.
Land Champion is saying they do understand, but they are wicked and greedy. These so-called leaders are evil. Again, we have to be careful. Not everybody, but most of them, I agree with you, are evil.
I like this last one.
Kamala is evil.
Yes.
Is Kamala or Kamala? Which one? Is it the Trinidadian or the American?
Talk about the Trinidadian, because when you imagine they just struck another boat and killed some.
Yes.
And you keep saying that, but where's the drug? Show us seize these boats and show the world the drugs.
Yes.
They're killing the people who are dying are fishermen. And that's why the fishermen from some of the islands are not going out.
Yes. I see some people are saying that have I been blocked? I do not block anybody. Anything blocking is going on is by YouTube. I don't block, and even if I disagree with you, we put it up on the thing and we engage. Here we are here to engage and to discuss, to debate, and nothing is wrong if we sometimes get heated. That's how
Caribbean people operate. That's right. That's the devil at work there.
Wow. Do you see what they're doing with Mr. Perreira? The system is trying to block me.
Yes, because
I'm just trying to say that I'm not been blocked.
Because your program, you're doing a good job.
We are doing a good job because you're sharing with us some very useful, and nothing is wrong to have disagreements because that's how we are. We're thinking,
of course,
and we will have disagreements on certain issues.
Of course.
So your comment is definitely Lion Champion. Please write anything you want to write. Once it's respectful, I don't have a problem with our disagreements. Are you seeing my comments? Yes, I'm seeing your comments. So hopefully nothing is wrong. But if you have written anything and it's blocked, it's not from my end. Certainly not. Go to all messages. Right, Lion Champion, your messages are here, so you don't need to worry. Yeah, I'm seeing all of them. I'm just seeing them now. I'm just I'm highlighting them now, but they've been there. America is trying to cut off China from oil. Is that true, Mr.
Correct.
Perreira?
I agree with that.
Yes. And the slimy show is saying the USA cannot have a successful communist country living right next door. Do you agree with that?
Yes,
I guess
yes.
it's Cuba. I guess
Yep.
that's Cuba, right?
Yeah.
Just look at the map. Yes, we agree with that. That's how wars end. Iran is not negotiating. This is diplomacy. Iran is showing the world that it is not the aggressor. I think
A special
agree with that.
salute to Lion Champion. I
Yes.
always like his comments. He's well informed.
Yes, and he loves you. He's on. Yeah.
Special salute.
Yeah.
Yes, I
He
agree.
does.
I agree with him. Yes.
Yes, he's a Pan-Africanist at heart.
I wrote
America
about this.
is. Yes, yes.
Yes, I agree.
He's
I agree
always
with
on the
that.
program. Once you're here, he's going to be on the show.
Yes,
Once he's
yes,
here,
America.
he's going to be on the show. Definitely.
Yeah.
America is a terrorist state. Agree with that,
100%.
Mr. And somebody's saying exactly your land champion. We welcome your comments. Feel free to say what is on your mind once it's done respectfully. Here is the link again. And land champion is saying this is exactly what Elaine Focus show talks about today. I don't know that show. Do you know that show, Mr. Perreira?
No, I don't, but I'm going to check on it.
Yeah, we can check on it. He shows
check
the
it out.
cowardice of our so-called black leaders. Okay, so we'll check that out, Mr. Lion Champion.
Yeah.
Please watch Elaine Focus. I think you told us already, so we can go and watch that. Iran should have a Nike. What does
It
that
means
mean?
a nuke. A nuke.
A nuke. Oh, okay, a nuke.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Which they should. They should, and they should have all rights to have their nuclear weapons.
Well, Israel has nuclear weapons, and
Yeah.
nobody can go in.
The US.
The International Atomic Energy Agency attempted years ago. Israel said, "We're sovereign. You can't come in here and inspect nothing."
Right.
See,
And
that's
the
the
US
double
supports
standard. Yeah.
Yes, and the US supports them. The beast
Yeah.
has no reason. Yes, and we know
said that earlier.
Did you-
Yes.
Right. Did you read Path to Persia? No, I haven't read that. So that's what I will try. Do you know that book, Mr. Perreira?
I know there's a book.
There's a book or
There's a book
Yeah.
written by two insiders, two
Mhm.
top who worked in senior positions in the U.S. State Department,
Mhm.
and they visited Iran on a number of occasions and so on. They wrote the book, and the narrative that they put, right, because they're not Muslims. They're not Muslims. These are two white Americans,
Yes.
and they were showing that Iran is not building any nuclear weapon, and not interested in nuclear weapons, and that you shouldn't
Right.
pursue any war with Iran. And they
Right.
were hung it out. They were hung it out. They
I
were
think
pushed
America
out.
wants their. I think America
They
realizes now
don't
that.
want any. I mean, you saw what happened to the Trump, the guy, what's his name, that resigned from the security, the man who stepped down.
Who was that again?
Trump appointed the one for the national, for the security what's his name? It's he stepped down a couple of weeks back.
Mattel?
Kent.
Okay.
Yes,
I
because
didn't know
he said that Iran was not pursuing any nuclear weapon. There was no
Right.
reason to go to war. But Jared Kushner, Trump's
Yes, his son-in-law.
Trump's household, not even in the White House.
Yeah,
and his
which
friends,
Steve Witkoff.
they
Yeah.
brought this lie and so on. Then even the Omanis were saying, the Omani foreign minister said that they were close to the arrangement,
Yeah.
and that he actually said that they went and lied to Trump. So you're dealing
Yes.
with liars.
They're all liars.
They wanted war.
Yes. Remember the same
They
thing
wanted
happened in
war.
Venezuela? In Venezuela, when there was a CIA, was he a member of the CIA? And he told Trump that Maduro was not, connected to any drug running.
Any
in
drug?
Venezuela.
No,
And
no,
then
no, no.
and they asked him to resign to war. He stepped down. I think he voluntarily stepped down too. Right.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but you know, it's well documented, Andrew. It's well documented that the CIA has made use of drug cartels.
They are the main drug thing in the
For years they pushed this narrative, this false narrative, that you remember the largest guerrilla group in Colombia. They
the FARC
handed in their arms, and then they formed a political party. But some went back. There was a split. Some went back to the battlefield. The FARC,
the
FARC, the FARC, yes.
Mm-hmm.
The Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia. The FARC.
Yeah, the FARC.
They push this narrative that the FARC was dealing with drugs. That's not true. The
Right.
FARC. Now, if I come to you, I can go into a supermarket.
Yes.
And there's certain items that you can buy, basic household ingredients that I can buy, and if you have the knowledge, you can put together a bomb.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that you are selling me this thing to go
drugs. Right. Right.
Exactly. You see what I'm making?
No, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. So the FARC guerrillas had control of certain areas, what they call liberated zones, that they had in control. So the farmers would sell the cocoa, but the people who are buying the cocoa now are selling it, and it's to be used for something different.
Oh,
you see? And the people who were really the reason the FARC were protecting the farmers was because the right-wing militia groups that were committing the atrocities were linked to the cartels.
Oh, I got you.
But they wanted to demonize the guerrillas and say that the guerrillas were involved in the drug trade. Nothing of the sort.
Right.
Nothing of the sort. Because you can recall that, look at that former the president that Trump just pardoned. He was the drug runner.
Yeah, the one from Honduras. Yeah.
From Honduras. And they knew he was running drugs.
Yes. He convicted. I was convicted. And was convicted.
But President Petro, who is carrying the war to the drug cartel, you call him a drug dealer.
That's what they do.
See,
That's it.
The opposite. Satanic. That's satanic.
It is.
That's satanic.
It is. Let's call a spade a spade. It is.
Yeah.
Do you agree with Lion Champion that this is about taking control of oil? But do we limit it? Do we make it as simple as
the equation? It is part of the equation.
Right. But but there are more to the agenda. What I was saying to Mr. Perreira is that the people now know that it's not about nuclear weapons, as Trump is saying. Now they are now revealing that Trump is literally insisting that he wants the 400 kilometers of enriched uranium in Iran, and that is why he is saying there won't be any peace until that is given over to him.
Well, I can't speak for the Iranians, but this is what you'll say. Brazil has enriched uranium, but they said it's for peaceful purposes, not to take it. You could
just like Iran. Just like Iran, they have
you have to carry it to a level. But if you want, some time ago, Gaddafi did point out this. We want a world. We want a world without nuclear weapons. So why? Let's all disarm. Let's all get rid of nuclear weapons.
That's
why should some people get rid of their nuclear weapons? Good, and others have nuclear weapons. But having said that, Iran does not possess nuclear weapons, right? Good. Now, you have nuclear weapons, a lot of nuclear weapons, and I have a machine gun. You want me to give up my machine gun, right? So when I give up the machine gun, like you want Hezbollah to disarm.
Right.
Hezbollah is going to disarm so that you can move into Lebanon and occupy the entire country. You have to be a fool.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Hezbollah has never invaded any country. Hezbollah is a liberation movement. Hezbollah came into being. Hezbollah was formed to protect Lebanon. Hezbollah has no expansion thing. Hezbollah is a liberation movement that is to defend Lebanon. We've seen that. But in Israel, you have nuclear weapons. You can do what you want. Let's everybody give up nuclear weapons. Let India give up, Pakistan, France, everybody. But no, and I think we did point out many times. You remember with Nelson Mandela, the nuclear weapons in South Africa, right? Where the West said that, okay, what part of the conditions is that the black government coming into power will hand over whatever nuclear that the South Africans already had. And the South Africans already had it. And you know who gave them the technology? It was Israel.
Yes.
It was Israel.
You're correct. You're correct.
Israel
You
give
know,
them the technology so they can nuke the frontline states.
this war is winding up to be at the core a moral religious war. Why? The United States is suggesting that it has moral superiority, which it doesn't, and that is why they are allowed to have nuclear weapons and other countries are not, because somehow, because Iran is predominantly Muslim, they're saying that we can't trust the Muslim, they're going to bomb up the world. But the United States is a Christian country, a so-called Christian nation, so they are not going to bomb. You can trust them with nuclear and terrible weapons, and they will act responsibly, which is not true. So at the end of the day, this is a religious war.
I beg to differ. First of all,
I don't agree. I don't agree that they are.
I don't know what I mean by Christian here, because
that's what they say. That's what they say. Yeah.
If I don't know what's when you say America's a Christian country, we're talking about a country.
I don't believe that.
There is nothing Christian. There's nothing Christian but a state in the United States. Right. And I don't know what I mean by Christian. The same way I do not believe what was referred to in Europe as Judeo-Christian civilization. I believe that Europe moved from barbarism and leaped into capitalism, feudalism into capitalism. I don't believe that there was anything Christian about Western civilization. Not the Crusaders, not the colonization project with Columbus landing with the cross and the sword.
So it's a religious war built on false religion.
Good.
Right? The religion is false. And the same thing with slavery. When they were telling us that they were bringing us here to Christianize us, it was false religion. Right? Because that's not what they did. Obviously, their purpose was to use us and to kill us and to get profits, to gain profits from us, right? Or labor, or free labor. So it was nothing to do with Christianizing us at all. Go ahead, Mr. Perreira.
That's, well, you know, the great Iranian, there's a great Iranian revolutionary, Ali Shariati, great scholar, sociologist and philosopher. He wrote a book on true religion versus false religion. And of course, he was Muslim, but he was not, for him, true religion and false religion. He was not saying that, look, Islam is true religion and all of you are false. Right. For him, if you're a Christian, you're a Muslim, and you're fighting injustice and oppression, then you're practicing true religion. You're practicing true religion. False religion is those who pay allegiance to Islam. They say they're Muslims or Christian, but then they support injustice and all of that. So this war has nothing to do with religion. The reactionary evangelical right in America, those bogus pastors like John Hagee and them, they're trying to frame it as a religious war. But look what happened. The Zionists bombed a Jewish synagogue in Iran. And the Jews in Iran said, they came out attacking Netanyahu in Israel. They said, we support our supreme leader, who's Muslim. But they're Jews. They practice Judaism. Then we had that picture that went viral of an Israeli soldier smashing up a statue of Jesus. I'm not into statues, but you have to respect Christians for that. Now,
and people's, you know.
That is not an accident.
Beliefs.
The Jews hate Jesus.
Yes, they did.
Do you know?
Rejected him and rejected him.
I think it was 2 years ago. One of the right-wing parties in Europe, in Israel, is trying to bring a vote in the Israeli parliament to make it illegal to mention the name, to talk about Jesus. Two parties. Now, they want to bring two extreme right-wing parties. They want to bring this thing to parliament that would make all mention of Jesus illegal. And then you have these ignoramuses, these lunatics who say that you must defend Israel. The Israel of today has nothing to do with the Israel of biblical
ancient history. Yeah, you're correct. It
Not
has nothing,
the same.
Nothing. It's a political agenda. This is political agenda.
That's right.
All right.
That's
if it's based on any religion, it's false religion. All right.
That's
and that
right.
is what people have to
Absolutely
understand.
right. False religion. And brother, if it was religion, then you have Muslims who are in bed with the Zionists.
And that is
the UAE leadership, those family dictatorship, they're Muslims, but they work with the Zionists, and they have sat by while the Zionists commit genocide in Gaza, and they haven't lifted a finger.
Well, just like Fred Corbin of Barbados, and Fred probably is listening to me right now. Fred says it's the Jews control the world. And when he says that, it's almost like if you say that and believe that theory, it's the Jews then created the Holocaust and they killed themselves. And after they killed themselves, then they gave themselves reparations. I don't know if that makes any sense.
No,
does it?
But no, this is what I would say. And it's not an area that is really investigated unless, a lot of us don't do it. You have to go and read certain people.
Yes.
There are a number of historians, revisionist historians, I call them.
Yes.
David Irving in Britain, he was destroyed. Dr. Irving was destroyed. Fred Tobin from Australia was destroyed. Roger Garaudy, who was a former leading theoretician of the Communist Party of France. I met Garaudy twice at a conference in Caracas and then later in Libya. He became a Muslim.
Yes.
And he questioned the Jewish Holocaust. They went after him. They almost destroyed him. David Irving lost his home.
Yeah.
There was another one from Australia. He was traveling and he was arrested in Germany, and the man never recovered. He died. The point is, you're not allowed. Anybody can question the amount of Africans that died in the Maafa.
What was the narrative, though? What was the narrative that these guys?
Well, the narrative that, of course, they questioned this thing about
the thesis.
6 million did not die.
Okay, but they were Jews. Did they accept that they were Jews who died?
Jews died. But here what is left out. Here was left out.
Yes. Yes.
Do you know that when Hitler was expanding, his troops were going into different countries? Hitler enlisted, he had different battalions, surrogate soldiers that were, he had the Gunderat, he had a set of policemen who were Jews, right? And they even had in some of the Balkans, in some of those countries where you had Muslims, there was units that were made up of Muslims, right? And the Ustashi in Croatia, so who were Christians, that joined Hitler's thing. They were like, just like how you had Quisling in Norway. But here what happened? That they don't tell you. Hitler was very Hitler hated the communists.
And and the Jews and the gays.
And if you look at it, the Communist Party and the communists, most of the leaders, you look at most of the communist leaders, they were Jews.
Yes.
Jewish background. Remember in Russia, Trotsky was a Jew.
Most of
Kamenev was a Jew. Karen was a Jew.
Yeah.
Karl Marx came from Jewish background, although his father's Protestant. I'm just showing you. Bernstein and all of these guys, they were all Jews. Rosa Luxemburg, who was killed, assassinated, was a Jew. So was Karl Radek. But a lot of the leadership of the communists were Jews. And Hitler was killing the communists. So if you kill the communists and most of them were Jews, who are you killing? Not Jews.
The thing about what is
there were Jews who were Hitler's police who used to point out the Jews to the Gestapo.
But wasn't, the thing about it, and we have to have another discussion on this, but, when you look at what happened in Franco's Spain, and Franco was this fascist, right? And you'd think that he's like a person like Trump, capitalist and all of that stuff, hate the communists and so on. Why did Hitler call his party then the Nationalist, Socialist, whatever party? Why was it? Wasn't it more like leading towards communism than capitalism?
No. But
why call it the socialist? Why call it the nationalist?
Well, first of all, Hitler did not what was called the Nazi Party, the acronym for the National Socialist Workers' Party.
Right.
Hitler did not start. Hitler did not start the party. He was the founder
I
of the
know.
party as such.
And but he
And
renamed it. He kept the name.
yeah, he kept the name. Well, people go in and you keep the names, but we have.
But he was a dictator. He could change it. He was a dictator, so
Yeah,
he could
yeah.
have changed it if he wanted.
Well, he kept the name because. But the original National Socialist Workers' Party, they felt they wanted to build a socialism that was different, and many of them. There was a tendency in the National Socialist Workers' Party that argued for some sort of collaboration with the communists, though they weren't communists. Now you had what was called the third positionists. They were the brothers. The Otto, the two brothers. I'll tell you the name just now. And one of them went into exile, and the other one was killed. But what Hitler did, there was two tendencies. You had the nationalist tendency that wanted to build a Germany that was different.
Of a certain race.
Yeah.
Built on a certain race, a pure
Yeah,
race.
you remember there were two brothers, the Otto Strasser, the Strasser brothers, the Strasserites. There was a tendency, right? Socialists. And they were critical of the Junkers, the German big business and so, right? But Hitler didn't agree. Hitler formed an alliance with German big business, and they didn't like that. And when they had the night of the long knives and all of that and the killing, they purged a lot. One of the Strassers was killed and the other went into exile. And there were those who did not agree with the racial nationalism of Hitler, like Ernest Röhm and them, and they were killed. They were gotten rid of. Good. And that tendency won out. So the nationalist tendency was destroyed, and this racial thing about racial superiority and thing won out. But they kept the name, but there was nothing socialist about it because the German big business remained intact. But the original socialists in that party, because they took the name National Socialism to draw a line between the international communist movement that wanted to spread. They believed that, you have to build socialism based on your own culture and circumstances and so. And that's why. But they were gotten rid of. And it's interesting because you have and this is where the left-wingers go wrong, a lot of the Marxists. There's a group of people who call themselves the National Front in Britain. It's folded up. It's a shell of itself. But the National Front had a big split years ago in the 70s, because I met some leaders from the National Front. And there were two groups. So the left-wingers used to say, the National Front is Hitlerites and fascists. And they didn't like it. Because when you read, there were two tendencies. When you read the National Front, they used to hit at Hitler. They said, we are not Nazis. Why are people calling us Nazis? So it was just, and we got to be careful because there's not all forms of populism are Nazi. And we got to be careful.
Yes. That is true.
You have to be careful.
No, I was even trying to refer to Franco. It was really Mussolini that I was actually trying to remember, from Italy, who was the more fascist in terms of his capitalist, and he hated the communists and the socialists, right? Yeah. Mussolini of Italy. But yet still, were they friends? Hitler and Mussolini, weren't they?
It was more an alliance of convenience because they had their own. Because the Nazis. If you really you read some of their things and so, there's a lot of things came out in their writings and so, and historians point out. The Nazis didn't think much of the Italians. They saw them as a sort of inferior.
Backward, yeah.
Yeah.
Because remember too that the eugenics movement saw the Italians as being inferior, and he got his ideologies from where? From the United States. So the Poles and these, what do you call it now? Eastern, is it Eastern or Southern? Southern and perhaps Eastern European countries, they were inferior to the stock.
Yeah, and you have to realize the Nazis understood that because southern Italy and
has lots of blacks too.
Spain. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And
The Moors,
Spain and Portugal, the
Yes.
Moors spent more than 600 years there, so they weren't keeping it to themselves.
Yes.
So there's nothing pure there. And that is why President Petro said it. He said, we will resist. He said, we have the blood of the Moors in us. Because Spanish culture, Spanish civilization.
Have Moors. Yes. Even their food. Even their food. I was in Spain.
The food, that's right.
It's very African centered,
Very
in fact,
African centered.
I was looking at some of the things that's on the streets, and I'm saying that's what I would eat in Jamaica. You said, wow, that's interesting. The connection,
right.
Russia is now dealing with Cuba. That's what Lion Champion is saying.
Yeah.
Dems and Republicans are two faces of the same coin. I think we made that point clear.
Absolutely agree. Malcolm X understood that.
You should understand this. They have the same agenda. These so-called difference in presentation. Yes, you're correct.
Yeah.
And Nord Stream pipeline destruction was Biden. You're correct.
Definitely.
I know it was Biden.
Yeah, that's right.
It was
they blew it up.
Yeah,
they blew it up.
You see how they can, as you talk about as he talks about the Nord Stream.
Yeah.
Do you see how what they seem to call allies? Look at how they damaged Europe, Western Europe, like Britain, and because they relied on this gas pipeline coming from Russia to supply them with energy. And I'm going to say now, if things should go haywire in Iran, Europe, Western Europe is going to be in serious crisis in terms of energy. What do you think?
Of course.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
And, as it is, it would be difficult to go back, much as if you escalate. It's going to bring a global meltdown. I do think it's easy for Trump to say that he will resume bombing and all that, but I think he is going to be between this rock and a hard place, because Netanyahu wants this war to continue. The Zionists want the war to continue. But I do not think the Gulf states want this war to continue. It will not be good for them. It will be damaging for Kuwait and for all the Gulf states, because it's going to lead to the destruction of them. And
destroy their country.
In all those investments and all that's going to go up. So he will have to choose where he's going to listen to. Is he going to, because Israel and Netanyahu is going to bring them down. They have nothing to offer them.
But the U.S. wants the war it's a very incestuous relationship between Israel and the United States.
Yes.
The United States claims that it gives Israel all these billions of dollars every year, right? But those billions of dollars is invested in arms. Right, so the U.S. gives Israel the aid, but the aid goes back to the United States because it sends arms to Israel. So the United States benefits from the sale of arms to Israel. Israel benefits from the wars, as you're saying, and the United States benefit too. So it's something that the tail is wagging. Well, what's it? The dog is wagging the tail, or the whatever. Who's doing what?
But no one, you cannot deny that I mean, people say, well, the Israelis, the Mossad got a lot on Trump, the Epstein files and all of that. That may be so.
But let's see how
it does that. Something. Years ago, there was a book, there's an interesting book that came out a number of years ago called They Dare Speak Out. It's about a number of politicians in the United States, white and African Americans, who exposed the Zionist lobby, and how the Zionists operate, and they were destroyed. They were destroyed. And I think one president said, if the American people, a former U.S. general, said, if the American people know the stranglehold that the Zionists have, the state of Israel have in America, they will rise up.
Yeah, but other presidents have talking about the Vatican too. And tremendously, I see a lot of people on podcasts talking, everybody, almost all the podcasts are saying out of America and around the world, saying it's Israel, 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 Israel. And oftentimes when the majority of people are saying it's one thing, it's always not the case. Why are people mum on the Vatican and the this very extraordinary. First of all, Israel does not have that institution as powerful as the Vatican does, and we are seeing where all of the powers go to the Vatican, including Netanyahu, and these people go there and they bow to him. So who is really more powerful than whom? And Trump in his comeback with the Pope, and
who was the first president that there was a Roman Catholic in the United States, if I recall, was John Kennedy.
Right. And but all of a sudden now, right until maybe John F. Kennedy, Mr. Perreira, the United States citizens understood the role of the Vatican. They kept in their memories from Europe and their parents what happened in the old world, and that Rome has never changed. And all of a sudden now, everybody's talking about Israel. And I am very aware, because the Jews have always been a problem in the West, from the Spanish Inquisition right down to all major Nazism and whatever. Why is it always the Jews?
Well,
and they are the ones to.
What is interesting is the persecutors of those Jews was Western civilization.
Yeah.
It happened.
Yeah.
It happened under two kings.
Yes.
In England.
Yes.
It happened during when the crowns of
America too.
Seville and Aragon were united, Ferdinand and Isabella,
right?
Those who sponsored Columbus.
Yes.
And what do you think the Merchant of Venice was about?
Yeah, the same. Right.
Right. You know that book is prohibited from being taught in public schools. The Merchant of Venice. It seemed as an anti-Semitic book or tract, it's seen as that. But the thing is that the persecutors of the Jews, and the West has this guilty conscience, like they feel that they have to placate the Jews and let them do anything because of what happened to the Jews long before Hitler. Because you know something, when Hitler came, the ground was already fertile.
Right.
Hitler tossed the seed, the ground. Look,
right.
Go and read Martin Luther, one of the leaders, the fathers of the Protestant Reformation. Listen to what he was very, if you want to use that term, anti-Semitic.
He was anti-Semitic, yeah.
Read what he said about Jews, if you want to use that term.
Yeah.
And many, not other church fathers long before him, but there was this hostility towards the Jews in Europe. And you know who protected the Jews?
Africans.
The Jews were protected by the Moors, the Africans and Arab in Spain, because after there is a battle that the Muslims call the Balat al-Shahada, where the Moors were defeated. Military historians said that the reason they were defeated by, I think it was a battle by Charles Martel. You heard of him? The Hammer.
Yes.
Charles Martel led the Franks in that battle. But military historians said that it was said that this rumor went to the battlefield that the Moorish general had died, and the troops got it and they started to retreat. But that did not happen. And the military historian said that if the Moors had regrouped and charged, they would have smashed the Franks. They would have smashed them because they were much better on the battlefield, because the Franks were overwhelmed and they were tired. Anyhow, the point is that after the crowns of Castile and Aragon were united and the Moors left, after the Moors pulled back and set sail for what is known as Morocco today, and to other parts of North Africa. That's how you get a lot of these Jews, these Sephardic these Jews in Morocco. There's a lot of Jews in Morocco. Yeah. So when the Moors were leaving Spain, the Muslims said, the Jews said to the Moors, to the Muslims, "We are coming with you. We are coming." And they took them with them because the Catholics were going to persecute them.
because the Roman Empire has always hated the Jews in its
Yeah.
pagan form and also
That's
in
right.
its Catholic
That's
form.
right.
Remember now that the Vatican never, even when Israel was created as a state in 1948, they never had diplomatic relationship with them until
That's
1993.
right.
Many people
That's
don't
right.
know that because they
That's right.
hate the Jews. And
Yeah.
that is what I'm saying. And don't get me wrong now, just like we have black people and Caribbean people being a part of the agenda, whatever agenda they have, there are Jews who are also bad and they're doing some terrible things and they're in high powers of they occupy high seats in government and in the economic realm. However, I think that the Jews, just like they would probably say Nicolas Maduro is bad and this person is bad and Iran, when they're not the bad ones, they're not the bad apples. They're just using these guys and distracting us from looking at the real, as Lion Champion was saying, who are the real enemies? Not Iran, certainly not the Ayatollah, not Maduro, but they are showing us these people like the Jews. They're doing it because I shouldn't compare the Jews with Maduro, but the fact is that they're using, in the sense that they're using the Jews as a distraction from the real power brokers. The Jews are not the real ones, but they're the front. They're definitely the front.
The Zionists, there's a difference between,
Yeah, and the Zionists, and the Zionists, and the Zionists, right? And the Zionists, because the Jews really are not, as you're saying, they're not necessarily there to the Zionists, you're saying.
You can recall there was a movie that came out years ago where it was about the Ku Klux Klan and race. I can't remember the name of the movie, but the man said in it, the Klan leader, one of the Klan officials, he said, we do not like Jews because they killed Christ. They killed Jesus Christ. He said, we do not like Negroes because they're inferior.
Right.
And we will never bow to papal tyrant. So they hate. So that's the Klan. That's the Klan for you. You get it in a nutshell.
Yes, that's brilliant. Lion, my email address is agtuckerus@gmail. Let me put it on the screen. It's there at gmail.com. So that is my email address, so you can send the videos to other people that might. Mr. Perreira needs to go, so let us go quickly. I have information on the Sahel and African politics and so forth. Let us see. That's true. The Slimy Show is saying the West are our enemies, so he agrees with you, Mr. Perreira. And Pedro Jamat is saying that keep in denial that Africa was involved directly in the slave trade that's for another show, right? One day we'll talk about that, Mr. Perreira, how Africa might have been involved in the trade. Repeating Haiti fought for independence and got freedom is delusional, knowing that Haiti paid reparations to France. But I agree that they did get liberation, but their liberation was short-lived. That we can agree, right? But they did free themselves. Europe abstained from the recent slavery vote in the UN.
West Europe.
Western Europe.
Serbia, which is in Europe, voted in favor of
and Russia didn't too, and Russia did abstain. America voted
against. Three voted against. The United States, Israel, and Argentina.
And Argentina is almost like America now because Trump loves the guy there. What's his name? The one in
Argentina.
I
agree with Lion. What more proof do you want to know who the enemy is? I agree.
Right. So what more proof do you want to know? Well, there are lots of proof also that people, we understand that the Chinese are not. Well, we're going to talk about that another time. Mandela kept what is this? This status quo? Is that this is? Even went after Winnie, and you think he did something. He did, however, the results are there. There is another perspective, a narrative that, we need to talk about some of these guys to Mr. Perreira all the time, because, eventually, why was he loved by the Barack Obamas and these people too? He was greatly beloved by them. Or do you think they respected him? They didn't love him, but they respected him. What would you say?
I think they respected him.
Yes.
They had to. Because whatever you want to say about Mandela, his detractors, Mandela was a very moral human being.
Leader.
Very, very a man of integrity. And he said something. He said, if we were to go, if there are people who, if we allow them to pick our friends, then we'll be in trouble.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
Because they want to make the people who are our friends, they want us to make enemies of these
people.
Of them. Yeah. So
correct.
You know.
Correct.
Yeah.
Forget the West. We must learn to be African again. I think we have to be, we have to learn both, because you have to know who the enemy is. You're saying, Lion Champion, that the West is your enemy, so you have to know them. You might not want to adapt what they're doing, but you have to know what they're doing, and they're studying us, so we should study them too. Mali was the first place in the 12th century to have a human rights charter. Could you say that?
Yes, that is true. There's evidence of that. But also during the rule of the Caliph Umar, they had implemented that, and they had the first time social insurance was introduced was there. Social insurance. So that way, and they had times when they had for the zakat to give it out. No one was in need. There was no poor. Yeah.
Africans are older than European and many other peoples of the world. Of course, that is true.
That's true.
That is no denying. Exactly. An imposed democracy. Yeah. So we are not democracy. Keep up with my comments. I'm keeping up with your comments, sir. Obviously, you're making some interesting points too. How did the Jews adapt? Well, they're in different territories. You have to understand that they are scattered all over the world. They're in Africa, they're in the Caribbean, they're in the United States, Europe.
There were Jews who coexisted and lived for thousands of years alongside the Muslims and all of that. There was never a problem.
Yes, I don't know.
There was never a problem. It's until Zionism came and they
correct. And it's not that. I must say that, just like, I think I compare to some extent, not to a great extent, the Chinese with the Jews. They're two of the most productive and industrious peoples on the global stage. Wherever you see the Chinese, even in the most gruesome of conditions, they've set up shops and they try to move on with their lives. And the Jews are like that. And sometimes, do you think that's why people sometimes hate them? Because under very challenging circumstances, they rise above what is happening and make something of life. And people sometimes, are envious of them.
Yeah.
Would you say that?
Well, the bankers, yes, they're very, yes, they go, they work. There's a different culture. See, our experience is different. Our experience is different. I mean,
yes. But we can learn from them, and that's what we're saying. That
Marcus Garvey said that. Marcus Garvey said that. He said we can learn from the industriousness of the Chinese.
Yes, and the Jews.
Yes, he
but
said
some
that.
but some of our people are so brainwashed they will never see this. You're correct, and they have built their foundation on the backs on the book forced by the oppressor. And then we have Thazi Macabros is saying even the cross itself is questionable. The cross is a symbol of oppression. You're correct. And the cross is also very pagan. It is not anything to do with the Bible too. Well, Christ died, and but all of this running around with crosses, as you're saying, I agree with, is oppressive. The cross is a symbol of Roman oppression. Absolutely. Bible talks about images. Correct. You're correct. Lion Champion forgot that. The cross is we've had that already. MLK was CIA. I don't think so. How would you describe?
No, I don't agree with it. I know that those things are tossed around.
I don't agree with that too. MLK
they won't get Malcolm. Of course, the movement was penny. You had informers in there.
Correct. Correct.
You had informers, but
yes, and I think what he probably was trying to say is that Martin Luther King Jr. believed in, just like maybe you would say like Toussaint Louverture, he sort of trusted that integration would bring about some amount of improvement in the lives of Black people. The same thing with Toussaint. He believed that the progressive movement in France would have generated some sort of improvements for the slaves in Saint-Domingue. But that didn't happen. That was totally so. When MLK woke up and he realized that these guys are not necessarily interested in freeing black people. He started to speak out, and that is probably a more revolutionary Martin Luther King. But he
Well,
was
as
no
Kwame Ture said to us some time ago, he said Dr. King, formerly Stokely Carmichael, Kwame Ture, he said to us on many occasions in Africa and so, he said Dr. King was a great man, but his problem was that he made nonviolent a principle rather than a tactic.
Yes.
He said, and if you're going to, nothing is wrong with nonviolence, but if you're going to appeal, you got to make sure that who you're appealing to have the ability to reason and must be on the same moral level with you. You can't speak nonviolence to people who are inherently violent.
Who are violent, right? You're right.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. You know.
It is religion that is hurting us. We need to understand no one is coming to save us, absolutely. But politics too, because people think that political leaders and what do you call them again, Mr. Perreira, messiahs, political messiahs, are like Obama and other black people are here to save us. So both can be, right. And just like we have the false politics. So yeah. So Chris, his name was Chris Blackwell, Mr.
That's
Perreira.
Chris, that's his name, yes. Chris Blackwell, that's right. That's him.
I was saying, but I didn't remember is Blackwell, not Black. Yeah. Trump Chris Blackwell. Trump extended the ceasefire. Oh, he extended it? Oh, so it seemed like he just ended. But all of that you think is just smoke screen, right?
Yeah.
Extended. He's going to bomb them and bomb them unexpectedly. They got rid of all of them. Yes. Not the same. Let me just get two more. All right. So we can't go with everything. Guys, it was great talking to you. I'm sorry I can't read all the comments, or I could stay with you and read some of them. Mr. Perreira, I know you have to go now. So we thank you for joining us. I will stay with you guys and see if we can go through the comments. So thank you, Mr. Perreira, for joining us. And we hope to see you another time on another live. You've spent enough time with us. We can't ask you for another minute.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Perreira. And we value your conversation. We value your guidance. And we'll talk again. Have a good night.
Thank you. Same to you, brother.
Same here. Bye-bye, sir. Yes. So let's just go through some of the comments since we were on the line for a long time. So let me go back up and see if I can get most of your comments. He just wants to cause division and confusion. I guess it's Trump. What is he talking about? Tokenism. We have Philadelphia saying Rubio, saying that though his Rubio considered white, I guess he enjoyed the white elites in Florida. Yeah, well, I guess they consider him to be white because white is subjective, and people can become white by their economic associations. You hate China and Russia so much, it is delusional. I don't hate Russia or China at all. I hate, what I hate is an unfair system. I'm not sure I hate China. I've never said I hate them. In fact, I taught many Chinese students, and they perhaps were some of my best students, and they had a good relationship with me too. Ghana had slave markets, and those don't sell vegetables. This brother is lost. Okay, am I? He's so brainwashed by Western propaganda about China and Russia, but are you also brainwashed by the Russian propaganda? You obviously don't read as much as once I thought. Yeah, maybe I don't read what you're reading, but I understand that world, the politics is not just enemy and friends, right? It's more complex and more nuanced than you're thinking it is. With thinking like yours, African countries would still be colonized. Where did they get their training and weapons from to fight the Europeans? Stop China and Russia hate, brother. You love them. You're passionate about your Chinese and the Russians, okay? The voting is enormous. Strongly disagree with the host as well. The vote against the resolution is admitting I have done wrong because slavery was legal for only 3 countries to vote against it. Yeah, what I'm saying, I don't have a problem with voting, but voting does not suggest that the system changes. And the same thing, just like I don't have a problem with voting as a democratic right, but that does not change the system. That's what I'm suggesting here. So when you go and you vote between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, yes, you are exercising your democratic right. And I would never say annul it. Okay, I'm against it. I'm just saying that is not going to change the system. It's a systemic problem and voting in the UN. The UN is a false institution anyway. Read our ancestors' books about the West. But is that objective, or is it just saying Africa is wonderful and the West is bad? No one is saying that. You are making up stuff now. About what? What am I making up stuff about? I am here to say, guys, that we cannot sit down and say and deny ourselves too. We are part of the West. We are as African and European. That is what we, and Asian, because, as the famous professor in Jamaica said, we are part Asian, we're part European, and we're part African. Because all of these cultures is within our DNA. And we just have to try to work with everybody and try to work with them when they are decent and to perfect, because we don't live in a perfect world, as Mr. Perreira says. So it's an experiment and we have to work with that experiment. Yes, I'm trying to catch up with your chat. The West is a threat to AI and humanity. Yes, I agree. European elites, the others are lackeys and criminals, okay? The Soviet Union assisted South Africa with apartheid, meeting discussions, while the Dutch Reformed Church was capitalizing on the apartheid. And I'm not suggesting that they're not helping, and they might not help in some ways or the other. What I'm saying that these are not, building institutions, as it were, that will help us to become self-reliant and independent. Those migrants running to the West, like how the Black leader do. The Chinese released the virus on us. The Chinese and Americans, yeah. You didn't know that? I think that was a given fact. I think everybody's know that. Host is uninformed. So you are in we are in 2026 now. You don't know that the virus was actually, leaked from a Chinese lab? You didn't know that? What world are you living in then? What are you reading? And this is why we are going to be in the mess that we're in right now, because we are not properly informed, because our ideologies are simply dark. It's really blocking the light that needs to be shed on things. Yes, the Chinese, but the Americans were also involved, and they unleashed the thing, and everybody knows that it was intentional. Why do you hate China so much? I don't hate China. I just speak the truth. The truth might be hurtful. He's right. Then we have why Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger don't form a federation. That's a good thing, but I don't think those three countries, and they're small, would be able to counteract what the West is doing. What are you talking about? You live in a delusional. If China and Russia didn't support the AES with weapons finance, they will probably not exist now. So what's your point? And you guys are talking about weapon thing. I'm saying to you, you have the military industrial complex in all these countries, right? So obviously somebody is going to benefit, but the people on the ground are not the ones who are going to benefit. Mr. Perreira was also talking about the Chinese being nice to countries, but if you should go to the ordinary man on the streets, yes, the business people will say yes, because they're the ones who are the ones at the forefront and they will benefit financially. However, should you go to the man on the street, will they say the same thing? How do they perceive the Chinese people working along in their culture? That's what we need to do. And then we'll know if the Chinese is greatly loved. You can see them admit this online. Go watch, the videos. Yes, I will watch it. Maduro did that. And we have, thank you so much, Philly, for that gift. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much for doing that, for your contribution. Lion Champion says it was up to our brother. No African country would be free because of his hate for Russia. I want to know what does Lion Champion think? How are Russia and China liberating Africa? How are they liberating Africa? Right? Remember now that, as Marcus Garvey suggested, if you're Pan-African or Pan-Africanist, then you have to understand that no other country is going to free us. Right? China is not going to do it. Right? I don't think they're even helping us. We're the ones, just like Marcus Garvey, who will have to come with a proposal and insist that they do whatever they should do. But they're not going to come and say, oh, we're going to do that to liberate you. They're not going to do that. And that's what is happening in the Caribbean. They're just there to facilitate some, investments. At the end of the day, in the Caribbean, as we know it, we are paying them back money. It's debt. And in some cases, we're paying back tolls, right? So don't say now that they're liberating us, because they're certainly not. And I'm sure if you talk to many Africans, they will tell you that they're not. We have here, he makes no sense. Okay, you just have to try to broaden your horizon and stop thinking that is the East versus the West. He judges other peoples by Western standards. I think you do the same thing too, because all of that is coming from Western, textbooks, and many people who have written and said that, China and Russia, the progressives like to give us this illusion that China and Russia are the sort of, liberating countries, and they're not. Europeans, guys, why this hatred? You're telling me about my hatred for China and Russia, but why this hatred for yourself? It's you. You are also Western. So why are you also hating? Are you hating yourself? You grew up in this culture. When you go to Africa, any of us can go to Africa, and we should go to Africa, right? But I even was watching this Trinidadian lady in African Ghana right now, and she was saying some of the things that she has to get herself adapted to. And nothing is wrong with that. But the fact is that she is from a different hemisphere. And although she's of African descent, she is recognizing, she's not delusional. She realizes that though she's out of African descent and she's enjoying herself, but there are lots of things that she has culturally that she has to get herself adjusted to, because she has been raised in a Western culture. And we can't deny that, where we have Western influences. The Africans, when they go to our countries, even in Jamaica, talk about the difference between, of course, the majority of Black people and their customs that they can, say definitely is coming from Africa. But lots of things are also different, right? So we need to now grow up and stop listening to what we learn in school. I've learned everything that you're telling me, Land King. I learned it at graduate school. And I just took what I need to take and spit out what I don't need, because some of these things are not empowering us. The Russian military is stronger than the USA. Okay, didn't know that. Come on, man. I don't know what fact you have that the Russian military is larger than and more powerful than the US military. Russia is more powerful, has a more powerful military than America. Is that true? Show me the facts. You cannot compare slavery and colonization to making wise business deals that make no sense. Well, it is. Remember now that slavery and colonialism were also linked to economics, right? Slavery was economics, right? And that is what we're saying. So the same economic policies that might be, implemented in our respective countries, they can enslave us. That is what I'm saying, and that is deep thinking, and that's what I'm here to do, to change your way and your mode of thinking. You have to move away from this simplistic way of the East versus the West, and this one is nice and the other one is not nice, all right? Life is much more complex than that. Humans are complex than that. Cultures are more complex and nuanced. Because NATO was encircling Russia, the host is still brainwashed. If I were brainwashed, then I would be thinking what you're saying, because exactly what came out of the school system that you're repeating ad infinitum and without any thinking. This is what you hear in schools across North America, which I was involved in. So obviously, if I were brainwashed, I'll be thinking like you guys. Wars have always been for economic reasons, absolutely, and that is true. Are you running a CIA psyop? Are you an agent? I would probably think you are. Why would I be if I'm talking against the West and whatever? What I'm not doing is talking what CNN and all these people that you're talking, the Black people in America are talking about, which is not true. NATO giving Putin Ukrainian land while some of them are buying Russian oil. One of the things too, and I did, I'm not telling people to leave America, particularly Black people. When you live in America, which I have done, you tend to be, immersed in that Black versus white sort of philosophy, which is sort of helping people not to think, okay, and seeing the world through white and Black lens, which is very limited. Very limited. And it doesn't make you see the world from a more nuanced perspective. And that is why when people go to other countries, let us say I've seen people who visited the Latin America. Oh, and this person is white and this person is Black. And they don't see themselves through that lens. The culture is more nuanced. And this is what we're seeing the world as, especially if you live in North America too long. You see the world through a very limited perspective, through this white and black perspective. And sometimes you need a break from it because it will drive you crazy, and it will also cloud your way to think. And to some extent, I'm seeing it in the Caribbean region, and it is clouding our ways to think and to reason. And I know from whence it came, from the United States. China have the ability to invade and sanction countries. The idea that Russia doesn't, the military, to dominate is naive. You don't know what Russia will do if it has the power. You just don't know. All of these are speculations. Because if Russia has the sort of, it should have the global dominance as the US has now, it could do that. We're not saying it will, but it could. All right, so these are speculations, and we have to be careful of speculation. My experience with the Russians is great, but I respect the fact that others have not always been equally fortunate. Right, and nothing is wrong with that. There are people who have had excellent relationship with Russians, but I've seen many horror stories read of in terms of people being to Russia and just being attacked because they're black. Okay, and is there a strong business entrepreneurial black class in Russia? Right? You can at least read my super chat, bro. Yeah, I'm reading the super chat, but I'm just getting it now since Mr. Perreira and I was talking that long. Chinese benefits on the climate change hoax, doing manufacturing for the West, who want to save the planet. Then we have, you cannot compare slavery and colonialism to Belt and Road. That is what this host is doing. Of course I can. Of course I can compare it. Why? And that is what we have to do. I am just trying to help you guys to understand that, not everything is our apples and oranges. You've got to be able to look and to make connections. China is there, right, suggesting to us, and you can listen to Mr. Dr. Omar Johnson too, the one who is pro-Africa and everything is Africa. He even says that this whole matter of China coming and controlling your ports and stuff like that, that eventually black people are not going to have any assets, no sort of freedom in the Caribbean and in Africa too, where he has been, and to the Caribbean. So yes, we can say that it can, if it continues in the way we are seeing them taking over ports and they're the only builders of highways, it can. And their people are coming over and taking over all of the businesses that our people used to have. Yes, it can enslave us. Okay, and that's what I'm saying. They're laying the groundwork. And we have to be careful that eventually when they get the power, some people in Jamaica are suggesting that very soon some of the schools are going to be run by Chinese if we continue on this trajectory. Now, it's not the fault of Chinese people, as I'm saying, but our governments have been selling out, little by little, our assets or resources to the Chinese. I think that is something you are seeing, right? Now, you are hard-headed. You don't understand. You judge everyone by Western standards. You are totally wrong about China. To West is the enemy, that is the priority. My God, but you are also judging, you're judging me by Western standards too, by suggesting to me by, what black theory says, that, China is the enemy, and well, not China, but the West is the enemy, and China and Russia are, they're not necessarily as hostile as the US. And I'm saying to you, just like the Vatican behaves, like it's passive now, but eventually when it does reclaim its power, it is going to use that against you and will be as aggressive as any other empire, because the Vatican is also an empire. So not because somebody is not practicing and is not hostile now, doesn't mean therefore as they increase their power that they might not be aggressive and hostile. That is what I'm saying. I cannot think as limited and suggesting that China and Russia are milder. Well, the fact of the matter is, when you look at their citizens too, let us go to China. And we can see that they've had wars over the years too, in which millions of people have disappeared, have been killed. So don't think that, one is better than the other. We have to be careful. China took advantage of the West, taking advantage of their cheap workforce and their infrastructure. The West citizens lost. The West corporations like Apple, Microsoft got super rich. Yes, so the elites benefited. The elites benefited. And don't be fooled now, Philly. These were agreements that the people entered into, and the United States knew what was going to happen. They knew that they were deindustrializing the country. They were not stupid. They knew what they were building by building up the Chinese economic infrastructure. They knew exactly what they were doing. And that was going to be taking away the freedoms of Americans and eventually making them slaves on their own territory. They knew what they were doing. So don't be fooled now that this just happened and the leaders were so stupid that they just gave it to China. It doesn't work like that. No one gets to see and scrutinize Chinese contracts with governments. Absolutely. That's a very good point that you're raising here, Pedro, that no one sees. They don't have an open state. Neither do we, but we have more of an open state, more transparency, a little bit more, not much, but we have a little bit more transparency, and we can have little debates, against our governments that we are doing right at the moment. We have keep interrupting the guest. Well, sometimes you have to interrupt if you're moving on with the program. There are agents of the chaos on this channel. Chaos, maybe you are creating the chaos, Lion. Your China has come from a Western mindset. Oh my God. Provide examples of China enslaving or colonizing African people. Well, the same thing under the Chinese Belt and Road, that is colonization. If you go and read, you'll see. Teach him, the host, what? Ignorance is starting to annoy me now. Now, but you're not saying anything that is intellectual. He looks for every opportunity to attack Africa. He is CIA. Do you see why African people are not going to get better? Because we can't think. And anytime you don't agree with you, now I'm a CIA agent, right? And am I anti-Black? I'm pro-European because I'm just not agreeing with you. People on the platform don't even know that the US and China were in agreement in unleashing a virus upon us. You don't even know that. So what can I say if you don't know that basic fact? And an imperialist also, right? We have who is stopping from investing in our own ports. Apparently, we don't have the finance, and it's a good idea to have choices of investors. You're correct. And at who is going to lose? You think we are going to gain? Okay. Yes. I would like for many of you to go to these respective countries: Jamaica, Guyana, maybe Trinidad, and some of these Caribbean and African countries, and just go on the roads and go from village to village, from community to community, and see how the Chinese have taken over almost every business they're into. And when they get into the business, they dominate. And then we are the ones who are the buyers. Okay? And then they don't even respect us. Okay? Because they're the merchants. So they don't respect the buyers. So do you think that is empowering us? And that's what you have to think. All right. Even when I'm saying Umar Johnson, who is a pro-Africanist, has to admit that point. He's not anti-Chinese. He's just telling us that this is economics. It's basic economics 101. When we give these, our ports and our land and our businesses to foreigners, any foreigner, we are going to be enslaved eventually. All right. Economics 101. Go read Path for Persia policy paper. That is one perspective, and I will read it. But I'm saying that it doesn't mean, therefore, that I'm going to change my perspective, because that is one perspective. The Chinese are going to give you their perspective. The Americans are going to give you their perspective. But you have to look at systems of power. And that's what I'm saying. I'm here to help you to understand that power transcends nationality and culture. You have to understand that, but you still won't understand that. Even Redacted Clayton today was talking about the fact that this war is about global control, and these elites are working together and they are deceiving us. But you're still clinging to your point that USA is the worst, and yeah, we can't help you. The US would never allow that wishful thinking. Yeah, I may not know, I can't remember. Andrew, are you CIA? Wow, you think I'm CIA? I would do well. I don't think I'll be online doing this. The US sees countries' monies. And real and true, if I were CIA, then I would get, I would be able to get onto the algorithm and get lots of, the Tucker Carlsons are the ones you should be asking if they're CIA, because they have millions of views, not because of what they're saying, but because they are connected. Yeah, then we have Andrew is an agent. We have, I'm convinced now Andrew is a tool running a PSYOP. Wow, well, yeah, I would love that, because then the algorithm would be very, very generous to my videos. He has a basic lack of understanding about China. What understanding do you have if you think China is here to help us? No, they are not the world domination. They are not in the same mindset of the Bill Gates and George Soros. Is that so? Is that so? Don't you know that their elites work together? Okay, so what about the Chinese virus? Didn't Bill Gates work with them? Who do you think we're investing in that? In the world, the WHO, the World Health Organization. You guys need to do a lot of reading. Go and read The Great Reset. Go and read the book also about Anthony Fauci, the real Anthony Fauci, right? And you will see. Then we have, but how do you know what their agenda is? I don't know what that is. We don't know what everybody's agenda is, but we do know, based on what we're seeing, that something is amiss here. We clearly are not seeing the full picture. We're not seeing the full agenda, but we are seeing that things are not connecting. Just too many things are connecting. Andrew is brainwashed. The elites in China serve the CCP. Yeah. So, and the people, you think they serve the people? Good for you. That was yesterday. This is today. The only country trying to take over is the United States. No, I don't think that's the only country. That is the most dominant country in the world. Certainly. So it will be the one at the forefront. But what we're saying is that the global hierarchy, the global people, just like we have been during the days of slavery and beyond, they've always worked together. Okay? Against our freedoms and against our economic independence. That is the West. Okay? Then we have, that was when we are talking about now. You do not hear China or Russia threatening to nuke another country. We don't hear about the Vatican doing that too, but the Vatican is behind a lot of the wars that you're seeing. Okay? So never think because you don't hear that is not happening behind the scenes. I'm not saying it's happening, but we know humans are humans, and business and war is a racket. And based on what we heard from, the Smedley Butters and other people who have written about war, we know that they benefit. Okay? One way or the other, behind the scenes, they benefit. Don't just see what you're reading in the newspaper and think that that is the reality. There are forces behind power systems that you and I are not even aware of. But there, if you study the Bilderbergers and all of these, the WEF, the World Economic Forum, and all of these things, you will realize that they work together. Okay? COVID was a war. Okay? And they all participated. Then we have Andrew's running a PSYOP. He is pushing a CIA agenda. Wow. I don't even know anybody in the CIA. Churchill helped Russia. Yes, they did. And Philly is saying, Andrew, they went to university in DC, so it is easy to be influenced by State Department propaganda. Have to admit, we were all once propagandized by Western media until we smart enough to see. But I don't see what you're saying that is not propagandized. You are not. If you have not been propagandized, you will understand that the systems are not as at each other as you think they are. Right? And that is how, because they're putting the East versus the West, blacks versus whites, And because when they do that now, they divide the human family, and then that is how they divide and conquer. All right? Not only the West, other countries do that too. The guy on the right is the one keeping me here. Yeah, and good for you. Andrew read some more, but I don't know what you're reading. What you're reading, you're not coming with anything deep. I'm not feeling at Lion where you're coming, you're understanding systems of power. Doesn't seem like you're doing that. You're just telling me what you hear from schools, and you are brainwashed. I taught at the university level also. And what you're saying is what I used to hear in the classroom, read from textbooks, which I did not agree with, because I read much more voraciously, understood prophecy, understood history, and that is what I'm sharing with you. What you're learning in the school system is not what the truth is. I used to sit and listen to this every evening, every day in conversations with my colleagues and friends. Okay, so this is nothing new that you're exposing to me. This is not even deep. Yeah, so be careful with that. We have that your CIA hate is delusional. You're ignoring the tribes sold other tribes into slavery. Slavery was a cruel way of life. However, cherry picking events can't help acknowledge and move on. Yeah, and we have to do that. We have to realize that this is no just black and white thing, that some of our leaders or even black leaders are involved, right? Just like Chinese, just like Iranians and whatever, you have to understand that. Okay, Margaret Sanger, is that singer or Sanger she was? Probably, yeah. I think she could have been, has somehow gotten black people to abort their offspring while claiming to love children. The black mind is, yeah. So that is what is it. Wait, how Iran talk, picking sides? Well, the strongest always wins, right? And obviously we're not going to win. Okay, I've been telling you that we are not going to win. This is not about two countries at war. It's on the surface it is, but it's a much bigger agenda. And many of you might not like what I'm saying now, but you are going to see, and hopefully you will learn before it becomes even more painful. Okay? I remember many of you came here, including Land Champion, saying Russia and China were going to save Venezuela. I told you that they were not going to do it. I told you that Russia and China were not going to the aid of Venezuela, and so said, so done. And they went and they took him out. Okay, but you were very, very much sure that Russia and China were going to go in the aid of Venezuela. It didn't happen, because of the way how you have been indoctrinated. Because I knew it was going to happen. In the USA, yes. Germany, no. Fake news, and you need to re-educate yourself, Andrew. And that's what I'm trying to do for you, because I realize that you guys have just learned from schools textbooks. You read one narrative and think that you're educated. That is not. You have to dialogue, and that is what I was able to do, to read from different sides, different narratives, because history is his story. And notice when Mr. Perreira was on, I was asking him, from what narrative, what was the thesis? It doesn't mean that it's the reality. It means it was told from a person's narrative. Okay, but having read many narratives, I've realized that the game is much more complex than many of you is going to understand. And the science show, if you didn't know that Chinese actually, concocted a virus with the US, then how can I listen to you? I agree with that principle. Kudos on that. Then we have your program is not going with their program. Right. Yeah, we have to be able to look at things more deeply. If you were in one party state, you wouldn't disagree with the supreme leader. Right. The way the Africans did slavery was different. Yeah. And nobody was saying that is not the case. We didn't say that the Africans were not, they weren't as cruel as we're saying as Europeans were in their, what do you call it now, the chattel slavery. But to suggest now that we are still better when we are also inflicting a lot of pain on our people, we have to rethink our position. Capturing and being taken to a market for European partners is how different. And to some extent, he has a point there. And these are the things we have to learn. There are times when, we say the truth is painful. The truth is very painful, but we have to accept it. I've had to accept a lot of painful truth. A lot of what you guys are telling me, as I'm saying to you, was just ordinary discussions that I had every day at university. So you're not telling me anything different, anything new. But I knew that a lot of what I was told, what I read, was not just the story. There are many more things, many more layers that we have to explore. The Europeans came and changed that. Vanquished warriors, slaves were still treated with respect. And we have European came with valuables which the chiefs wanted. All the drug cartels are run by the CSA. That I can agree with you. Guns, absolutely. I can agree with you on that. Then they use the guns to conquer more villages, correct? No, it's about forming the new Petrogas dollar. There's not going to be any new dollar now, okay? It's not forming the new petro. We are going now into a digital economy. That's where we're going to, a surveillance state. That is where we're leading to. And that is not going to be just for Iran or the United States. It's going to be it is a global agenda. It's a global reset. So this have nothing to do with any petrodollar right now. The dollar is going to definitely, and in all countries. In fact, I was telling you that Andrew Holness, and I have a video for you guys tomorrow talking about the Jamdex and how Andrew Holness of Jamaica is trying to now push to fast track, to accelerate, to expedite the whole online banking system. All right. It is being spoken about right now as we speak, while you guys are suggesting that East is better than the West. Okay. And it will be implemented in all over the world, whether you're in the East or you're in the West. This is the global agenda. You're describing a very weak continent if you believe so, and not leader, trade away its people. Right. They had a choice too. Let's not forget that we do have a choice. Don't just think Europeans went there and Africans were great and, the leaders had a choice. And they sold us out. So that is true. And I agree with Pedro Jamal. It's a demonic country. We have two false religions, correct. There are two false religions. I agree with that. The Sunnis, right. The Sunnis, the Jewish population in Germany was 500K. Yeah. Look up Europe, the final battle, right? As we're saying, there are many versions to stories, right? So there are many things. So one video or one book is not going to give you the real picture of what happened. We'll never know exactly what happened. Only God can tell us the full truth of whatever happened there. Okay, but we have to read as many, view as many videos. Don't think one video is going to tell you exactly what you need to know. And they were put to work to support the war. Then we have the communists and capitalists teamed up to destroy National Socialism. So they work together, right? So you're saying, Simon Show, let's go back. You're now telling us the communists and the capitalists teamed up together to destroy National Socialism. So they work together. The entire way World War II history is told to us in school is a lie. That is true. And so why are you now suggesting that the East is better than the West? Right? Because they work together. That is what you are suggesting here. And that is why, as you're saying, World War II history was not recorded in its truthful light. Okay, let's now be fair and try to be consistent in our reasoning. Then we have unions, corporations, and government equal fascism. You're correct. That is true. We have von Braun. I think that, you were telling about when we're talking about Bandit, kicked out the Rothschild's bank, yes, and formed a new century. And you also have to read also the Hitler and the popes, Hitler and the Pope, something of the sort, or Hitler's Pope. So there's a book called Hitler's Pope of the Vatican connection to that history of World War II and Hitler, the rise of Hitler, and you will see. And also the Vatican in World Politics is a very good book to have in terms of its detailed chapter on Hitler and the Pope. I think it was Pope Leo the 12th, if I remember. And we have, it's not Leo, it could have been another name, can't remember. He took the country to 99% employment, is a few years after taking control. Reinstalled self-pride, the Jews made up that name Nazi. Read also as I'm suggesting to you, you're getting it, the Jews, the Jews, the Jews. Look at the Hitler's Pope. Got to have other perspectives and stop just, dishing out just one side of the narrative. Okay, and if you read more books on the Vatican, you're going to see that there's more, convincing, facts to suggest about the Vaticans. And that is why do you think people are so silent on the Vatican in the media? Nobody's talking about the Vatican apart from the spat between Trump and the Vatican. Nobody. Everybody's talking about the Jews. Okay, that is brainwashing. That is brainwashing. That wasn't practiced in Germany. Fake news, and we have, he surely forgot how Pedro Sanchez crushed Catalans' aim for independence. And yeah, this is it's .com, agtuckerus@gmail.com. And that's my email. Not the first one. This is the correct version of my email, agtuckerus, for those of you who want to share the videos. And we have going on speeches, working on his actions, Mandela. We have This Is Great Program Man. Yeah, thank you so much. And we have Jesus, and Simon Show is saying that, yes, we are in 2026. The virus was made in a lab in Fort Detrick. Please, that was a theory, but look at what the evidence leads to in terms of in China. Now, one of the things you have to understand is that in the United States, there are certain laws that the government has to abide by. So because they had a lot more restrictions in the US, they decided to do it in China. But certainly that the evidence is leading more to China. There are some theories which suggest that it was already in Fort Detrick in Maryland. Okay, doesn't mean therefore that, but the one coming out of China is much more convincing than the one coming out of Fort Detrick, whatever they call it. Chinese lab sponsored by Fauci, absolutely. So the both of them worked together, and it was released in the USA before it was in China. Yes, that is also a version. It doesn't mean therefore that is the truth. And why wasn't more people sickened in the US than in China? Why did it start in terms of the whole shutdown and so started in China? Why? Russia has hypersonic missiles, the USA doesn't. Okay, so why didn't China save Venezuela? They have hypersonic, and you're saying that their military is stronger, so why didn't they save Venezuela from that when they were allies? Aren't they, or weren't they? USA don't have that, and we have catch up, bro. Yeah, okay. No, you one of the brainwashers. You was a teacher in that was no. I'm not sure what you're saying here. We have there. Unfortunately, your government officials do not work for you. Correct? They don't. They don't work for us, and people are still thinking that they're working for us. Whether it's China or it is Russia, they're not working for you. Stop calling them elites. They are the predator class. Yeah, they are predators and they're elites. Elites are predators, right? Seems some aren't aware of Taiwan, and we have you deluded, bro. Well, it depends on what you call, because if your eyes you don't want to wake up, then you're going to have to remain there. He's a grifter, though. His school's finished, and my God, the dude is just on CNN propaganda. But my propaganda can't be CNN, because CNN is speaking exactly what you are suggesting. Right? That's how CNN talks, that the United States is the evil one, and and it is Russia and it is China, and that is what they're. It's interesting how when Trump is in power, these people, the CNN and the left, the so-called Democratic Party, they talk against wars, or they pretend as if they're talking against wars, right? When they're not. They're pro-war. As soon as they get in, CNN is pro-war, and all of these so-called left-wing. I don't even watch CNN. Perhaps you do watch it more than I do, so you probably know what is on it. Iran has won the war. The U.S. is trying to turn this lemon into lemon pie, but will ultimately lose. Now, remember now that we're saying that they're not in it to lose or to win, right? They're just in it for control and for resetting of the global economy. There's going to be a global reset, and we are the losers, not them. Yeah. Okay, so we have the newspaper, not true yet, the spewing newspaper propaganda. Stop, bro. What is the newspaper propaganda? All the elites go to WEF and other elitist organization, but they hate each other and don't work together. Yes, they work together. All right, they're hating each other does not mean that they're, France hated Great Britain. Great Britain hated, all of these European countries. They were at loggerhead, right? They were constantly at war. At the same time, they worked together in the maintenance of slavery. All right, and you guys are just not thinking. You don't want to think. You just don't want to think. And this is a sort of herd mentality that is going to cause the entire world to collapse. Because everybody's behaving and thinking the same thing. The oligarchs will cult the world's population. The Netherlands are just about to pass legislation whereby living cells could be created from two men of one person. They have a replacement theory, absolutely. And they're working together for that agenda, all right, whether we like it or not. Trying to figure it out. We have here KD saying, let's not all fall prey to being the proverbial blind man seeking to describe the elephant. I appreciate your perspective, Andrew, and that's shared by others. None of us are seeing the whole elephant, not yet. Yeah, they don't understand that this is a global agenda. They think that they can remain and listen to CNN, because that's what you're doing. What you're accusing me of doing, that's what you're doing. Okay, this is the whole democratic narrative, the Black American narrative, which is not going to empower you at all. We have Venezuela should have signed a security agreement with Russia, well, they should, but they didn't. And why didn't Russia try to sign it with them so that they could protect them? The war in Venezuela hasn't yet happened, and kidnapping isn't fighting a war. To get the oil out of the country, U.S. must set up bases. Good luck with that. But they've already controlled the oil thing, the oil fee. So what are you talking about? Venezuela did sign one. And we have the West will be digitized. So will the yuan? Absolutely. And that was reported. But the yuan is already digitized. If you don't know, just different controllers. Absolutely. And then we have don't read no Western book on history. But what are you reading? What are you reading this time, Show? Because I don't know what you're saying. You're not saying anything that I've not seen anything substantive yet from you coming about the war. What do you think is happening? You think that the West is, all you're telling me is the West is better than the West is the enemy and the East is the friend. That is simplistic thinking. That is simplistic thinking. And as a person who has studied for a long time, I cannot accept that sort of simplicity in terms of your thinking. You have to make your thinking, you have to grow up and understand how you think. Iran is a spoiler, at least for now, vis-a-vis the global surveillance next state involving digital transformation, digital currencies. They are providing a temp barrier, same and different means. Absolutely. Absolutely. This is the sort of thinking that I want to see. The thinking about this is the West is against the East. And I'm not suggesting that they don't have differences as the writer here suggested, as KD is saying. They do have differences, okay? But the agenda, the global agenda is the same. Now, who is going to win the global order? Who is going to control the global governance? Now, that is the question that you and I should be debating. Not to suggest that they're not working together, because they are, even though they have different means and different visions, should I say, different ideologies. Casey, great reminder from Malcolm X. They pay one of us to destroy some of us to say this was done by us. Absolutely critical to remain skeptical of and move beyond the prevailing narrative. Absolutely. And the narrative, as we're saying, coming from the CNN and the Western, the left-wing people, is that China is benevolent and the US is we should all hate Western culture. We can't say that because we're part of the West. CNN hates Trump, seems to forget how the country has been. Well, Trump in lockdown and forced inoculations. He did. He was the one who started the lockdowns. Remember Perreira? He did. In fact, he was suggesting that he would have had the soldiers out. Had he remained in power, he was suggesting in 2021 that he would have the army to vaccinate people. Right? Let's not forget that history. We are forgetting the history of COVID. And there's another COVID happening right now before our eyes in Iran, and we're not seeing it, and we're going to suffer. Okay? Then we have the CIA. You'll know who is the CIA. You're going to see who the CIA very soon. Okay? I agree that Iran is the spoiler, as KD Carib says. Iran is bleeding value that the West needs to have one word currency. Absolutely. That's what they're working towards. All right. So this thinking that, China's going to be a part of it. Iran is going to be a part of it. Every country in the world is going to join, whether they like it or not. They're going to join in that sort of agenda. And he warned one is a wolf, the other is a fox. Right. All I know is Simon Show behaves the way on other lives, so don't take it on. Keep up the good work. I don't know what he's saying. This oil and resources crisis is manufactured. They want us to go back to a COVID lockdown, and they're saying it. They're saying it. This is not something like it's a conspiracy theory. This is what they are saying, and we're here, playing games here. All right, and this is an energy lockdown, which can seriously affect our standard of living, even our jobs. And people are here playing games about the West and the East and Iran and whatever, when they will be fine, the elites will be fine. So thank you so much for saying that. I know myself, that is great to say. We have lie about what? He allowed every governor to run their state. You forgot. Well, yes, he allowed some governors, but he did say eventually, Perreira, that he was going to have everybody, in fact, take the vaccines. In fact, when he came back to the presidency, one of the reasons for which he and Candace Owens have not been friends was over the vaccine and his insistence that the vaccine was excellent, right? So he was the same. He was not different. We have to be clear and redefine winning correct and losing vis-a-vis the Iran, Russia, China versus Israel-US war. This is a global reset at play, with each having distinct yet complementary roles. Well said. I could not have said this better, KD. Karen. Could not have articulated this better. This is the comment that I would like to hear. So what's the purpose of even publishing videos? Because if we're just saying the same thing as we're hearing from Redacted or all of these other shows, then how is our Caribbean analysis different? It's not different. All right? And everybody is suggesting that this war is one country versus the other, when it is much more deeper and much more layered and complex and nuanced than how we are describing it. And that is why the entire world is going to be deceived. And it is sad. It's not because I want you to be deceived, but the entire world, just a few people won't be, is going to be deceived. Because you think you know when you don't know. Educate yourself if you're going to have a YouTube show. Well, you can't be educated. You cannot educate yourself because you're not educated. If you're coming to me not saying anything, you're not, advancing anything new, anything substantive, then you need to go back to elementary school. The Simon Show, you are not providing anything of any worth. No executive powers were used to lock down. Well, what was it? What was it if it weren't executive power? It was executive power, Pedro Jimma. If not, then we could go out. But they insisted that we couldn't, and if we had gone out, then we would have been confronted by the law. It was executive power. Many people this time will not leave their house. When they go in, they think there are too many of us. Yeah, and that is true. Information should be superior to mine, but you don't have anything that you're saying. You don't want to learn the Simon show. You just don't want to learn. There are people who just don't want to learn. Do you know that during, when Christ was on this earth and he was letting the Jews know that their temple was going to be destroyed, and they thought their temple was so wonderful and it could not be destroyed by the Romans, right? And the Romans in AD 70 did go and destroy their temple. They didn't want to reason, and many of these were the intellectuals. And the Christians who heeded the words of Christ, they left Jerusalem without being killed. Not one Christian was killed, but the Jews were they were slaughtered because they would not listen. And many of us as well, we just hold on to the narrative that we have and think that that is the truth. We are here to listen to each side because what we're learning in schools, what we're seeing on a lot of these channels are not true. Well, some part of it is true, but they're not giving you the full truth. If you're thinking that China and Iran and all of these countries one is more benevolent than the other, and we're talking about citizens here, we're talking about leaders, then you are living in a la-la land. Then we have, remember, Tartaria? No, well, that's intentional. So will many countries go to the route of Tartaria? Absolutely. Now, no quoting Bill Bull's fiction. Well, you think it's a fiction? Well, you will see. You will see. If you think the Bible is fiction, then you are going to see if it's fiction. The future will tell. Okay, but that is what we have to understand. Obviously, the school system has blinded your eyes, the Simon show, and you will have to think for yourself. One of the reasons why you had the dark ages in Europe, in Western Europe, was because people didn't have access to the Bible. It was the Bible that created the revolution, the Protestant Reformation, which was a revolution that revolutionized the world in which we live. The science, the politics, or democracy, all of our understanding of what we say we know now and we take them for granted came from the Bible. We're losing them now because as people begin to lose a sense of what the Bible says, then we are moving back to authoritarianism. It is within the human nature to dominate. And that is what we have in these cultures. If we don't have a moral book that guides us into saying that the men are not our supreme leaders, they can't help us. You think you are relying on Xi Jinping, you're relying on Kamala Harris-Bessessor, you are relying on Dr. Andrew Holness of Jamaica, then you are going to be in problem because they're not going to help you. Okay? You got to understand that. Okay, so we have this, we have Plato's cave. Too many people will keep the illusion casted on the wall. Correct. And we have the Simon show, and Pedro might be bots sent by the CIA. They've been right. They've been showing certain colors recently. And it could be, right. It could be. Because I would love if I were a part of the CIA, then I would be getting more, the algorithm would be treating my video as well. They went through the dark ages because they were too focused on the Bible. They didn't have access to the Bible. Where are you thinking? But the irony of today, we have access to the Bible and we're not reading it. So that's why we are now living and approaching another dark age, because we have abundance of it, but we don't read them, right? In the other world, in the ancient world, the Bible was not allowed to be read, and they never had access. Many did not have access to it. If you're going to teach, then study. But you're not studying, and you can't study. You don't have the ability to study. The real issue is, how do we position ourselves as Caribbean states in the midst of this reset? As a starter for Caribbean macro SWOT analysis, alignment with truly complementary interests and values. Yeah, we have to study. You see, if we don't come out of the narrow lens of thinking, KD Carib, that these powers are certainly fighting against each other, and we are involved. We have to take sides and stuff like that. If we don't move away from that analysis, just like the North and the South, right? The North and the South of the Civil War, both of them were slave advocates. They wanted slavery, but it's the approach to slavery, how it would be done, and they would want expanded, but both were slave holders. That is what we have to understand. And so whether it's China or it is United States or it's Russia, they all want domination. It is how that we can say that this one might be different than the other, but it's still dominion, right? It is still dominion. And that is what we have to understand. And you're not understanding it. I can't explain better to you. Come on, Slimy Show, you have to go and read a book. I think that would serve you better. You call me a bot, but I ain't by white supremacy, that black one. Yeah. Let's now try to give some, insightful. All of this back and forth and whatever is not helping the show and not helping you, not helping me intellectually either. The Caribbean never fought wars for their independence. We mostly got independence via the pen, correct? And we are not ready for what's coming. You are spot on. And these are what we should be talking about now. We have to grow up. And these are the intellectual and intellectually mature conversations that we should be having. Night, yes, Slimy, let's facilitate deeper discussion that complements, not merely contradicts, putting our perspectives together. That's what we should be doing, because we want our perspectives to come together. And I don't mind if you disagree, but show me something that wants me to think, and want me to go and research. So you can, suggest videos that I watch. I'll watch those, and books that I could read. I will definitely want to read them, but just don't come and say now things that don't make any sense, because what we're seeing in the world won't make any sense. So we're coming here to try to piece things to make them as sensible and rational, because we're living in an irrational world. Everything coming out of the media, it doesn't make any sense. Does not make any sense. And that's what we're trying to do, to piece everything together to see how we can come to an awareness of the world in which we live. I told you many times, only 5 sovereign states veto power. All right, so this is something that we have to come to grips with. This is a takeaway from the show. We're living in dangerous times. That is something, it's a cliche now. I think we all understand that, right? Now, the times in which we live, we have to realize that we are up against enemies. And enemies are just not those, from outside of our borders. They are within and outside our borders. And the war in Iran versus the United States is not just a win-lose sort of war that we are accustomed to, and who is going to win and who wins. And we must understand, based on what we saw during COVID, we saw where both powers who are pretending to be enemies were involved in the making of a virus. They pretended, having done so, that one was more moral than the other, which when you check it, neither was. Okay? We fell for it. And I think that this time again, we are about to fall for another COVID 2.0 because we're unable to piece the elements together. This is the core. This is the crux of the matter. And I'm not sure how much, Laura can do. I don't know what simpler way I can, express these sentiments. So what are we going to do? Are we going to sit by? Let me see what you have here before. Are we going to sit by and just, where did I stop again? Guys, I want to read your thing. Yeah. We have, imagine no CARICOM meetings discussing rationing, right? Fertilizer and fuel and food. CARICOM is dead. Yeah, because that's what, you have Natalie and Clayton on Redacted were doing yesterday. that we are entering into that system of possibly, if not during this time, this food season could be, maybe next year, we could have serious rationing on food, right? And prices could go up double, thrice, triple. Absolutely. And we are grappling in the Caribbean with pervasive underdevelopment, which can be traced to the titular formalistic version of independence without striving towards sovereignty. Well said. These are the sort of analysis that you can say, no, this KD, and I know myself, and I'm not trying to be biased. These are the deep, critical conversations that we need to have. And they cannot disagree with me, and they perhaps have sometimes disagree. We can't agree on everything because we think differently. We have a brain to think, okay? But just don't come and tell me that, oh, China is great and Iran is, or the United States is a devil, all right? How can you bite the hand that feeds you too, right? And I'm saying to you, many of you, you go to Brazil. Let us say we're in the Western Hemisphere. You go to Brazil as a Black person. Do you think they treat you as well as they treat you in America? Do you think you have the ability to, as a Black person, to generate as much wealth as you can in America under Western sort of system? So how are we going to come here and pretend as if the West is horrible and it's the worst in the world when some of us have really made great wealth from it? Okay? But what we can do, however, just like we do in our families, we can critique things that are good about our families and things that are bad and things that need to be improved upon. Okay? But we can't just sit here and say the West is horrible and it's, and so forth, because we know that everything about it is not evil. But there are things evil about it, just as Mr. Perreira said, the propensity to always want to go to war. Okay? But we have to be fair. Okay, go to Latin America. How many of you would like to live in Russia? You wouldn't live in Russia unless you're taking your wealth from your bank account to Russia. Many of you would not want to go there and begin life from ground zero. As many of you have, I remember the Barbadian pastor, he said in the States that many of us from the Caribbean have gone to the United States without our teeth, without any money, right? And we were able to get something from the system. We were able to build from ground zero. Some of us were told that we couldn't, we were dunce. We could not become doctors and lawyers and physicians or whatever, physicists. You go to the United States or some Western country and you were able to do that. Many of us, right? Yes, you have a few who have gone and studied medicine in Russia and, and maybe other countries, not to the great extent, building from sometimes community college all the way up, and you've achieved a lot, right? Don't bite the hand that feeds you, and don't think that everything about it is evil. Certainly some things about it are evil, but there are good elements about it, and we have to acknowledge it, and we must say that we also help to fight for the good element about the Western world. Without Black people, without people of African descent, the Western world would not resemble and be the way it is today. We have contributed in a positive way to Western civilization and culture. All right? We must understand that. We have here CARICOM saving the planet with the climate change agenda, right, at the expense of our, correct. Well said, Pedro Jamat. I know myself says, I was surprised to see the lines of cars at gas station, right, in Guyana. I was shocked too, the fact that they are oil producing nation. It dawned on me that Guyana doesn't own the oil, Exxon does. And that's the sad reality. Yeah, and then I would live in Russia. There are many Black people living there and they are thriving. Not as many as what you see in the United States. How many Black people? Probably insignificant to what you have in the Western world, right? And you would live there, as I'm saying to you, because many people have taken their wealth, the foundation that they have laid in Western culture. And yes, you can live there if you're working online and of course, working with North American companies from Canada and all, you can function, right? And many people do that. But it doesn't mean, therefore, that you're going to go there poor and you're going to build wealth in that country. There is a distinction, okay? Russia's Bibles and historical records show a Black Jesus I can live there. Showing a black Jesus and living there with the realities of a racial thing is not the two of the same things, right? Having a black Jesus or a white Jesus does not mean anything if you don't have economics. We can't live on a black Jesus and a white Jesus, right? We have to live in reality, okay? And an image of a black Jesus or white Jesus, it can help to enhance your identity, but it's not going to help to buy, your groceries. All right. And we live in this symbolic understanding of what blackness is in this, world, that we look at too much symbols than the reality. Name the so-called black successful leaders all went to the West for education. Yeah, the West, because we contributed it. It's not that it came, it didn't come. What blacks are enjoying in the West, it didn't come by, osmosis. It came because we fought for it. We fought for whatever success we have here and to change the system, to transform the system. Okay? And that is, because as Obama said, and we have to agree with him, the whole Western, political system and, infrastructure was and is experimental, right? It was not made perfect. But we were the ones who were engaged when they allowed us to perfect it or to give it some, semblance of functionality. Right. Yeah, so that is very, very good. We have to disagree to agree or agree to disagree. That's the expression, sorry. I said what I did read a black Jesus to signify that they are open-minded with more so that the West. From that perspective. But we too can have our black Jesus, right? If you put up a black Jesus in your classroom or in your home, nobody's going to tell you that you can't, right? But we must understand the mainstream, as you're saying, the mainstream doesn't allow us. But again, in Russia, do you think, well, the Orthodox Christianity is there, right? That is there, I must say, but the mainstream culture, it doesn't mean anything to them. We need to maintain adequate level of intellectual honesty, right? As we critique the West. And that is what I'm trying to help them to do, KD Carib. It's not just that we are here to bash the West, because the West is what produced us and what the successes that we've had. Even the research that is coming out of the West is what has helped us. People like the C.L.R. James and these great people, the Walter Rodneys, as we're talking about, came out of this Western tradition, right? So don't now curse the West and think it's all that bad. We have contributed, yet not fairly recognized. Now we can talk, which positions us to decouple and rebuild better. Correct. Now we can say that is true. Right? That we have contributed, but we have not been given the recognition that we should have gotten. And that is well said. Okay, that is well said. In fact, we are under duty to decouple and transform beyond the West, since it has been built upon and maintains a caste system of which we as Black people are the untouchables. Absolutely. Well said. And that is what Marcus Garvey wanted us to do too. He wasn't here for us to say the West is horrible. And Marcus Garvey spoke standard English. Marcus Garvey understood that he was Western as well as African. He did not deny the fact. So there are times when he would wear his army clothes, he would wear his suits, right? He spoke standard English. He was a reader. He was a voracious reader. So he did not hate himself. He understood that he was a Black man, a person of African descent in the West. Just like the Jews, the Chinese understand that they are living in the West and they are of the Chinese descent, right? And they're just adapting and moving on. We can't all go back to Africa. That is also delusional. We can't all go back there. Okay, so sitting and talking about Blackness and Black is better, and yeah, it makes us feel good about ourselves. Okay, but we have some serious flaws that we have to deal with right now. Booker T. Washington, yes, he was a good person and person who was pragmatic. So I think any more questions, any more comments? I think this was a very great live. Okay, we can't always agree on every point, but what we need to do is to ensure that we listen to as many different versions of the narratives in order to understand and to make sense of what we're listening and seeing around in our world. I believe that we have survived and done relatively well in spite of the West. These Western systems are oppressive. Let's see what intentions they have for us in which is going to be worse, right? Because that's a global system of slavery in which everybody is going to. But we might be at the bottom again, So even though it's slavery, we might be at the bottom of that thing. So you're correct. I know myself. Garvey represents, the hybrid, beautiful word, and unique identity that arises from African heritage with a Western bent. Nothing is wrong with it, right? Just like if, there are Nigerians who go to Trinidad, their parents, and they live there, and they're Trinidadians as well as they're Nigerians. There was this guy from Dominica, right? And he said that his parents are, I think, Nigerians. And he was on TikTok saying the other day that when he tells people that he is, I think his parents were in St. Kitts and the Nevis or one of those Caribbean islands or Dominica. I can't remember the island his parents were stationed in. And he was trying to let them know that he was from St. Kitts and the Nevis, and he spent most of his years there. And they were like, no, you're Nigerian. And he's trying to say, I grew up most of my times. Yes, my parents are Nigerians, and I respect that. I love my Nigerian heritage. But culturally, I belong to that country. Nothing is wrong with that. We can be bicultural. Nothing is wrong with being bicultural. The more cultural sensitivities you have, the better human you are. Okay? Then we have the Eastern ain't oppressive also. You're dreaming. Of course, we're saying the Eastern is oppressive, right? Both the East and the West can be oppressive, right? And when you speak to Chinese people, they tell you some of the things that happened there. And even the people who were in Eastern Europe on the time of the Soviet Union, many who have escaped to the West, they talk about the system there too, that it was oppressive, right? It was oppressive. So we're living in systems of oppression, where the human family has been living under oppression for many centuries, for years, because that is the underlying nature of humanity, that we like to dominate. If we have power, right, we dominate. Our Exeter managers are doing a terrible job transitioning the Caribbean. People for this next phase, if, for example, the West adopts a UBI, are our local systems able to transition? That's a good question. That I don't think they're going to be able to transition. I think Mr. Corbyn was saying that. All right, that I don't think we're going to be able to transition overnight. And some of us are going to lose a lot of our savings. I heard people from the European Union who spoke about when Europe transitioned into the European Union and how much they lost their savings, right, that they had in their banks. They lost it. Yeah, they had lots of money and they lost it because the European Union adopted a new currency. We need to harness our resilience and innovation, as well as channel within the context of the advancements and disruption available through technology in a way that can benefit our people. You see, there's so much indoctrination, as you can see, KD Carib, that great proposal, but I think that Black people are just herd-like, and they're just going to be following whatever thing. Oh, this person has won, this person hasn't won. Iran, we are conditioned that way. We can't think deeply. That's the problem. That's why Marcus Garvey was not accepted. That is why he was not necessarily loved, even though we pretended we loved him. He never succeeded in his revolutionary movement to aid Black people. We're stubborn, we are herd-like, right? And then eventually we lose the battle. We're difficult people to deal with, okay? And sometimes we blame our politicians, but we don't want to be led in the right way. And even if they decide to lead us on the right path, we rebel. The Jews were like that too. A UBI may create an existential threat to the concept of property ownership in the Caribbean. That's a good point you have there. You're raising there. I know myself. Great proposals, though. We and these are the things that we should be discussing. We have to understand. First, we have to accept the reality that we are being dominated, that they are trying to re-enslave the global population. Right? Once we understand that, then we can come up with very good proposals. The problem is that many of us don't understand that, so we're not going to win them. Maybe if we went to Africa, would have followed. Then we have here, our so-called conditioning can be broken as seen by Garvey, Malcolm X, and other leaders. Challenging, absolutely, but not impossible. Yes, if we believe we are irredeemable, so shall we be. Well, I don't think that I want to believe that, but you can see that even on the platform, and it's not only on my platform, it is just the thing that I'm seeing, that our people, I think that we prefer to be, if as much as many people are saying that they're Pan-Africanist, KD, they would prefer to go and hear it from somebody who is white or a non-Black person, and they follow it. As much as you hear them, that's the irony we're facing in the world. As much as Black people like to think that they are pro-Black people and they're Pan-Africanist, when you hear it from somebody else, and the other person who is giving it sometimes are leading you on the wrong path. Leading you on the wrong path. But they're going because the person is white. The person is non-Black. Malcolm X. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but they too weren't successful in terms of having people, listen to them. They were leading also a very stubborn flock. Okay. So I think this is the end of it. Was a great show. I enjoyed it. Please share the live with as many people on the platform so that they can learn. This is a discussion that we need to have. We need to get out of this simplistic thinking that this is a win-lose war. This is a war for global supremacy, for global control, and they win. The global elites will win if we don't recognize it and we find ourselves divided, like in the Civil War, that the North is better than the South when they were not. Okay, when they were not. I appreciate your perspective. This is an uphill battle, but worth it. Yes, and that's why I'm continuing, and I enjoy it. The only thing that is discouraging, KD, is the fact that you're repeating these things every day, and they're seeing things happening in the world, like in Venezuela, and people are still. Because I remember, KD, if you were here when I was discussing the Venezuelan crisis, a lot of the land champions and all of these people were telling me that, yes, Russia and China were going to save Venezuela. And I told them that is not how the game is being played. Right? And they said, oh no, and they still attacked me that I was, not, on Africa's side or liberation side, and all of that's nonsense. But it's not because I wouldn't want Russia and China to defend, Venezuela. It's because I understand geopolitics. And I know that is not how the game is played. It's a chess game. Okay? And it's not about Venezuela winning or losing. It's about, are the global leaders and their agenda going to be successful? That is the crux of the matter. We have here we have thanks and keep up the good work. And thank you so much. And thank you so much and please share it with as many people, KD and Carib, and all of you on the platform. Make sure you're liking it and you're saving it so the algorithm will be forced to share it. Just to let you know, I'm listening in from my side of the archipelago. Edifying show as usual. Thank you so much, David Maynard, and we hope to continue with the show. Make sure you're liking and you're sharing it so that people will listen and be able to share it with others. Because as you share it, the more people are going to be able. Thank you so much. I know myself, you are also a very good and a very, I must say, every program I have, I appreciate all of you who are, even though it's not very great now in terms of the algorithm moving the videos on. And it's more now for people to be knowledgeable and to be able to listen to something different coming out of the Caribbean, not just hearing the noise coming out of North America. So we want to be able to have a first-class geopolitical channel in the Caribbean that speaks about complex issues as what I'm talking about, and not just this who is going to win, who is going to lose sort of analysis. Because we have seen this game before. We have seen it in Venezuela, we have seen it in COVID, and it's now time for us to wake up. It's time for us to wake up. So what do we talk about on the next show? What do you want? What would you like to see on the next show? Is there something that you'd like us to discuss for our next live show? Any suggestions? Okay, if not, then we can, good. I will set up something that will be interesting to all of us. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I've been on the show for 5 hours, 39 minutes. Haven't had a glass of water, so I'm going to drink something right now. So I'll see you in the next live. Okay, ciao.